Well, hello. Hello, everybody. Been a while, hasn't it? YouTube is different. YouTube is different. It's like yelling at me every 5 seconds. It's like, hey, you should insert an ad. It's like, hey, now is a great time to put an ad in. I'm like, the stream has just started. I'm like, YouTube, the stream has just started. Leave me alone. How are we all doing? That is a lot of you in here right now. Hello, hello. I'm going to try and do my best to keep up with the chat and everything. Welcome. Hello. How are you all doing? Couple of things. Let me put my face on the screen. There we go. Is that better or worse? Should I take the face away? First of all, I have your chat over here, so I can't look at you while I talk to you. Sorry, you're all on this screen. Second of all, it's been a little while since I've streamed. So like I haven't even done any Twitch streaming for a little while. So I'm a little bit rusty. So please bear that in mind. But how are we all doing, guys? What we're going to do today is I'm going to play through the whole of chapter 3. Again, this will be my fourth, I think. This will be my fourth playthrough, I think. Yeah, because if you haven't heard, they have patched the game. So they patched the game already, like quite a big patch as well. Like a pretty big patch. They've added a bunch of like quality of life things. They've added some new little hints to help with the puzzles and things like that. But also there is a voice line at the end that I have already heard, but I'd like to see it in game for myself. Please let me know in chat if that music is a little bit loud as well. You missed that bald head, and also thank you for the beard compliments. Yeah, I've actually trimmed my beard. For anyone that's been a fan of the channel, fan of the live streams, I've actually I trimmed quite a lot off of it. I might trim more off, honestly. But yeah, sorry, I'm probably going to struggle with the chat because there's quite a lot of you. Turn music down a little bit. Okay, let's go. We'll turn that down a little bit. Yeah, it does seem a little bit loud to me. Let's put it down to like here. That's doing nothing. There we go. That might be a little bit better. Your eyes. Yeah, sorry. The light reflects off of my bald head. I'm sorry. There's a catnap behind you. All right, but chat, right? Chat, hear me out. Hear me out. So I really like the catnap plush. I think it's cool. Do I get the dog day? Do I get the dog day? Like I already have the catnap, right? Like I can't have the catnap and not get the dog day. My issue is I really want a crafty corn. I'm not like a brony or anything. I'm not like a brony. Like I promise. I like crafty corn the most. I think crafty corn's the most interesting one. Somebody asked, did I watch the Super Bowl? No, I'm not really massively into sports, to be honest. I used to be when I was younger, like I used to be into football, like British football, you know, like soccer. But I don't really watch sports anymore, honestly. I don't really have time. Even if I was into it, I don't really have the time. As one of the first live streams, welcome in, Hollow. Like I say, whenever there's like a Poppy Playtime thing happen and I stream on YouTube, that's usually quite a lot of people in chat. So I am going to miss messages. I do apologize for that. I'll do my best. If you have any questions or anything, the best thing, if you have like a really burning question that you want me to answer is at me. Like at Tericho, or write Tericho in the chat, because then the YouTube will like highlight it to me. That's the best way. But sometimes the chat goes so fast. I'll do my best. Keanu, welcome in. How you doing? Hello, hello. You want all the original toys? I think they will. I think they will eventually do all of the smiling critters. I mean, they'd be kind of silly not to, right? They'd be silly not to do all of the smiling critters. It would be kind of silly not to. What football team did you support? So when I was like a kid, I supported Tottenham Hotspur because that's what my dad supported, and I didn't really have a choice. But then when I got a little bit older, we moved up to the north of England, and like my whole family supported Liverpool. So I started supporting Liverpool. But really, like I've never really like I've never really cared. Do you know what I mean? Do they have half of a dog day? They have a dog day plush. Like they have a small one, the same size as that. Like the Silent Hill 3. Yeah, that's Robbie. That's Robbie the rabbit. Any tips for the boss fight? I'm assuming you mean the end boss fight. No tips. It's just hard. I have a couple of tips. We'll do it when we go through. Cabza, thank you so much for the what are they called? What are they called? Super chat. Super chats, right? Super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat. A little bit insane. Yeah, it's a little bit weird, but thank you for the money. I appreciate it. What's my favorite smiling creator? I really like Crafty Corn. It's because Crafty Corn has like a real potential to be creepy with the whole drawing and writing. Like, don't get me wrong, Picky also, you know, eating her friends or whatever. But I don't know, like Crafty Corn, just there's something missing. There's something that I feel like Crafty Corn hasn't, you know, we haven't seen with Crafty Corn yet. Gonna do a video on all the smiling critters? I could do. I actually have like a bunch of videos already planned, which I'll be starting working on this week. I was actually going to start working on it today, and then I was like, I should probably do a stream. You guys, some of you guys asked for a stream. Oh, there's the very delayed super chat. Good job, Stream Elements. Good job. There is the very, very, very delayed super chat. What new content is coming today? So it was actually a few days ago, John. There was a patch to the game that fixed a bunch of bugs, hopefully, did a bunch of quality of life. So for example, if it's going to pick it up, this is brand new. Is it going to pick it up? There we go. So like this is brand new, for example. So this wasn't in the game on launch. So there's been like a bunch of different changes, but apparently there's some new posters and there is a new voice recording from Ollie at the end. However, here's the thing. Here's the weird thing about it, right? So the voice recording at the end, which I have already heard it, it's nothing like amazing, but it was a bug that stopped it from appearing in the first place. So there was like a little voice call from Ollie. And by the way, if you've not played Poppy Playtime Chapter 3 yet, or if you've not watched it, there's going to be spoilers. Sorry. There was supposed to be like a little voice call at the end from Ollie, but a bug stopped it from spawning. And then somebody found it in the Partners in Crime Discord the day before they patched it back in. So everyone in the Partners in Crime Discord was like, oh my God, a secret, something secret, it's hidden. And then the devs were like, nah, it was just a bug. But yeah, it's nothing special. It's nothing amazing, but like a few people were talking about, it was weird that Ollie didn't call us again. And so people had already started theorizing like, oh, why didn't Ollie call us after we beat like Catnap? And then it was just a bug. Huggy will probably be back at some point. There's too much Huggy in Chapter 3. I agree. Chad, I agree. I think, well, okay, obviously, if you follow my channel, you probably know I am on Team Huggy Lives. Can I have hashtag Huggy Lives or hashtag Huggy's dead? Like, I want to see how many of you agree with me. Hashtag Huggy Lives or hashtag Huggy's dead in chat. I just want to see like how many of you think he's alive or not. Do you think Bobby Bearhook is still alive? I actually have a theory on the smiling critters, and it's less fun than you think. I actually think we know there was a lot of like content cut from Chapter 3, and I wonder if they were all going to be included at one point. But then Mob were like, no, we just don't have the time or whatever. Because for the whole toy store was going to be in the game. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about that, but the whole toy store was going to be in the game, but then they cut it. And you know, this is not like a dig up Mob, by the way. This happens with every studio. Like every studio, when they're making a game, they get super excited and are like, oh my God, we're going to do this thing, this thing, this thing, this thing, and this thing. And then over time, you know, the realism sets in and they have to get rid of stuff, or they don't have time, or this stuff just doesn't work out properly, or maybe like the toy store was just less interesting. I don't know. But for whatever reason, things get cut from games all the time. But there originally was going to be a toy store. Okay, I want to see if I can gauge how many people think Huggy Lives. Okay, lives, dead, lives, 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 dead, dead, lives, 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 dead, lives, dead. Lives, 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 lives. Okay, so most people think lives, but a fair few people think dead. That's interesting. Do you think Bobby is Ollie? I don't think Bobby is Ollie, no. I think Ollie is a completely separate character. Either a human, which is very unrealistic, or an experiment. But I think I have like a number of theories on Ollie. But I think, hey Robin, how you doing? Welcome in. Sorry, messages really hard. I didn't know you'd finished stream already, but hi Robin, how you doing? Do a poll. Can you do polls on YouTube now? Can you actually do that? Is that a thing? How do I do that? Like, how do I engage with it? Oh my God, I can do a poll. Okay, all right, okay. We'll do a real poll. Does Huggy live? Does Huggy live? Whoever said do a poll, genius. Does Huggy live? Yes, no. Yes, no. Okay. Real poll, let's go. Does Huggy live? Yes, no. Okay, that for some reason refreshed my whole chat. Mob caught a water ride from the playhouse. Yeah, I saw that video. Apologies to whoever it was that posted the video, because I can't remember who it was, but I watched that video with the whole water ride. But I actually think there might be a reason why that was cut though. Why do people think Ollie is the prototype? People think Ollie is the prototype because the prototype at the end of chapter 3 was shown to be able to mimic voices, which I think is the prototype using a voice box to do it, but we really don't know. And so because we never actually see Ollie, we only hear Ollie's voice. Some people have been like, well, 1006 can mimic voices. We only hear Ollie's voice. Maybe. And it's possible. It's like completely possible, but I don't think so. I think that Ollie and the prototype have completely different aims. Okay. Oh, thank you for the another super chat, Kabza. Are you sad they didn't add Bron? Yes, I am. I am very sad that they didn't add Bron. However, I think there might be evidence that we're going to see Bron in the next chapter. It would actually make more sense, because the next chapter, I believe, is going to be in the labs. I think where we're going is the labs. Some people think the next area is going to be like a playground, and I really don't believe that to be true. I think the playground is a whole different game. That's just my gut instinct. I have no evidence for that, by the way. That's just my gut instinct. But I think the playground is going to be a completely separate side game. I don't think they fit a theme park in Playcare. I don't. I really don't. You don't think Huggy is dead because when Kissy Missy died, it sounded like Huggy? I also think that too, yeah. Are you still a bit suspicious about Poppy and Kissy? Yes, 100%. Poppy is the big bad of the series. I think Poppy is Andrew Ryan, and don't spoil it in chat just in case anyone hasn't played BioShock, but I think Poppy is Andrew Ryan. I think it's the same sort of vibe. Or GLaDOS, again, same sort of vibe. GLaDOS, like, is she our friend? Is she not? Like, obviously GLaDOS was never our friend. We knew that, but you know what I mean? Like, GLaDOS was pretending to be our friend. Do I think Bron will be chapter 4? They have to do Bron eventually. Like, they have to do Bron eventually. Like, they can't introduce I say they can't, they can do whatever they want, but it would be silly to introduce a character to build him up, give him his whole own cardboard cutout in chapter 2 and then never use him. Like, it seems so dumb. Like, he's had several posters, one which was really, potentially creepy. We've had a cutout of him, and we've had him in the trailer, but we've never seen him. It would be weird not to use him. I think maybe they're just waiting for the right time. Maybe they haven't figured out exactly how to, convert the character into an interesting enemy yet. Because let's be fair, the leap from chapter 2 to chapter 3 was huge in terms of gameplay mechanics and in terms of, ambition. The leap from 2 to 3 was huge. And the leap from 1 to 2 was huge too. So what about Ollie Octopus? I mean, could be. Do you think... Sorry, I'm catching up on chat and my chat just moved. Do you think we'll be able to go into the rooms we couldn't go into in chapter 1? I think we're going deeper and deeper into the factory. I mean, we're going to go into that area on the lift in chapter 4, and I think that's going to be the labs. Labs/prison, as it has been found to be. Why are Poppy's eyes red? Does she not need sustenance? I think she does. I think she eats. Although, again, there's weird hints in chapter 3 that maybe they don't really need to eat living things. They just want to with Miss Delight. Why did Ollie say this is where the kids stayed? Yeah, I said the same thing, Junie. I said, it seems weird that Ollie refers to the kids when Ollie sounds like a kid. Poppy as GLaDOS would be an interesting dynamic. Well, Gamer, I haven't made this video. I've been actually thinking about this video now since way before Christmas, right? But Poppy Playtime and Portal are so, they're so similar. I actually think that Poppy Playtime is inspired more by Portal than FNAF. I really, really do. And obviously BioShock now, especially with the play care and how it looks and, the whole, Garden of Eden stuff. Yeah, it's BioShock and Portal and Half-Life more than it's ever been FNAF, in my humble opinion. Sorry, I am slowly catching up. Is that another super chat? Thank you so much, Bobby. I appreciate that. I will read it in a second. What are you going to do in this video? Which one? The Portal video, the Lemon video? Or in this stream? Are you asking what I'm doing in this stream? You think Huggy is alive? His mom is cut out with static and Huggy has words? Possibly, but then Mommy's cut out in chapter 2 had static and she was still alive then, so... Schrodinger's Huggy. Toast, welcome in. How you doing? I think we finally see what's on the other side of Innovation Door, or that two-hand door in Huggy's area in chapter 1. Possibly. Although it does seem like the prototype was trying to escape, and that, if he was trying to escape the factory, then why? And we're going deeper into the factory, so we'll see. What do you think is better, FNAF or Poppy Playtime? I'm not really massively into what is better in terms of different series, because the problem with that is that there are people that will like FNAF for one thing, and there are people that will like Poppy for another thing, right? And I think both series are great. I really do. Like, let me give you an example, right? I really don't like the Five Nights at Freddy's games, like the gameplay, but I love the lore. And in Poppy Playtime, I really like the lore and I really like the gameplay. So it would be like, okay, so for me, I like Poppy better, but I'm not saying that I think Poppy is a better series necessarily. I'm just saying that I enjoy the gameplay more of Poppy. I really, really dislike the gameplay of Five Nights at Freddy's. I know this is like, I'm so sorry. I know this is like, you know, like taboo or whatever, especially for like game theorists, but I can't stand being sat still in a room pressing buttons. I'll be honest, the fight at the end of chapter 3 was about my limit of being confined to an area, you know, because that was only like a little boss fight of the whole chapter. That was fine. But the Five Nights at Freddy's gameplay of being locked in a room, just stopping jump scares by closing doors, actually irritates the hell out of me. I hate it. So I've never been able to finish. I've never been able to finish a Five Nights at Freddy's game until Security Breach. Security Breach, I really enjoyed, even though it was a buggy mess and it ran like absolute garbage on day one. Really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. So show us your background. Oh, my background has changed so much. I've been collecting these things. There's Huggy, there's the what do you call it, what are they called? U-Chews. There's the Huggy U-Chews. I've been collecting these though. They are great. I have only I don't know if Robin's still here, but I've only been Dusty, shh. They're called NECA figures. They're so good. Look, I've got Chucky. They're so good. And you can fully pose them and give them different accessories and stuff. For anyone who is new, Chucky's my favorite horror character. So yeah, I got loads of stuff. I need to stop spending money on things, but there you go. Ollie can't be a kid. Yeah, exactly. Because, well, Ollie could be a kid, Chad. Ollie could be a kid if they were a baby. If they were a baby once, you know, when the Hour of Joy happened. But they sound younger. But then again, if they've had no school, you know what I mean? It's possible, but it's a long shot. Do you think like somebody like Harley Sawyer survived the Hour of Joy? There's actually a hint in the end of chapter 3, Pavel, that Harley Sawyer didn't survive until the Hour of Joy. That he got what did Laith Pierre say? He's been replaced or something. He said something like he's been. Oh, someone in chat will tell you. But Laith Pierre says in one of the VHS tapes that they're looking for a replacement for Harley Sawyer because he's been. I can't remember the exact words he said. We'll see it in today's video, won't we? Since dozens of people went missing in the factory during the Hour of Joy, their families would demand an answer. Where are the police and the military? They're being bought off by the remnants of Playtime Co. Playtime Co. are still active, and this is my opinion, this is a theory, but Playtime Co. are still active, they're still in control, and they're still testing. Why do you think we're being sent into the factory? We're going in to retrieve something. You just wait, we didn't see more smiling critters. I agree, Bobby, but at the same time, just look at what they did with chapter 3. There was so much there and the atmosphere was so good. Like, you know, take the positives if you can. Blaze, welcome in. How you doing? Do you think chapter 4 will be the last chapter? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. If it is the last chapter, there'll be side games. You have a theory about Braun? He said he's the scariest dinosaur, maybe more scary than the cat himself. I hope so. I mean, they've done a 4-legged animal now and they've managed to do him really well, so they absolutely can do Braun. My channel has been very inspiring for you. You're thinking of making a gaming channel, so you wanted to know your opinion. Do it. If you want to make a channel, do it. Try it. You only know if it's good for you if you'll try it, right? How do you super chat? It costs money, Haley, to super chat. There are hints at the play card infants and toddlers. I would say it's more than hints, Phantom. There's pictures of toddlers and there's like cots or baby beds, whatever you want to call them. So I think at this point it's pretty much confirmed that they had toddlers. Do you think the prototype is ordering the bigger bodies? Yes, I think the prototype is telling them what to do. The person who has been replaced was the guy who got turned into the Bronze toy in one of the... Wait, hang on. The person who has been replaced was the guy who got turned into the Bronze toy in one of the other website. What do you mean he got replaced? He was... So Thomas Clark was the one who the prototype took Theodore Gramble to, by the way. That's something I didn't realize until chapter 3 came out. So the prototype, when Theodore got electrocuted and the prototype could have left, he took Theodore to Thomas Clark, and then Thomas Clark was talking about that to someone else, and that conversation was recorded, and then suddenly after that Thomas Clark volunteered to be turned into a Bron. Like, okay, Playtime Co. Okay, volunteered. All right, okay. It costs money, but how do you send it? If you want to, it's at the bottom. There's like at the bottom of the chat, there's like a little I think it's like a little dollar sign. You can click on that and it'll tell you. But again, they're all optional. You don't need to. Is Ollie a toy or a human? At this point, 50-50, but I'm more leaning towards a toy or an experiment because it makes less sense. Again, it makes less sense for him to sound like a young child if the factory's been abandoned for 10 years. Can I show you the catnap Teddy? I would show you the catnap Teddy, but the problem is every time I move him, like he's like wedged in there with Bobby, and every time I move him, I've got to put him back. And I don't want to bend over in front of the camera. Do you think our character was not present in the hour of joy on purpose? Maybe he was warned. Well, we feel guilty for something. It could be guilty that we weren't there, or it could be guilty for everything we did before. But yeah, I don't know. It is weird that we weren't there that day. Bron needs to be featured over these small cameos. Do you think Bron would work with or against the prototype? This is the weird thing, because all of the like bad toys seem to be working for the prototype, but Poppy said that that's all the obstacles. You know what I mean? Poppy said those are all the obstacles placed in the way. But then again, she seemed surprised at the end. She was like, oh no, what's going on? So obviously it could be Huggy, could even be Bron there. Do you think Ollie is baby Longlegs? I mean, could be. I think everyone's like so keen on the idea of baby Longlegs being an experiment. But we still haven't seen Daddy yet either. You know, like no, there's nothing to say that we won't see a Daddy Longlegs and a baby Longlegs, but there's nothing to say that we will either. Thank you. No worries, Lavender. No worries. Random Nerd, welcome in. How you doing? Hello to everybody else as well. Sorry, I can't say hello to everybody individually. With how the early Bron design is, I figure his game mechanic would be some sort of Squid Game, red light, green light game, similar to Poker Pillars game. Could be. We kind of had that with Mr. Light in Chapter 3 as well. I feel like they set up Bron to be this character who eats a lot, and then they kind of did that with Bobby Bear Hug too, which we didn't see a Bobby either. But I feel like, I don't know, I feel like we've already seen a living Bron in the trailer, so it'd be really weird not to eventually see him, you know? Yeah, his rotating head, exactly. Yeah. Do you think the player is Richie? Could possibly be. We could be Richie. Richie could also be Dog Day. Although Dog Day, I don't know. I feel like Dog Day seemed to be less aggressive than Richie. I feel like Richie was quite an angry man, and I feel like if he was being murdered by the smiling critters, he'd be a bit more angry about it. Do you think the Hour of Joy was scary? I think if it was real, MA, I think the Hour of Joy would have been absolutely terrifying. You got to remember, most of the staff in those upper areas probably had no idea that the toys could come to life. So seeing them just suddenly come to life and start murdering you, like imagine you're at Disney and then all of a sudden they like, you know, Mickey Mouse just starts murdering you. You'd be like, it'd be scary, man. Do you think the model of the prototype will be able to live up to expectations? I think the prototype's going to be an amalgamation. I think this has been the theory since day one. I think it's going to be most likely true. There's an idea of Ollie being a Boogie Bot. It could be, but then again, Boogie Bot sounds very robotic. So again, you know, different experiments, we don't know. Character could be Leif Pierre. I don't think so. Again, I feel like Leif Pierre was I actually think Leif Pierre was one of the reasons why the factory went into downfall, because he was incompetent, and we don't seem to be incompetent. Space, welcome in. How you doing, buddy? Huggy is part of the prototype. I disagree, Space. I disagree fully. I think just in terms of like mob games, right? In terms of mob entertainment, it would be so silly of them to not reuse the most popular character. Like imagine, okay, right? This is the way you got to think about it, right? Huggy is Freddy, right? Huggy is Freddy, or I mean, I guess you could say Springtrap, but Huggy is Freddy. And Five Nights at Freddy's has figured out every which way to keep bringing back their popular characters, right? Even in Security Breach, which was essentially like a soft reboot of the franchise, they have Glamrock Freddy. It would be so silly for mob games to never ever use Huggy Wuggy again. So there's two alternatives here, because we saw the blue fur in Chapter 2, right? We saw blue fur on the wall, and we saw blood splatters underneath it. So there's two opportunities here, or two potential, you know, words. One is that the prototype dragged him up with that arm, made him a part of him, and that's the end of it. The second one is he's not dead. He's actually way tougher than we think. The fall didn't kill him. Now he's angrier than ever, right? Because at first he was playing with us, but now he's not playing. Now he's like, right, you're dead. Like, you did this to me. You are dead. And he dragged himself back up out of pure hatred. And when he sees us next, he's going to be like, you know, all damaged and broken. He's going to have like an eye hanging out, and he's going to have like a claw, and he's going to be out for blood. And that's why he killed Kissy. He was so angry, right? He was so angry with us that he'll do anything now to kill us. And he killed Kissy. Kissy was in his way. He attacked Kissy and he's coming for us in chapter 4. Out of those two stories that I just told you, which one sounds better? Come on. Come on. Come on. Do you think Kissy was even attacked by someone we know? I think, well, Kissy was definitely attacked, but by who? There's like so many possibilities. This is the hardest thing, right? Is that like Mob are making this up, right? Like Mob are making this up, and it literally could be anybody. It could be a toy we've never even seen yet, right? Like it could be a brand new one. Fenna, welcome in. What are your expectations for chapter 4? I'm gonna be honest. As long as chapter 4 keeps the tone of chapter 3, I'm gonna be happy. I think that chapter 3, like the tone of chapter 3 was perfect for me. I just hope there's like a little bit more. I say like I hope there's a little bit more hidden stuff, but I hope there's some more hidden stuff, and I hope that we learn a bit more about the scientific process in chapter 4, which I think we will, because I think we're going to the labs. While Huggy is the first, the entire cast is the face of the game. Again, Space, I disagree with you, man. And do you know one of the reasons why I disagree with you? Let me give you one example why I disagree with you straight away. One reason why I disagree with you straight away. He's everywhere. And also in my own experience of making thumbnails, usually having Huggy Wuggy in your thumbnail is more likely for your video to do well than, say, Bron or Poppy or whatever. Huggy is by far the most recognizable, the most marketable, and in my honest opinion, the fan favorite character. Everyone has their own favorites, but just like looking around in real life, like the amount of plushies of Huggy, like the unofficial ones, like Huggy is the face of this series now. I don't know if Mob knew that was going to happen. Like, I don't know if they knew that was going to happen, but it is like Huggy really is the most one. And I think if you were to ask most people, like name one character from Poppy Playtime, I think most people are going to say Huggy Wuggy. Like I think statistically, most people would say Huggy Wuggy. Because like I really do. I think Huggy is, for me, like he's the most recognizable and iconic character. So to have him like only have like a very small chapter 1 and then never be used again is kind of a mistake. Now again, I don't know if Mob realized Huggy was going to be so popular, and so maybe they've had to pivot. Like maybe they thought, okay, chapter 1's Huggy, chapter 2 will move on to someone else like Mommy, but then the fans have responded so well to Huggy that they're like, oh crap, what do we do? Because again, the fur in chapter 2 was just placed there with no, like they could have done an animation of the prototype. Well, I guess they couldn't have because we got the reveal at the end of chapter 2, sorry. But like there was no like context with his fur. It was just, there's fur. That's a mystery for you to solve. And it's like, okay, so why are they showing us this mystery for it to be just, oh, he's just dead all along? Did you see what I mean? Like again, maybe that's what it is, but I think that would be a massive mistake. I think that would be the biggest mistake of the series so far, is to not capitalize on the popularity of Huggy. I mean, they've done it in chapter 3. They brought back Nightmare Huggy, which was a completely made up character in our mind, but they had Nightmare Huggy in chapter 3 because they know how popular Huggy is. They could have picked Eddie Doll to be a nightmare, but they chose Huggy again. Like, I think it would be such a mistake for Huggy to be just dead, honestly. If the OG Huggy dies, it could be another big body. There could be. But even then, I still think it's more interesting that the original Huggy is the one that comes back, because it would set up Huggy as being this like Springtrap style character, you know, the one that always comes back. Every single time Huggy comes back, he's like more damaged, more deranged, more aggressive, until eventually he's just a metal skeleton, right? You think the final chapter will be where the prototype throws an aspect of every previous boss at you? Yeah, I think that's also true. What fur? Surin, you don't know the fur in chapter 2? You don't know the fur? Hang on. Let me get the fur. Let me get the fur for you. Boots with the fur. Hang on. Let me go to my screenshots folder. Yeah, there was a bunch of blue fur and a blood splatter. Well, there was actually a couple of blood splatters in chapter 2 that we could find. That's actually where my whole Huggy Lives theory started with. Maybe you forgot. No worries. Let me just find it. Okay, so here it is. I'll have to, if I go to this one and then I do that. Yeah, there we go. So this was the, oh, you can't see my cursor, but this was the blue fur. Can I zoom in? Yeah. So there's the blue fur, right? Clearly blue fur with the blood splatter. And then if I go back to this one, this was below that as well. So there was all this blood. This is also why I don't think it was the prototype dragging up Huggy. This looks more like he was climbing up the beams. So like, why would they add this in? Again, why would they add all of this in if this isn't going to be some sort of like hint to something? You know what I mean? Like, it's got to be again. Okay, again, there are two explanations for this. One, the prototype dragged up Huggy. Fine, that is possible. It's absolutely possible, right? But it's boring. The second one is Huggy dragged himself back up because he's angry and he wants revenge and he's not dead. It's just so much more interesting. Now, I will say maybe Mob will be like, this Tericho guy's been on about this so much that we're not going to do that. I really hope that's not the case. But of those two, I think the idea that Huggy being alive is way more interesting, way more fun. Because here's the thing. Think about it. Huggy's still alive. Then we get a second round with Huggy. We kill Huggy, and then the prototype takes him. So we could still have Huggy being a part of the prototype. Also, want to just point this out. I don't know if anyone in chat has said it, because again, chat is moving incredibly fast. Everyone, there's been quite a few comments on my videos saying like, it can't be Huggy. Huggy was on the statue in chapter 3. That's not true. That's actually not true, because we actually see a Kissy Missy on that as well. So the toys that we see on the shrine in chapter 3 could be any number of bigger bodies or any number of toys, but they're not necessarily the main ones, because we saw a Kissy on there too, and Kissy was still alive at the end of chapter 3. So either that means there were two Kissies, which I actually think we have seen two Kissies as well, by the way. If you go back to the Bron VHS, let me get that up. Let me get the Bron VHS up. Oh, guys, I have YouTube Premium now, so I don't have to deal with adverts. Let me go to the Bron VHS, right? If you look at the Bron VHS, there is a segment where we see what looks to be like a Huggy or a Kissy, maybe even both. Where is it? It's after we learn that he got attacked and the scientists rush in, right? And then we see, guys, I don't know how I go back a frame. Is it? Yeah, there we go. So this was between chapter 2 and chapter 3. There we go. That's Kissy, right? That's a Kissy Missy right there. Yeah. That is to me, that really looks pink. But this Kissy Missy could even be another Huggy there too, by the way. Like, that could even potentially be, sorry, this might not be the easiest to see, but like, if you see up at the top, hang on, let me put on my cursor real quick. There. So if you see here, this could be a second pair of legs, but we see this Kissy Missy, right? Why can't I skip anymore? We see this Kissy Missy who's like running away from the light. And again, potentially even a Huggy here too. It might just be distortion. But like, there's definitely a Kissy Missy in this room. And then if we look at here, which one is it? Is it this bit or is it the bit before? We see yeah, there we go. We see the Huggy or the Kissy here too, right? This is where Thomas Clark was held before he got attacked. So there's this Kissy here. And even in this video, I said this Kissy seems way more animalistic. Sorry, I'm really struggling with words today. Animalistic than the one we see in chapter 3, right? And chapter 2. Listen to this. Right? Scuttling away from the light. Sounds really like shrieky. I think that Kissy was the one on the shrine. Right? This one in here was the one on the shrine. Completely different Kissy to the one that we see in chapter 2 and chapter 3 and in Kissy's VHS 2. Because again, there is nothing saying that there weren't multiple of bigger bodies, right? Like, what are the chances out of like, what, 1,222 experiments or however many there were, that they only made one Huggy, one Kissy, like one, you know what I mean? Like, what are the chances of that? So like, these ones that were being held in this cell, I don't know if they look a little bit smaller, but I think these are the ones that we see on the shrine, not, do you know what I mean? Not the bigger ones. But anyway, that's just a theory. Can I say that now? Am I allowed to say that? Am I allowed to say that's just a theory? Anyway, let me catch up on chat, or try to anyway, before we get back into the game. Your iPads, is your iPhone run out? How do you super chat? No, that's okay. If you want to, there is a little like $sign down at the bottom, but please don't feel like super chatting or anything like that is required. It's not. But if you want to, it's down there at the bottom of the chat for you. I think it's too small. It's really hard to tell. It's really hard to tell because of the scale. Like this PJ Pugapilla, let me go back to that scene. Like this PJ Pugapilla, for example, like is that the big PJ or is that like a small PJ? Because we see like a mini Huggy there, right? And then we see the big Huggy Okisi there. So I don't know. It's really hard to tell. But like this mini Huggy, so this means there was a small PJ? Do you see what I'm saying? So that if that is small, which I mean, look at it, it is. It's right next to a mini Huggy. So it's clearly a small PJ, meaning there were confirmed 2 PJs. So if there were 2 PJs and now we know there were 2 kissies, there could be any number of any of them, you know. Bigger Bodies was made by Theodore Gramble. I don't know how they made the Bigger Bodies. Theodore Gramble was part of the Bigger Bodies initiative, but that was started by Harley Sawyer. That was his. Harley Sawyer started the Bigger Bodies initiative, but that doesn't mean that Harley Sawyer started the Living Toys. The Bigger Bodies initiative was an initiative that used the science to try and push the company in a certain way. But we kind of already know, because Boxy Boo was the first Bigger Bodies initiative, but we already kind of know there were toys before that. But again, I actually have a theory on that. I have a theory on why the company was doing these horrific experiments, but I'm going to save that for a video. Do you think that Poppy will betray us again in chapter 4? I think, I really do, Fenna. I think that Poppy is Andrew Ryan or GLaDOS. I think Poppy is going to betray us when we least expect it. I think chapter 3 was Mob trying to hide it. In my opinion, not all that well. I think Mob are trying to hide the fact that Poppy is evil in chapter 3 by being like, oh, I'm really on your side. I'm really good. Look, you can trust me now. Every single time we start trusting Poppy, she goes, oh, by the way, I've been holding this information from you. I forgot to tell you earlier. Does that sound like somebody that you can trust? Like, oh, are you going to work with me? Yes. Okay, cool. Let's go. Oh, by the way, just now that I mention it, this other bad thing happened. Like, no, she's obviously evil. She's obviously evil. Are the children still alive? Well, Catnap said yes, but do we trust Catnap? Why do you think we don't encounter more Bigger Bodies? I think they were locked down in the lab. Potentially. I think they were locked. A lot of them were locked down in the labs where they couldn't do anything, you know? What about Waka Wookie? Could just be those. Yeah, absolutely. Could be. But again, this one's quite big. I don't know. I really don't know because this one seems quite big. Now that I think about it, like look at the scale of the mini Huggy here. I think this is a bigger Bodies Huggy Okisi. So who knows? Who knows? And again, they could have been held in multiple areas. They could have been in the factory, you know, this part of the factory for like a year and then another part of the factory for another year. Like, it's really hard to tell until we get more information, honestly. I saw a Kristen. Welcome in. How you doing? Hello. Do you think Elliot Ludwig is the prototype? I think Elliot Ludwig right now is the best candidate, yes. I'm not saying that Elliot definitely is the prototype, but I think that Elliot makes the most sense. Never trust someone with bloodshot eyes. Okay. Do you think, okay, I've done the one. Do you think Ollie could be a program? Yeah, Ollie absolutely could be a program. Project Playtime gave us hints that there was something that was like hacking into the computers or maybe even inside the computers. And we also had hints that the Maker Friend machine was alive. So it's entirely possible. Yeah. Ollie could be a sort of AI or a, which I actually mentioned in my video, but Ollie could be an AI. Ollie could be, you know, part of the computer system. How does Poppy being the main bad guy fit with her being in the case and the OG tape possibly being sent by the prototype? So I actually think Ollie sent the tape now, but it's very simple. And I actually have a whole theory video that I want to make that's going to take me a little while because it's like start to finish. The prototype most likely is Elliot Ludwig. Elliot Ludwig genuinely did care about the children. Elliot Ludwig's whole mission, his one mission was to bring smiles to children. He cared about it so much that his wife divorced him, right? Elliot Ludwig gets turned into the prototype. He volunteers himself to be part of the process so that he can continue working his mission. He sees that the company starts going in a terrible direction with Harley Sawyer, and then he decides that it's too late now. you know, the company has gone from being this company that loves children and wants to bring children, you know, smiles to children, to this horrific, disgusting company. Harley Sawyer literally tortures the prototype to try and learn his information, learn his secrets, so that he can use them for his own evil ends. Elliot Ludwig, who is now the prototype, who's probably already a little bit messed up because of the scientific process not being perfect, sees what Harley Sawyer is doing to his company, sees how the children are being treated, sees that they are being put into bigger bodies to be essentially slaves, right? And he goes, damn, I've got to escape. I've got to escape, and I've got to let somebody know, let the authorities know I've got to shut this down. He tries to escape. He is about to escape, but Theodore gets electrocuted. He has this one decision. Do I leave or do I save Theo? He saves Theo. He gets captured again. He gets put in a cell and continued tortured by Harley Sawyer. And he goes, right, I've only got one thing left to do. I've got to shut this all down. I've got to shut it all down. How am I going to do that? I'm going to give the power back to the toys, who used to be children, many of them, right? So Elliot Ludwig literally lets the toys have their playtime, have their smiles, have what they want, which, by the way, is what Harley Sawyer made them. Remember, Harley Sawyer pretty much confirmed was the one that made these toys hungry. He said to Boxy Boo, how do we tailor your appetite to flesh? Meaning that he was the one that started making these toys crave flesh for his own evil reasons, right? Elliot Ludwig was like, this is the only way now. I have to shut this all down. He lets the toys out with the Hour of Joy. They go on their murderous rampage. Everyone dies. Elliot Ludwig shuts the factory down and tries to keep them safe and keep them happy, which was his original mission. All of that was going fine until we came back and released Poppy. Now, why would Elliot want to get rid of Poppy? Not kill her, but get rid of her. Very simple. Poppy's ex-staff. Poppy is an ex-staff member, maybe not like an evil one. Maybe she was like Stella or somebody. But Poppy used to be staff. She transferred herself into a doll. And for some reason, Elliot, again, because he loved Stella, I made a whole theory about that. Elliot cares for that staff member, knows that they're a good person, but also doesn't want them to ruin all of his plans. So what does he do? He locks her away. He gets catnapped to lock her away. She gets locked away. But now we've released her and she's trying to undo all the work that Elliot has done. She's trying to kill him, get rid of all these dolls. He's genuinely trying to keep them all safe. That's why he only takes them once we've beaten them. Remember, like the prototype only took Mommy, only took Catnap once we'd basically killed them. Again, it's all part of his mission. Bring smiles to children's faces, right? He's looking after them. He's not the bad guy Poppy is. Poppy wants to destroy him. She wants revenge. Or if Poppy is Sawyer, possibly, but I don't think so. I genuinely think that Poppy is still Stella, because Stella Graber seemed very childlike and innocent, had like a whole innocent personality, like genuinely like cared about the children, but also participated in all of the nightmarish stuff, right? So she went through like a journey of like, okay, I love kids, I want to be a child forever, you know, working for a toy company is like great, to wait, hang on a minute, stuff's going bad, wait, oh, hang on a minute, I actually took part in all of this, the Hour of Joy happens, transfers herself into a doll. Possibly. Isn't Poppy the first Big Bodies experiment? There's nothing to confirm that, Cloverly. That's just an assumption because Poppy is an older doll. Nothing to confirm that at all. There's zero evidence, only speculation. The Poppy doll was older, but again, well, first of all, there is a distinction between the experiments and the Bigger Bodies, by the way. Bigger Bodies was Harley Sawyer's experiments and everything else was, you know, the company's. But there's nothing to say that this Poppy was the original experiment. There's only speculations, only theories. You're getting an ad every 5 minutes. Is anyone else getting an ad every 5 minutes? Can you let me know in chat? Because when I loaded up stream today, and again, it's been a while, the stream was like, do you want to do low ads, medium ads, or high ads? And I was like, medium, I guess. Like, I don't know. So I did medium, but if it's too much, I'll switch it down to low. If you were offered a cameo in a future chapter, who would you want your character to be? I'd want them to be someone interesting and mysterious. I don't know. I don't think I'll ever get offered a cameo in a future chapter, but if I was, I don't want this to be interesting and mysterious. I just want to thank you for taking me through the whole World of Poppy Playtime because I do not dare to do so. No worries. I love horror games, by the way. How could... Oh, I missed my chat scrolled. My chat scrolled. Yes. But you are getting lots of ads. No ads. No ads. Not for me. Okay. Just please keep an eye on it. And if you are getting lots of ads, just please let me know. Like say it nicely. And I will take it into consideration. Maybe I'll turn it down to low. Because, like, don't get me wrong, ads are how I make money, but I don't want to make the stream, you know, horrendous to watch. That doesn't explain where the children are. So Taylor, right? Again, if my theory is correct and 1006 is Elliot and he wanted to bring smiles to children, he would have kept them safe, right? Maybe he had like, again, Playcare looks like a nuclear bunker to me, right? There could be like whole food stores somewhere. Maybe he's keeping them safe somewhere and letting them grow up, but that in itself is like horror because it's like, you know, these children are being basically kept captive. But 1006 is doing everything to protect them, not knowing that he's really taking all their freedoms away. You know what I mean? Ollie Elliott, what do you think about this theory? Yeah, I talked about it in my video. It's very, very possible. It could just be a coincidence, but it's very, very possible. Even if Poppy was involved with those experiments, the Bigger Bodies initiative resulted in bigger bodies. Yes and no, because the Bigger Bodies initiative, I think was you know, children into bigger bodies to work, right? That doesn't mean that every single experiment in the Bigger Bodies initiative had to be a giant one, but they do refer to them as giants. So I just think that means that those experiments are like bigger versions of the normal toys. Now, to be fair, Poppy is exactly the same size as a Poppy doll from what I can tell. So that means she maybe was made before the Bigger Bodies initiative, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee that because again, if this process happens, it could have happened before the Hour of Joy, after the Hour of Joy. Like there's so many variables, we just don't know. Who's your favorite smiling creator? I really like Crafty Corn, honestly. Wouldn't the scientist at the end of VHS and then chapter 3 know that prototype is Elliot Ludwig? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Because again, there were so many secrets in Playtime Co. There were so many things that they didn't tell anyone. It really was like a need to know basis kind of thing because the more they told people, the more likely those secrets would be leaked, right? And we know that Leif Pierre was very paranoid for one. You only had one ad at the beginning. Okay, perfect. Yeah, please just keep an eye on the ad. Just let me know if you're getting loads of them and I'll knock it down. What do you think about the line the Poppy said about her being a doll? About her being a doll killed so many people. So again, that could be a hint, at least, that Poppy was the original successful experiment, and that is again still a very good theory. I like that theory a lot, which would mean that Poppy was the first time they transferred a human into a doll and it worked. That also could be a reason why Poppy's been kept alive because that, you know, data, right? Like they want to replicate it. It's also possible. And this is just a theory, but it's also possible that Elliot was the one that did that, you know, transferred Poppy into a doll or transferred somebody into a Poppy doll. And he knew how to do it, which is why Harley Sawyer was torturing him because he wouldn't tell Harley Sawyer how to do it. It's possible. So Harley Sawyer was torturing him to learn that secret. Elliot didn't want to tell him because he didn't want it to be used in a bad way, and he finally learned how to do it, and now it's being used in a bad way. And Kissy is Stella Grey, but it's possible. It's possible, but I think Chapter 3 hints more that Kissy was an orphan, though. Right, guys, should we get into the chapter? Should we actually play the game? Should we play the game? Should we play some Poppy Playtime? I think we should play some Poppy Playtime. I think it's about time. I've been streaming for how long? Nearly an hour. I've been streaming for nearly an hour. I just got an ad. Was Elliot alive when the first living toys were made? We don't know. We honestly don't know, Space. This is the problem. We really, really don't know. Remember that Elliot already had started Playtime Co. in the 1930s, right? Poppy Playtime takes place in around 2005. So it's really hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. Okay. Is that Pocapilla's girlfriend? Maybe. I kind of want to see the original. PJ that was like an insect, but I don't think they're ever going to bring that back. Okay, let me get the game up. How bad is it? Wait, how bad is what? Wait, what? Why would we do what the video is tell? I know, right? It's almost like I play games sometimes. Oh, just before I get into the game, I want to make this very, very clear. This channel, if this is like your first time here, if you've never met me before or whatever, hi, hello, my name is Tericho. I very rarely stream on YouTube, mainly because, you know, most people want to see theories, they want to see videos. I do really enjoy the streams, but they are quite rare, so just please bear that in mind. 106 didn't seem to be able to keep one voice in the VHS tapes. He did by the end of the tape, though. I had to leave in about 30 minutes. I'll stick around for as long as I can. Jude, no worries. Welcome in, by the way. That's no problem. But it's your birthday today, sir, and happy birthday. Are you doing anything fun for it? Do you agree that Poppy is Elliot's adoptive daughter that died in the 1960s? Possibly. Again, there's no evidence for it. It's just a theory, but it could be. Teachers couldn't open their mouths based on the original models. So what and how they were eating before the factory closed just makes sense why their mouth was broken. Maybe, but they had to eat something though, right? If they had to eat, they had to eat something. Like maybe they were, I don't know, maybe they were fed for a straw. You keep getting the thing saying activating slow mode and it stops you from sending messages. What do I do? So Lavender, the slow mode just means you can only send a message every 15 seconds. I do that just to stop people spamming the chat. That's the only reason, because you'll get one guy who will just like spam. So you just have to wait 15 seconds. That's all. There's nothing you can do about it. I remember when you hit 100k. I don't remember when I hit 100k. So good job. Good memory. Also, Fluff, how you doing, man? Welcome in. I am here. I'm going to play some Poppy Playtime. Let me get rid of this music. As good as it is. Let me get rid of that. Did you hear about CG5's song in the chapter? Yeah, if you check out my latest video, I mentioned it in that one, as well as a bunch of other Easter eggs that have been put in the series. Mr. Light is a psycho. Yeah, Mr. Light is definitely unhinged for sure. Do you think we'll see the theme park later on in chapter 3? It showed us a poster of the theme park. Yes, but I think it's going to be a completely separate game. I hope, and this is just my hope, I think, because we know that Mob Games are working on other games, apparently, and they said one of them is going to be our next favorite game. I kind of hope that they do, like, other Poppy Playtime games that are set in other locations. You know how, like, Five Nights at Freddy's had, like, sister location and blah, 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 blah. I kind of think that's what that is. I think that theme park could be, like, a fun side game where they don't have to follow the rules of like, oh, you're in a factory, oh, there's the story. It could just be a fun like horror game, you know. Let me cast you to the TV screen while I read a book. Yeah, no worries, dude. It's good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well, Fluff. My theories? Thank you. Are you excited for Little Nightmares 3? Yes, Emma. Yes. Cannot wait. Little Nightmares 3, by the way, as we get closer to it, I'm gonna restart doing theories for Little Nightmares. I'll be doing a few theories before Little Nightmares 3 releases, and then I'll do a bunch after it releases. But obviously, for anyone that's been around, we started this channel we started this channel as a Dead by Daylight channel, and yeah. But we started theorizing on this channel with Little Nightmares 2. So it's one of my favorite games to theorize over. I cannot wait. Obviously, right now, Poppy is the focus. But this year, and I'm going to say this to you guys now, and I'm going to try and hold myself accountable for this. This year, I really do want to delve into other games as well. Because as much as like I know Poppy is the main game, I know everyone loves Poppy, and I'm not going to stop doing Poppy theories. Last year, I really enjoyed Amanda the Adventurer. And I'm sure there's another couple of games that I played last year that I really enjoyed. But like delving into other games was like... I don't know, it helps keep me like excited and loving this as a job and being able to continue producing content. So this year, I'm going to do my best not to take massive gaps like I did last year. And I'm going to try and cover other games as well. I've already got a couple of ideas in mind. But yeah, so if you like horror games, mystery games in general, hopefully we can do that this year. DVD, dude, space. I played DVD like 2 days ago and had like a really good day on it. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? You would love to see your thoughts on the main character's crow symbolism. Wait, and DBD? Do you think Boxy will get his own chapter? I think he'll pop up at some point, right? Do you think they've added another lemon? They have added lemons in the background that you can't find unless you hack the game, but I hope they add some in the main game. Check out Garden of Banban. I actually have played Garden of Banban. I really wasn't a huge fan of Chapter 1. I've got to be honest, Chapter 1 Garden of Banban, it was okay. Okay, I get yelled at for talking over cutscenes, so shh. I will catch up on chat in a minute. Well, we've got to watch the cutscene first.
The wind's really scary.
Is this quiet? Have they turned this down?
I can't sleep.
Hey, we'll be okay, guys.
Welcome in, Toast. I'm being quiet because it's cutscene time.
Eventually.
Do you remember how much I overanalyzed this, by the way? Also, chat, do you think the Huggy that I saw in his mouth was actually Nightmare Huggy?
Eat it, catnap. Sleep, sleep, sleep.
Yeah, we're just starting the game now. I talked for too long. I saw a few people say that they would love to see like an actual cartoon, like a Poppy Playtime series, and I'm not gonna lie, I also would.
But are your children safe from Playtime Co.'s latest toy? What you've seen here is Playtime Co.'s own Smiling Critters,
The K.
a limited series cartoon meant to celebrate the release of the toys sharing its name. Yet both now face the fire sparked by the inclusion of one key member. This
Dog Day's legs covered by the blanket, and his arms are in the same pose as well, yeah. It was cheeky. It's cheeky. My catnap doesn't do that, and it's upsetting.
Parents across the country report their children experiencing strange and often violent nightmares.
Guys, just a quick aside. Have you guys seen my giant Huggy, by the way? Can I have a 1 in chat if you haven't seen my giant Huggy?
Growing Playtime Co. has announced the recall of all catnap toys from the Smiling Critters line. His image cleared from all promotional material. But
Guys, haven't seen my giant Huggy? Okay, watch the cutscene. Watch the cutscene. Wait there.
The cause of these incidents still unknown. Only one thing appears glaringly certain. Your children are not safe with catnap.
I bought it. I bought it ages ago. I got the giant Huggy. He's so big. It's not even funny. He's so big. Look at how big this guy is. He's like 4 foot tall. Maybe not. Maybe actually. Like maybe. He's so big. He's so big I don't really have a place for him in my room. He just kind of like gets moved around. But yeah, they were talking about like they had one of these in the mob entertainment office, and I said you've got to sell it. I was like, you have to sell that. Like you can't not sell it. And then they brought him out, so I had to buy him. But yeah, anyway, we're gonna play the game and we're gonna look for any changes, any secrets. I know there are some new posters, and I know there is some other little bits added. Giant Huggy reveal. I'm getting fluff everywhere. He's a very fluffy boy. Yeah, so I have the giant Huggy, I have a Boxy Boo plush, I have the catnap plush, and I think that's it. I don't really like plushes, honestly. Like I prefer statues and figures. Don't leave us alone with catnap. How is catnap carrying the player? Is the player in his mouth? Is the player being dragged along the floor? Possibly either. Possibly either. We didn't really hear him like breathing that much, so I don't think he's carrying it with his mouth. Okay, I'm gonna do my best to play the game and also read chat. Can I actually very quickly change? Can I change my key bindings yet? Is that a thing I can do? Because I know I couldn't do it. Yeah, no, it's not gonna let me change my key bindings. Okay. This is on subscriber only mode. Yes, it is. The only reason I keep it on subscriber only mode is purely just to stop trolls. It's just to stop people coming in and like, you know, yelling like racial slurs or something. It's literally the only reason I do it. Mostly because I mod for myself as well. Like I mostly mod my own stream. It just makes it a lot easier for me not to have to deal with anything. Single-handedly keeping mob stock sales afloat. I think they well, I don't know. They must do all right with the plushies, right? Like I constantly see people with them. So thoughts on the crow symbolism in Little Nightmares 3? Can you tell I love crows? Yeah, you love crows. Yeah, I mean possibly. Crows are usually, you know, they're the horror bird, right? Like crows are the horror bird. Sometimes that's all that it is. Sometimes, you know, there's more to it. But well, when we delve back into Little Nightmares as a series, I will, you know, if I see anything, I'll let you know. I like when Dak Blake voiced Bitter Giggle. I have no idea who that is. I don't know who either of those are, honestly. Also, why is there a random like backpack here? Is this just telling us that the kids used to sneak out? Is that? I've never been able to figure this out. Lots of rip-off Huggies in my local markets. Yeah, no, I see them too. That's what I'm saying. Like, I actually saw, like, when Chapter 1 came out, I saw, like, a kid, like, an actual kid on a train with one. And I was like, whoa, damn. But yeah, I hope they do all right with the plush sales. Because at the end of the day, like, plush sales hurt no one, right? Like, if you don't want to buy them, you don't have to buy them. They're a perfect transaction. Because it's like, if you want it and you want to buy it, buy it. But if you don't want it, don't. So yeah, I like that business model because it means you can support the company if you want to. If you want to buy plushies, buy them. And then if you don't want to, you're not missing anything. You know, I'd rather have that than like microtransactions or something. Is it me or is this chapter so dark visually? It's not just you. They've actually brightened it up a little bit since the pre-release version as well. For anyone who doesn't know, I did my first videos, my playthrough on the channel was with the pre-release version, which is why those videos are super dark. But yeah, the pre-release version was a little bit different to the version that released. Like Mr. Light, she didn't stop moving in the pre-release version, which was interesting. Catnap is the one plush. Like that one, or do you want a scary one? Do you want a scary catnap, or do you want a cute catnap? When you used to work at McDonald's, you saw 5 kids with Huggy plushies. I can imagine. Also, Saren, sorry if you are still here. Did you say you're doing anything fun for your birthday? Because I missed your message. But yeah, if you are still here, happy birthday. I hope you're having a good one. So, I spent about half an hour. Sorry, I'm really bad with shift to sprint, so you're gonna watch me be real bad. This bit. I really struggle to hold shift, which is why I usually bind it to my mouse. But yeah, I spent about half an hour in this. I spent about half an hour in this segment trying to get over to a door, which I don't think is even anything. Can you up the volume? Well, it's very quiet at the moment. It will get louder, don't worry. Plays Harley Sawyer. I think Harley Sawyer is gone. I think Harley Sawyer was gone before the Hour of Joy. I didn't do anything special to celebrate with my family. Well, that's all you really need, right? I did nothing for my birthday either. I was going to stream on Twitch. For my birthday. Never got around to it. For anybody that does enjoy the live streams, by the way, I do stream on Twitch. You can find me it's just Tericho on Twitch if you have Twitch. But sometimes I stream lots and sometimes I don't. I'm actually going to turn the brightness up a little bit. Yeah, display. Turn the gamma up a little bit. So up to 70. Yeah. Okay, it's a little bit better. What? Can I do contrast up a little bit as well? If I do that to 70 and then that's it, maybe like 75. Didn't really help for sure. Kenneth's backside. Did anyone else miss that on their playthrough, by the way? Because I completely missed that on my first playthrough. I did not see Catnap. I was too busy looking at everything else and I just did not see Catnap. Which I also missed the shrine scene as well, which everyone yelled at me in my playthrough. But I was too excited looking for everything. Ironically, I was too excited looking for things that I missed things. There are some important characters that never got mentioned, again, like Eddie M&R. What do you think they're going to do with the story? Because I don't think they're just there. I think, well, Eddie was the construction worker, right? And obviously I think that was hinting that whatever was being built down here was much bigger than we thought. Maybe that's all it was. Maybe we'll come back to them. It's also possible that Eddie was, after he finished the job, was turned into a toy because can't have any secrets getting out, right? I think the Poppy movie will be just like the game in movie form. I kind of hope it's different. I kind of hope it's different. Just because, I don't know. I'm not sure if this exact sort of story would translate well to a movie, but like they could do the Hour of Joy. Like they could do a whole movie that focuses on like the Hour of Joy or like, I don't know, maybe a different character. Who knows? Always thought the size of this chapter was so good for the horror aspect. I agree. The horror in this chapter was really good. Really, really improved from chapter 1 and chapter 2, in my opinion. The length of the chapter I thought was also really great. Really, I think really fair for the price. My only personal nitpick with chapter 3 is the end boss was a little bit punishing, which is fine. I got through it four times. And I would have liked a little bit more to find. Like I was kind of hoping there was gonna be a little bit more like secrets and things to find, like the, you know, like the Huggy in chapter 2. I was really hoping for like a hidden Huggy or something, but to be fair, that is kind of my own fault for having really high expectations. But they also have a lot of stuff that is cool to find. So I'm not complaining. I just want more. Does that make sense? Like, I'm not saying that they didn't do enough. I just always want more. And to be fair, I don't think that's I think that's a me problem. Like, I think no matter how much they put in, I'm always going to want more. So, you know, has everyone watched my latest video, by the way, the fun bucks? So if you didn't watch it, accept fun bucks. Interesting. The dino dots are leaf flavored. I don't know why they're leaf flavored. Think Ollie is Poppy? I don't think so anymore. I mean, it's possible. It could be a Poppy personality, you know, like but I don't know. Made with real lemons. What are you hoping for in chapter 4? I honestly want more of the story. The horror in this chapter was great, so if they continue that, fantastic. I want them to go dark again. That would be nice, but I want more lore. I wonder why we haven't lost the blue grab backhand yet. That one's least interesting. Maybe because the prototype doesn't need it. Because it seems like the prototype is stealing all of our hands. Also, why is this TV not plugged in? I don't know if this is just a goof. Like, I don't know if this is just like a mistake, but why, like, this TV's not even plugged in. How is it operating? This makes no sense.
All right, Miss Harper, please explain the situation.
We'll listen to this and then we'll get back to it.
No details. Well,
Oh, I was supposed to hang out with someone's stream today while they played this, and I totally forgot.
Catnap had the red
Whoops.
room. Then suddenly there is this scream.
Whoops.
Nightmares happen, I know, but this, I mean, dilated pupils and quivering lips. The way her eyes darted around the room, and I swear, her hand in mine, it felt like her blood was boiling beneath her skin.
It's okay, I don't think they're live.
Something horrible.
Do you guys think, I've forgotten this lady's name. I'm really bad with names. Ollie is a superstar. Don't.
You have my word.
People have already said Ollie sounds like Gregory. What do you think? Do you think she adopted this kid? Do you think she adopted Marie Payne? TVs are magical, yeah. I think Huggy will have a big role. I think Huggy's going to come back and try and kill us at some point. Possibility prototype has more than one person inside of it. It's possible. It's possible. But they, you know, it seems to have a very clear motive. Do I think the movie will be based on the days the factory was open? It could be. Could have a flashback. I don't know. It's hard to tell because the Five Nights at Freddy's movie was basically just the games, but they twisted the story a little bit. We'll talk about that in just a second.
She'll be okay. Well, pardon me if I'm not comforted by that. Just bring my little girl back to me.
Also, notice how she screams like mommy screams as well, weirdly enough. Claire Harper definitely adopted Marie. Yeah, I think it's entirely possible. Because they in chapter 1, we got the poster that was encouraging staff to like adopt the children. So it honestly could be completely possible. I like that theory quite a lot. But so the problem with doing a movie, right, and this is true for every game movie in existence ever, is if you just do exactly what the games are, everyone already knows exactly what's going to happen. Everyone knows like it's okay, cool. Like we've already heard this story, right? If you change too much, people will be like, well, this isn't the story that I know. I want the story that I like. It's really hard. It's really hard to balance that, like, you know, keeping the story the same, but also changing it. And I do quite enjoy like the Five Nights at Freddy's movie because it was a little bit different, but it kept like the essence of the story the same. So they could do that. They could keep the essence of is that a toy oven? Have I just noticed this? Why is it like a toy oven? So they could just do like the downfall of the factory. It could be like a flashback, and then they could do somebody coming into the factory and trying to, you know, escape. Or they could do a completely different story. For me personally, I would like a different story. I would like to a different character. Because here's the thing, right? This character is completely faceless. So we don't really have an emotional attachment to this character. So they could do a completely new character that we don't know. You know, like we could have an ex-staff member. We could have somebody who just stumbles into the factory. It could be anything, really. Yeah, the rejected oven. Was it called Owen? I was rewatching some of my old Poppy Playtime videos the other day. Someone on Twitch was watching them. It was kind of cool. Ollie could be the prototype because after the cutscene of Poppy, the prototype hand at the end catnap calls off his phone that Ollie uses. Again, possibly, but one person using like a phone isn't necessarily proof or anything. It's possible. It's possible, but you know, not necessarily. Do you agree that Michael Afton is Glamrock Freddy? Sorry, that was off topic. I'm not really a big like FNAF lore expert. I've only played the first game and I didn't finish it because I didn't like it. And I've only played Security Breach and I finished that one because I liked that one. Everything else I know basically came from MatPat like 10 years ago. That's all. And listen, I've not to be that guy, but I haven't really like consistently watched MatPat for a long time. I used to, but I don't tend to like watch too many theory videos now because it would be, you know, I don't want to like you know, plagiarize. I don't want to like get my ideas twisted. I do watch some. You always watch your theories because they're on point, because some of you just don't really explain properly and don't have enough info. I appreciate that. I appreciate that compliment, but like everyone does content differently. Some people like to stick with, you know, only the facts. Some people like to theorize more. I like to theorize more. Everyone's different. Everyone has their own favorites. So I appreciate the compliment, but I think everyone who does theories, you know, has a value to bring. X, welcome in. How you doing? No ouchies or lost body parts. I like that. That was cheeky, by the way. Is there a cow somewhere? Roast beef delicious. Yeah, part of me wonders, Fast Mix. Sorry, I struggle with your name then. Part of me wonders if that was like a hint that they originally had a cow character that got cut. Because it seemed really weird to talk about cow and beef when there's no cow. I don't know. Do you think the person inside Poppy has to do with the tragic death of the family of Elliot? I think the tragic death in Elliot's family was what made him the way that he is. I think that tragic death made him, like, he tried to save that person from the hints that we got in this chapter, I believe. I think he didn't want a child to ever die again. Like his child or somebody in his family, probably his child, died. And he never wanted that to happen again. He never wanted a child to die or a child to, you know, to be unhappy. So he created this program, this company to try and bring smiles to children. When he realized that a lot of these children were dying, he tried to stop that and play God, like Andrew Ryan, right? Like Andrew Ryan in BioShock, his big thing was that he tried to make a city that was better than all of the other cities in America at the time. And he played God, and that's why that all went to crap. And Elliot's done the same thing. He tried to play God. He tried to save children, and it all went to crap. I think that's like the basic gist of the story. So I think that death, he tried from that point, he tried to stop it ever happening again. You know, that's why he became so obsessive, right? He became so obsessed about it because he went through that pain. He went through that trauma. He lost a child, and he never ever wanted anyone, like, I never wanted a child to die like that again. So he went a little crazy, you know? Oh, would it be Stella Graber as the adopted daughter of Elliot? No, Stella was a staff member. She worked here. Just an update on ads. I've been getting them every 20 minutes. Is that about right for everybody else? Is that too many? Is that okay? Like, how are we doing with the ads? I think Elliot's adopted daughter suffered from a long-term illness that was painful, and Elliot's intention was to stop all children's pain and suffering. Yeah, basically. It's an ironic twist of fate, right? He tried to play God by stopping pain and suffering, just created more pain and suffering. May Elliot's divorced partner have something to do with this? Just sounds rather specific in that documentary. I think that in my opinion was there to illustrate the point that Elliot was obsessed, right? He was so obsessed. Would you kindly? He was so obsessed with his work, with his mission, that he neglected his family. He neglected himself. He was so obsessed with his work that when it came to the end of his own life, he transferred himself into an experiment to continue. Again, he's got that obsessive personality type, right? He's willing to dig organs out of a human child to try and save their life, right? That's kind of crazy, right? It's kind of obsessive. You not got a single ad? Do you have premium? If you have YouTube Premium, you're not going to get any ads. By the way, I just signed up for YouTube Premium. I actually really like it. Like, not sponsored or anything. But I'm really enjoying having no ads on YouTube. It's great. The path to hell is paved with good intentions. Exactly. Is it Syra? Welcome in. How you doing? You do YouTube pauses the stream when the ad started and speed it up so we aren't behind. Yeah, it's really rough because in the ideal world, like I wouldn't use any ads, but ads are how I pay my bills. So you don't have premium. Yeah, I've just started the free trial of premium and I'm really enjoying it, honestly.
Elephant always remembers.
True, an elephant never forgets.
Want to know what I remember about you?
Sure, tell me. Excuse me. So is that you? You remember that I made you scream? Is that, did I do this? You haven't got premium, you haven't had any ads? Well, hey, listen, if you're not getting any ads, don't complain. Do you think Picky Piggy was responsible for some of the other smiling critters' deaths? Just guessing he's cut out. I think Picky Piggy ate, other toys just like they all did. It seems like they all kind of have gone down this crazy road of wanting to eat again because of Harley Sawyer. Harley Sawyer, like psychologically manipulated this into the toys, into the experiments, which again, does anyone remember my theory in chapter 2 with the Blue Jay heart organs pie? I think that was a hint, right? That experiment was Harley Sawyer twisting things and manipulating things to get these toys to be hungry. I do wonder what the purpose is behind the extra poppy tunnels vents existing throughout the place. They could just be like, ambient, like world building, these people need oxygen, right? Or they could be something. Did your free trial a good 5 years ago? Did you keep it, Søren? Did you keep the premium or not? Because I'm going to be honest, I watch like a lot of really long videos. Like I'll watch like a Warhammer lore video. It's like 2 hours long. And sometimes the ads are like every like 5 minutes. And I'm like, nah, like, nah, no thanks. But I also want those creators to get paid for their work. So it's like, what do you think is the issue with the cardboard cutouts? Why do they go crazy at the end? Is it because they're just crazy or something else? I think obviously they're there for us as the player because it's fun. But I think that my best guess with these is that the prototype recorded these, right? Because the prototype has the ability to mimic, yeah? So why would these be here? Like, I'm sure these weren't like this when the staff were here. That would be weird. Like, surely the staff would be like, mate, that's a bit weird. Like, someone get rid of that. I think the prototype has been... I really do. I think the prototype or somebody else has been recording these using old voice clips that they have either to tell us something or to warn us or to scare us away. Like, something like that. Who do you think Huggy Wuggy was before the experiments? I actually don't know with Huggy. Huggy is a mystery. Because Huggy, again, seems like one of the older experiments. So we don't really have many candidates, right? Bubba lost their mind in Narrow Joy and was killed. I think quite a few of them were probably killed because they didn't fully align with the prototype, right?
Hey, can you hear
Oh,
me?
here he is, Mystery Man.
I don't want you to die, so I'm gonna help you.
Why don't you use ad blocker? So personally, I'm not going to tell you guys what to do, but I'm against ad blocker because ads are how creators make their money, right? If everybody used ad blocker, YouTube would die. There would be no YouTube. So I'm personally against using ad blocker because if like I would rather click off a video if there was too many ads, because at the end of the day, like I do think that creators should be paid for their work, right? And you can either pay with money or you can pay with time. That being said, sometimes videos go too hard. And also, if you make a video that's long, this is my own experience, I can't speak for other creators. Whenever I make a video that's more than an hour long, if I don't, because YouTube usually puts adverts in for you automatically, right? If I make a video that's over an hour long, YouTube will stuff it so full of adverts. Like, it's crazy. I don't know what it is. Like, the YouTube bot that does it or whatever, it sees an hour-long video and it's like, yes, 10 adverts. I'm like, no. Like, no, absolutely not. So I will go in. If my video is like a long video, like over an hour, I will go in purposefully and place like 1 or 2 somewhere, try and keep it fair. So sometimes it's not even the creator's fault. Sometimes it's YouTube. They didn't know that, or, YouTube just screws them over. But I don't believe in using ad block. I think that is essentially a form of theft. I think you're taking someone's content and not paying for it, which if you were to, and again, I'm not, if you want to use ad block, use it. I'm not saying don't use it. I'm just saying this is how I feel about it. Using ad block is essentially like hacking into Netflix and watching Netflix without paying for a sub. Like, if you're going to do that, whatever. But like, how does Netflix continue to provide you content if everybody does that? Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm never going to use an ad block. That's why I don't use it. The ad should either be on either before, start, or after the end, not in the middle whilst watching. I agree with that, Frostwolf. But at the same time, again, with live streams, most people don't watch them after they're not live, so it's hard. Do you think Blue Jay from Musical Memory could be a toy? It could be. It could be a name. Jay. Jay who liked blue. Could be Huggy. Do you think that Harley killed Elliot? I think Harley tortured Elliot for sure. Or tortured 1006 anyway. Nah, bro, YouTubers get sponsors. No, that is not a good argument because many YouTubers can't get sponsors. Also, many YouTubers who can get sponsors can't get them on every video. Again, YouTube is a product, right? Somebody has to create that product, which takes work, takes hard work. There is a price to that, right? For a YouTuber to continue creating content, they have to get paid. If no one gets paid, no one does YouTube because you can't physically take the time that it takes to create YouTube without it impacting your life, right? So no, I'm sorry, not get sponsors isn't a good and on top of that, a lot of the ad blockers now have sponsor block where it will skip the part of the video with the sponsor. So no, I'm sorry, I don't agree. I don't agree with that. Just use sponsors. I think that's very, very unfair to small creators who can't get them, because many smaller creators who make fantastic content just cannot secure a good sponsor. So I don't personally agree. You're not going to change your mind on this one. I've had so many like ad block bros try to convince me that ad block is great and everyone should use it. And I personally think that it's the same as game piracy. It's theft. It's theft. If you want to do it, but don't try to convince me that it's not theft, because it is theft. It is theft. You're taking something that has a price and not paying the price. In any other circumstance, that would be theft, right? And again, YouTube videos have a price. They have a cost. It's either your time or paying for premium. Those are the two options, right? So the best example is Netflix. Netflix has a cost. That cost is a monthly sub. If you're watching Netflix without paying for that subscription, what is it? What is it? If you download a game without paying for it, what is it? Call it piracy, call it whatever. It's theft. It's theft. It's you're taking something that has a cost without paying the cost. It's theft. If you walk into a store and you take something without paying the price. Now, here's the thing. It's a free market. You wouldn't steal a car, would you? And again, listen, anyone who uses ad blocker, like, I don't think you're a bad person. You do you, like, whatever, right? I'm just asking that you stop saying that it's not what it is, right? Say what it is. Say what it is. It's theft. If you want to steal my YouTube videos, if you want, listen. If you want to ad block all of my videos, go ahead, right? Like, I'm not going to stop you. I'm just saying, don't lie about what you're doing, right? What do you think happened to the other smiling critters? You think they're still alive? I think the game's pretty solidly hinted that they're all dead, right? I believe Harley's the prototype. We have seen that the prototype can manipulate voices, but we've seen Harley talk to the prototype, so Harley can't be the prototype because we've seen Harley talk to the prototype, so that would be weird. You just watch anime, so I get Honkai and Genshin ads. It can get tiring. Also fair. I agree. Some of the YouTube ads are really annoying, but again, YouTube Premium exists, so it's not. I'm sorry. There's no argument. I don't like the ads is not an argument for. Again, just take that argument to a grocery store. Well, I don't like these eggs. They're too expensive. Don't buy the eggs then. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, again, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying, like, the arguments that people use for ad block are always, I don't want to watch ads. That's the only reason it's, and it always comes back to people try and say like, oh no, I hate YouTube. I hate big corporations. Oh no, it's you don't want to watch ads. You don't want to pay for the content you want to consume. But if everybody does that, the content goes away. It's as simple as that. There's no counter argument. I'm sorry. If you can provide a good counter argument, I'll listen to it. But again, if you want to ad block my content, go ahead. I'm not gonna get upset at you. I'm just saying that's how it is.
You're probably mad at Poppy for not letting you escape, but she needs you. We need you. You are our mission. Together.
Don't trust is sus.
a lot of
I think Kissy's evil. I don't think Kissy's evil. I don't think any of them are necessarily evil.
Lake here is straight ahead. It's the home of Catnap, one of the smiling critters.
They're like trophies from Catnap. Maybe. I think we found them all in chapter 2 though, so more likely trophies from 1006, right?
His hunting ground. Whatever he wants it to
Oh, Big Wax, that is a very interesting super chat.
moving quickly. We'll keep in
Don't
touch.
think that's really appropriate, but I'll take the money, thank you. I use AdBlocker mostly because the other websites that have ads spammed across them, I would have turned off constantly. It's annoying. I agree though. Here's my counter argument, slow line. I agree. There's some websites I click on and there's that many ads I just click off. That's how they make their money though too. If you don't like it, leave the website. And again, do what you want. Do what you want. If you want to use AdBlock, use AdBlock, right? I'm just saying that for me personally, if I see a website that is that infested with ads, I'll just click off. So for an example, if anyone likes Warhammer, not to like name and shame anyone, but there's a website called Spiky Bits, and I cannot go on that website because there are just too many adverts on it. So I don't. If I see an advert, if I see Spiky Bits on Google, I'm like, nah, I'm not going. Globally, thank you for hanging out. Appreciate you being here. Mika, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Thank you for making Poppy Playtime such an awesome experience with your theories. Much love from LA. I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm glad that you enjoy the content. I really do like make a lot of Poppy content because I do really enjoy the series. Like genuinely, I went into Poppy Playtime thinking it was just going to be this like little cheap indie game that like delayed. This little cheap indie game that I was going to play and be done with in like a day, and it turned into one of my favorite games to theorize over. I don't know. I don't think it's fair to say that it is my favorite game to theorize over, because I think Little Nightmares is my favorite to theorize over, but it's definitely one of my favorites. If you remember the Hour of Joy screaming and escaping, maybe. Again, I think these, now that we know that 1006 has the ability to play back recordings, I think these were recordings at some point, right? Probably after the Hour of Joy, but yeah. Can you give a brief explanation of Harley and Stella? I thought Stella was Mommy. Now I know it's Marie Payne. Yeah, so Marie Payne is Mommy Longlegs. Harley Sawyer was the guy in Project Playtime who created Boxy Boo. He actually created the Bigger Bodies Initiative as a way to save the company. And the Bigger Bodies Initiative was originally planned to replace workers with toys. I nearly said robots, with toys. And but he also had this weird evil streak to him. He was called the Doctor, and I do think he was a very evil man. But yeah, I think he was the one that started like all the evil stuff. Because I don't think this originally, like even though this science is horrific, I don't think it was originally started with bad intentions. I think it was designed to save children, and then later on it became a way to, you know, create workers and stuff. No one has been able to figure out what any of this means. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it because it's a little bit dark, but it says XX plus N plus P, and then up here, let me turn that brightness up again. It really didn't help all that much. And then this one says M plus N equals BFF. So M and N are best friends forever, apparently. What is Little Nightmares? Oh my god. If anyone has never played Little Nightmares, it is a series that is loosely based on Studio Ghibli. But it is a series in which it doesn't tell you anything and you've just got to figure it out. But it's like really dark, really like, it's like cute but creepy, kind of like Coraline. But no idea what's going on. And so there's so many theories about it. But the third game's coming out this year. So there's 3 games, there's 2 games, and then there is a mobile game. And the third game's, well, the fourth, I guess. But yeah, Little Nightmares 3 is coming out this year. And they also did a audio series, which gives us a bunch of hints to what's going on. From what or who would you like to know its backstory the most? In Poppy, I definitely want to know more about 1006 and Poppy, to be fair. Well, the cutscene at the start of chapter 4, like, was it a memory or is it real? Every chapter has a VHS, like basically like an advertisement or something. I think they're all real. I don't know whether there are memories or they're just there for the player. I really don't know. I really hope your sister agrees to play it with you. Well, you can always use the AI if your sister doesn't want to. Wait, this usually doesn't start on. This usually starts off. Yeah, usually this is completely off. And then you turn the power on and then it turns on. Interesting. Because I've not been able to find anything that this means as of yet. There's an original podcast on YouTube and Spotify. That's a lot of stuff from... Yeah, it was great. I really enjoyed it. I think 106 is a follow similar plot to The Mimic. I haven't played FNAF Ruin. I don't know. I know a lot of people have been comparing the prototype to The Mimic. I just don't really know anything about The Mimic. Sorry. I'm not really a FNAF expert. I have barely played Five Nights at Freddy's. Again, as much as I think the series is great, I couldn't get into it myself. The games anyway. You see yourself in the background. That's you. Yeah, this is weird that these screens start on now. And there was also there was a cable here that was lit up when I last played that isn't lit up anymore. So I guess that was removed or a bug or something. I don't know. What about when Catnap throws us in the bin? Well, that was real. That was real for sure. I think Catnap was just trying to get rid of us. Like, he doesn't want us here. I think he's made that pretty clear, right? He doesn't want us here. Okay, I'm looking for any new posters. How does that even work in universe? Like, do they sell Huggy with those teeth and one is living? No, the ones that have teeth were supposed to be kept here. Like, they were never supposed to leave this factory. The ones that they sell are just normal toys. Who else is excited for Little Nightmares 3? Charlie, how you doing? I'm so excited for Little Nightmares 3. I'm so excited. I cannot wait. I think really, not to be like that guy or anything, but I think this year is going to be like the biggest year of my channel. Like, probably Playtime Chapter 3 and Little Nightmares 3 in the same year. Like, oh my god. Oh my god. I mean, Halo, you gotta go. You did say that you haven't played the game, right? Yeah, so spoilers. Yeah, if you want to avoid spoilers, please don't feel like you have to stay. Is there anything new yet? I've not seen anything new apart from the gamma screen at the beginning, but I know there's a couple of new things. There are a couple of new things.
Hey, I'm Chicken. Want to go outside and hang out?
How come everything seems so perfect for the main character? Do you think 1006 is lowering us down? And no, I think the opposite. I think 1006 wants us to leave. So I think that the company / Poppy, again, Poppy's ex-staff, I think the company wants us to retrieve Poppy. Because again, if Poppy was the original successful experiment, she could contain the key to creating more, right? Even if all the scientists who know how to do it are now dead, they could replicate it from Poppy. So I think the company wants us to extract Poppy so that they can continue the experiments in another facility. And 1006 is trying to stop it happening. He's trying to stop a second facility like happening. Because I think there's strong hints that like Playtime Co is still active. Again, why have the police never showed up here? Also, Aiden, welcome in. How you doing, man? Sorry, it's really hard to see individual messages, but welcome in. How you doing? Well, I hope you're well, dude. So yeah, that's my theory so far. Can you imagine having to play a worker in the Hour of Joy? I'd love a game like that, or a YouTube series or something. I'd love it. I think it'd be great.
I've never been outside before.
You want some KFC now? Me too.
Will you come with me?
No.
I'm scared.
Tough.
Here, follow me. I'll step out first.
Kicking bald people. Why are my alerts being so delayed today? Big Wax, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Why are they so delayed? Is it gonna like, what's going on? Do you think guns could work on the toys? I mean, quite possibly. Mummy seemed to die from being crushed, so did... I thought that was in the game then. I thought something scary was about to happen. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. But yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the content. Poppy was ex-staff, so she used to work at Playtime Co. I thought she was Elliot's kid who died. That's a theory. There's nothing that actually confirms that at all. That's just a very popular theory, which, again, it could be true, but there is nothing to say that it absolutely is true. The player is Sharon. Wait, who's Sharon? Sakura, welcome in. Sharon is from Visage, right? The scary lady. If I understood correctly, Chapter 3 was made for 8 months and not the 2 full years. Yes, that's correct. So now because the studio is larger and Project P is done, maybe we can get Chapter 4. Well, we don't know that Project Playtime is done. That hasn't been confirmed as far as I'm aware. It's just a theory. But yeah, we don't know that Project Playtime is done. But yeah, they haven't spent as long on Chapter 3 as a lot of people think, which is both a good and a bad thing. It means that hopefully we don't have to wait super long for Chapter 4. But I hope that the devs aren't being, worked too hard. Like, as much as I love the games, like burnout's a real thing. So yeah, this poster has got a lot of people talking. I think Sheep Rampage did a video on this. I haven't watched it yet. I will, but I haven't watched it yet. But I think a lot of people are assuming that this is going to be Chapter 4, but I just don't. I don't know. My personal opinion is that this is going to be a separate location. Completely separate game, separate location. Because where are they going to fit a theme park inside in here? It's possible. It's possible. But like, what a golden opportunity to have like a whole separate side game with like different rules, different mechanics, different story, new characters. You know, like it could be awesome, right? It could be awesome having a whole separate side game. How are the toys possessed? No, it's biology. They turn the they take the brain stem and assumedly the brain, and they transfer it into the doll. That's about as much as we know. Spin-off, yeah, I hope so. I think that'd be the best thing. And a completely side game, like, again, we could have more lore in there. We could have like a whole different characters, different story, different aspects to it. It'd be great. I just compliment my beard. It's very handsome. Thank you so much. I grew it myself. But yeah, I chopped a bunch off of it this year. It's shorter than it used to be. Sorry, last year. They did it in bendy. Yeah, like it's possible. I just think it makes less sense. Like it makes less. We've already got this giant underground bunker, and now we're gonna have a giant underground theme park. Like, why would this company build a theme park inside the factory? Surely, like, this would be to make money, right? Why would they have it inside a factory? You'd want it outside. I mean, look, even the freaking poster has like stars in the background and stuff. So like, would they not want to have like would they want have its own like area, like its own facility? Project Playtime could also take this location. We still don't know how canon Project Playtime is. That's the hard bit. What's my least favorite smiling critter? I actually like them all. I think my least favorite is probably like Hoppy, just because they didn't really do much with Hoppy. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I like them all though. I like them all. They're all cool. I think there's any point of the chapters we're gonna dreaming having nightmare due to the gas. It could all be. The whole game could be though. This is the hard thing, because in chapter 1 and 2, we got those steam jump scares, which we get another one in chapter 3. So that steam could have been containing the gas. I actually have a little mini theory about that I'm not going to tell you because I got to keep it for my videos. Sometimes I wonder if we hallucinate all the chapters and then at the end of the last chapter just wake up in front of the factory. Yeah, or like none of the toys are alive. They could be really boring with that. They could be really boring and just be like, oh, it was all just a dream. But I hope that they don't. Also, one thing before we get into this video, one thing that really like I don't understand about this part is midway through the video, it flashes up, look at your surroundings. And I've been through this sequence like 10 times and I cannot see anything. I don't know if it's just telling us to look at the playcare because it looks really cool, or if there's something hidden, but I can never find anything. Like watch the thing. It'll yell at you, look at your surroundings. So I was hoping there was going to be something hidden, like... Alright, wait for it. Wait for it. You must leave? No worries, Hollow. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. Maybe project takes place during the Hour of Joy. It implies that it took place after the Hour of Joy because there's snacks in there that expire in 1999 and the Hour of Joy was 1995. But wait, it's going to yell at me in any second. Look at your surroundings. Look at your surroundings, okay? So I'm looking. Cool, it looks amazing. Yeah, but like, why? You know what I mean? Like, was that just telling me to look at the playcare because it looks cool? I can't see anything hidden here, is what I'm saying. So, like, I've looked everywhere. I was like, is there any Huggies here? Or, like what's going on? I even thought at one point that part up there was Huggy. But it's not. I don't think it is anyway. Is this Elliot talking to... I'm fairly certain this is Elliot, yes. Just to make people realize there's something outside because some people just look at the screen. Yeah, possibly. Possibly. But then... If that was the case, why didn't they just say, behold, playcare or something? You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know.
That is why it is with enormous pleasure that as the founder of Playtime Co., I announce...
It's very pretty. What's on top of playcare? As far as I can tell, it's just electrical equipment and such. With the prototype, I've looked everywhere without, like, you know, hacking the game and looking. I can't find anything. Maybe that's what you got to do. Maybe you got to hack the game, but I couldn't find anything. There's no way there's some kind of jump scare. No, I was thinking maybe there was like something a little hidden somewhere, like a toy or something that we could see if we looked really hard, but I did this sequence so many times and I couldn't see anything. I did it like 10 times, honestly. Pirate Dad, welcome in. My day's going pretty well, thank you. I was going to start working on more theories today, and then I remembered that a bunch of people asked me to stream this game. And I was like, you know what? They changed chapter 3, they patched it. Why not? Let's just stream it. So here I am. Oh, we'll trigger the Ollie talk here as well.
Me again, Ollie. Cool place, right? The kids used to live here. Now look at it. Anyways, do you see that statue in the middle of the room?
I doubt we'll be able to
Take
go into the
stairs that go
soy shop
under it.
now.
There's a really cool room in there that powers literally all of Playcare. I can give you a key down there.
So if you spend too long looking around here, Ollie will yell at you, which is a cool little detail. Reminded me of Poppy in chapter 2. If you waited too long, she started to get really impatient too. A little duck ride. Ollie, yeah. A lot of people missed the dome because they were looking at the TV the whole time. Yeah, I can understand it. But again, I feel like it's the wording of it, right? Like it's the wording of it. Friend. So this is for anyone who hasn't seen, by the way, the CG5 Easter eggs around here. Right here. You can get closer to it as well. You gotta do a little parkour. There we go. This is apparently an unreleased CG5 song. I'd never heard of CG5, by the way. Never heard of him. But his music's pretty good. Not gonna lie. You wonder if we hallucinate all the chapters? Yeah, it's possible, Fenna. It's possible, but I think that would be really boring. I think the idea that like maybe some of what we see isn't real is better than all of it not being real. CG5 Slays? Yeah, I'd never heard of him, honestly. Maybe it's because I'm not a TikTok person. I don't have TikTok, so maybe it's, maybe it's because of that. Ollie is Gregory. Yeah, same game universe now, confirmed. Poppy Playtime takes place in Five Nights at Freddy's. You've done a wonderful job covering this game. Thank you, William. I appreciate that. I've been covering Poppy Playtime since chapter 1. It's been one of my favorite games to cover. Between this and Little Nightmares, I think those are my two favorites. But this year, I really want to do other games as well. Like last year, I did Amanda the Adventurer. What was the game? Give me 1 second, guys. There was one game that I'm not sure if I want to cover it yet because it's. I don't know if there's gonna be anything to cover, but there was Paper Lily. That was one. Yeah, Paper Lily. That one looks kind of cool. Maybe there's something I can cover in there. What was the other one? There's a bunch of mascot horror games coming out, by the way. Like a bunch of them coming out. Hopefully some of them coming out this year, like Indigo Park, Finding Frankie, Candyland. Weirdly enough, looks like it could be kind of good, honestly. So yeah, but yeah, I don't know. I want to cover some more games this year. It's just trying to figure out how I can, like, what content I can make about them. Because not every game is set up for mysteries like Poppy Playtime and Little Nightmares are. So I'm trying to figure out how I can cover other games and still make good videos for you all. What happens if you wait a few hours in one part? Does Ollie come up hiding just to drag you down the stairs? No. If you spend too long exploring, Ollie just starts yelling at you. He yells at you twice, I think. Well, he yells at you once, but he says like go beneath the statue, and then he yells like beneath the statue. But we have to spend a little time exploring before he'll do it. There's the Bonzo poster. Yeah, apparently there's a couple of new posters, including one really, really cheeky one. Candyland with a K, Nitro. It looks, honestly, like, it looks really good. Like, it looks like, I think it's going to be a series and a game. Like a YouTube series and a game. And it looks very good. It does look like very heavily inspired by Five Nights at Freddy's, but it looks really good. Have you played for the Resident Evil games? Yes, not all of them. I've been playing Resident Evil since I was like a kid, like since the 90s. But I personally preferred the older ones. Pirate Dad. Oh, speaking of Resident Evil, completely different aside. Completely different aside. I got this. I'm gonna get it. It's, listen, don't judge me. She's my waifu. Okay, hold on. How am I gonna do this without breaking it? Okay, hold on. Okay. Speaking of Resident Evil, I have a Jill Valentine statue because Jill Valentine is my favorite character, and this was so expensive, and I'm not sorry. Look at how cool this is. Look at how cool it is. It's so heavy. It is actually so heavy. But yeah, I love it. Resident Evil, favorite horror series in the 90s for sure. Get back. Sorry, you got butt cam. yeah, so for anyone who doesn't know, I'm a huge Resident Evil fan. I prefer the older ones, like the PlayStation 1 versions. I still have them down there. You can't really see them because of my camera, but they're down there. Love Silent Hill 2. I just don't like the remakes as much because they focus more on the action and like the unrealistic, like I'm holding a giant gun that's like 10 times bigger than I am. And you know, explosions and stuff. I prefer the horror, so I prefer the old ones, but I still like the newer ones. I still like them. But I started Resident Evil 4, but I haven't finished it yet because I got really ill just after Resident Evil 4 came out and I haven't got a chance to go back to it. How much was it? I don't want to talk about it. It was so expensive that I paid for it over like so many months. I bet you play as Jill in DBD. I have Jill Prestige 100 and I have Leon at 85. Yeah, Jill Valentine, Resident Evil 1 skin is my main in DBD by far. Although it's hard to play as Jill now because I'm P100, I get tunneled all the time. And some days I'm just not in the mood. Also, somebody asked about Joyville. I did play Joyville. I recorded Joyville, but my playthrough, I didn't find it to be a good playthrough. Like I was boring, so I didn't release it. I also don't really release playthroughs that much anymore because I don't know if I'm just not good at them or if YouTube playthroughs just aren't as popular anymore, but they just really don't seem to do well on my channel, which is fine. Like I don't mind getting less views, but it seems that I don't know, whenever I post a playthrough, my next video seems to get less views than I would expect.
Just go under the statue.
Okay, so that's yell number 1. It seems to be like YouTube punishes you if you have like a bad video now, and whenever I post a playthrough, my channel seems to suffer. So I'm like, I don't know, man. That's why we started the second channel, but I just haven't been able to keep up with it. Not really, so. I would play Edith Finch. I haven't played Edith Finch, though. We should go to the toy store. Me too. Literally, what is there to cover about Paper Lily? I played the demo of it ages ago, and I really enjoyed it. I really, really enjoyed the demo of it. So we'll just have to see if there's any mystery. That's the only... It's like it's like a double-edged sword, right? I love making theory content, but it means I'm so limited on what games I can cover. Like, there are not that many games to cover. So it's really hard. Like, it's hard to... Like, I understand MatPat. You know how people are like, oh my god, MatPat's made so many Five Nights at Freddy's videos. Yeah, because what are you supposed to do? It's real hard, man. It's like real hard to, you know, like find games that you can actually... Dude, I don't think I've ever... What? What? New bug? What? What? I need a dev. I need a dev. What? Could I do this? I've never played Oxenfree, no. But yeah, no, I wish we could do the toy store. It was cut content by the sounds of things, so it is what it is. Interesting. If there's less mystery aspect, would you do more story explain style vids? I could do that. I found though that like Game Assault does those really well. And I feel like, I don't know, I feel like my story explained videos aren't as interesting. I could try, like I could really work on them and do like story explained videos, but I feel like between Super Horror Bro and Game Assault, like that market's kind of covered. So I'd have to try and do something different. Like how do I explain the story in a different way or a better way? And I haven't really figured that out. Like what I found I'm personally good at, or I hope that I'm good at, is finding details and seeing how they fit in with the story, right? And that's great. But again, so limited because not every game hides things. Not every game has hidden details, you know. Like a great example is a game called 12 Minutes. Dude. There's a game called 12 Minutes that barely anyone knows about, barely anyone cares about. Had a bunch of hidden things in it, but it's just not popular. So it's like I made a video on it, just not popular. I made a video on Elden Ring, super popular, doesn't fit my audience. So it's like it's hard. I'm still learning YouTube, you know. Have you played Minecraft? I have played Minecraft. I used to love Minecraft. Do you know how long you took to finish playing chapter 3 the second time? Yes, my second playthrough was around 10 hours long. I only know because I have the footage saved in Vegas Pro, but yeah, about 10 hours for my second playthrough. So my first playthrough was around 6 hours, my second was around 10, so about 16 hours altogether. And I've done a very quick speed run since then as well. 12 minutes got very weird. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. I love it. I love weird. I love dark, scary, weird, disturbing horror, give it me. I've got like no... There we go, he got mad. I've got really like no... I don't want to say like no limit because that's not true, but like I like them to go as dark as they possibly can. But yeah. All right, I guess we'll go under the statue, fine. It's my favorite jump scare character in Playtime 1, 2, or 3, and why? I think Huggy was really good in Chapter 1. Wait, I want to say this with me. I think Huggy had really good, like a good chase sequence in Chapter 1, but I like them all. Speedrun. I did a very quick speedrun, but it was because speedrun. There was something that I wanted to check, and it was right at the end of the game. So I went through the game as fast as possible because there's no like chapter load. So I went right through the game as fast as I possibly could just so I could get to that part. So it wasn't really a speed run. No, it won't fit in. Won't fit in. Fair enough. We haven't found anything new yet, but I know where a couple of new things are, so... Mine. It looked 12 minutes, actually so good. It was mind-bending. Like, it started off as this, like, really simple game and turned into, like, this... My mind was blown by the end of 12 minutes. And I did a video on it. In fact, how many... Sorry, I'm just going to get really, like, really egotistical right now, but how many views did that video get? Again, it's not all about the views. I really enjoyed making that video, but I just want to see, like, how popular it really was in comparison to, like, the rest of my content. That video... oh, God, where is it? So I did a video on Happy Humbles that got 56,000. That's actually really good. That was a good game as well. Happy Humbles Burger Farm or Barn, one of the two. Where was it? Where is it? Where is it? God, how long ago was it? See, I did a Fran Bao story. Sorry, Fran Bo. Everyone yells at me when I say Bao. Fran Bo story explained, and that got like 33,000. But that had more theory in it, though. Again, it was called a story explained, but it had a lot of theory in it. Can I just search my own videos? 12. Yeah, so my 12 minutes video got like 35,000, and that was I posted that in... When did I post this? Oh my God, can you actually tell me when I posted it? That was like 900 days ago, so like 3 years. My God. Okay, so like 3 years. So like 35,000. So yeah, like it did okay. It did all right. But it clearly just wasn't as popular as, you know, Poppy Playtime or whatever. Tried to plug the thing. I tried. Makes sense why you like me now? Wait. Why? Why Space? Why? What did I say? What did I say? I forgot what I said. Why do I like you? I like you, Space, because I found your DBD content and you were one of the only people that were actually talking about all the problems in the game. This was back when... Do you know what's weird? I'm glad you're here, Space, because it's weird. For anyone that doesn't know, this channel originally started as a Dead by Daylight channel. And I started this channel as like a Dead by Daylight gameplay, tips and tricks, you know, like normal Dead by Daylight content. And it very quickly got to a point where I got so frustrated with Dead by Daylight that I started making like videos about how things could be improved. And I very quickly learned that you're not allowed to complain about Dead by Daylight because people get mad because it's a perfect game. And also the developers don't seem to care. Maybe they do, but they don't seem to care. So I just gave up. I got to the point where I was like, if they're not going to listen, if they're not going to care, I don't care. So I'm going to give up. So I stopped. Now it seems very fashionable to complain about DBD. And I'm like, I told you so. I'm like, listen, I told you so. I told you so. But I still love DBD. I love the game so much. That's why I want it to be better, but I don't know. You're loving the stream? Thank you, Dia. I appreciate that. Ollie sounds like Dora the Explorer. I've heard that one before as well. Sorry, where am I going? I've heard that one before as well. He sounds like Dora a little bit. I could see it. There, right there. And there's a little post at the end of the game near the Arrow Joy. It looks like a pink fly toy. Do you know, like Mummy Long Legs? It's weird because there's a bunch of things in the trailers that never seem to make it into Chapter 3. Like, what was that? What was that purple thing with the wings? That wasn't Catnap. There's no way that was Catnap. Oh, I like weird things. Do I have a silver play button? I do have a silver play button. It used to be over on my shelf that you can't see anymore. But I had to move it for Christmas because I had my tree and stuff. So I need to find a place for it again. But yeah, I do have one. I love my little play button. Do you think Ollie may be a spirit helping us? No, I think Ollie's more likely to be in the computer system than anything else. Ollie's either a human who somehow, for some reason, still sounds like a child, which again could be possible. An experiment, or part of the computer system. I think those are the three main sort of theories. More weird theories are, you know, Poppy personality, but I don't think that's true either. Don't forget your mask. I think it was meant to be Misty Light, but misleading on purpose. Maybe, but Misty Light isn't purple though. It doesn't have big wings. Like, what was that thing in the trailer that like was watching us and then just moved away? Sorry, mic bump. Sorry. Remember the purple caterpillar from chapter 2? Yeah, which eventually became PJ. Because PJ was originally a more caterpillar-like.
Beating heart of the whole evil play care system. All that gas you see coming from the machine is made right here in the factory. It's called the red smoke.
Oh, hi, Fair. How you doing? Welcome in. I'm doing pretty good, thank you. A bit tired, but you know, what's new? Sharon is Leif's personal assistant. Is that confirmed? Is that true? The religious theme will be carried over to chapter 4. I do. I think the religious theme is Elliot trying to create a utopia, though, right? I really do. I think that this playcare is Elliot's Garden of Eden. Again, he tried to play God, and this is what happened, right? It's very Bioshock. Very Bioshock. Kit, welcome in. How you doing? Also, Ari, how you doing? Yeah, live stream. A couple of people asked for a live stream on chapter 3. And I was like, well, they've just patched it. So like, what a good excuse, right? What a good excuse to do a live stream. But Ari, I hope you're well. I hope you're doing good. Okay, I did that. Oh yeah, we got to press the button. We got to go get the battery. Is Mr. Light a bigger bodies experiment? I think Mr. Light is an experiment, but not necessarily a bigger bodies experiment. This is something that a lot of people get wrong or misinterpret. The bigger bodies was just one initiative within the company, right? There are a bunch of experiments, but not all experiments were part of the Bigger Bodies initiative. The Bigger Bodies initiative was Harley Sawyer's spin on, you know, what they could use the experiments for. I don't think the teachers were necessarily Bigger Bodies. They could be part of the Bigger Bodies experiment or initiative, sorry, but they could also be a completely different initiative. I definitely think that the school was struggling with staff because the school closed down for a certain amount of time, which also probably explains why Ollie can't spell, or whoever sent the VHS tape can't spell. LC, welcome in. How you doing? Mass fan of your videos. I'm glad that you enjoyed the videos. Thank you for saying so. Are there any new secrets in the death messages? I'm sure we'll find out. You have a theory for the words in the vents? Maybe they were written by people that were hiding the vents during the Hour of Joy. Possibly, but then why would they go all the way up to Poppy's door, write those warnings? Again, if those are just the staff, why are the staff afraid of Poppy, right? I think Boxy will in chapter 4. I hope so. I still hope we see Bron and Boxy. I think those are two characters I want to see. I think I'll do a theory on eye symbolism. I could do. The eyes, you know, eyes have a lot of symbolism. Usually knowledge is the main one. I believe it's a toy. Absolutely possible. Are there any death messages? Yes, there are. You don't get the death screens if you die to parkour. If you fall and die, you don't get them, but you do get them if you die to toys. I don't know if that's relevant. I don't know if that's worth theorizing over, but that is true. Also, 71% of people think that Huggy's still alive, by the way. Live stream hype if you find anything new with the patch. Nothing new yet. A couple of like real minor changes, like a gamma screen at the beginning of the game. Also, chat. Do you think this sounds like snoring or breathing? Give me a 1 for snoring, give me a 2 for struggled breathing. This one has been my most controversial take of chapter 3. See, very split on this one. Quite a lot of twos, but very split. See, now that part is almost certainly some sort of vocal, right? Some sort of speaking or moaning or something like that. But quite a lot of twos, quite a lot of ones though too. So one of my the first like proper video I did for chapter 3 with the 10 things you might have missed video, I put that in there as a possibility that was somebody struggling to breathe. you know, like either on life support, which we know that Theodore Gramble, who was Catnap, was electrocuted, his heart stopped, right? So we know that part is a fact. And so I linked the two together saying that maybe this was Theodore struggling to breathe after he was, you know, badly burnt, his heart stopped, and he was thinking, it's a possibility, right? I'm not saying that's definitely true. I'm just saying it's a possibility and I like that theory. However, so many people in that video commented, it's just breathing, bro. It's just snoring, bro. And I'm like, maybe it is just snoring, but just have an imagination. Like, just entertain the possibility. Like, don't get me wrong. When you listen to it like this, it does sound, you know, like someone sleeping. But when you turn the pitch up a little bit, it sounds much more like somebody struggling to breathe. Especially the final one. Like, it sounds like someone going like, like that, right? Wait for it. Listen. My bottle flips the battery. I'm just smooth. Listen. I don't know, man. I don't know. But I like the possibility. I very rarely say, like, this thing is definitely this thing. Wait, was this always here? Was it just too dark to see it? I mean, it's just patching up a wall anyway. Theo had a very manly voice. Well, I believe that part has been pitch shifted down, or it's been distorted, because if you, which is what I did in Vegas Pro, I turned the pitch up and it sounds like a child. Like, it doesn't sound, like, it sounds to me like it's been manipulated, right? So, which we know that Mob have done this a bunch in this game. They've hidden stuff in weird places. So, like, Catnap hasn't eaten all day. What am I doing? That's clearly blue. Snoring makes sense with Catnap. Snoring does make sense with Catnap. However, knowing that all of these cardboard cutouts contain something weird and disturbing, the whole cutout can't just be snoring. So maybe that first part is just snoring, but that final part is definitely vocals. And you can hear it. Again, if you pitch shift it up, it sounds like a child. Now, let me give you an example, right? If I pitch shift myself, in fact, I'll do it right now. I'll do it right now for you. Here, have a peek into the wilderness. Where is it? Where is it? Which one is it? Oh, this one. Okay, I'm going to shift my pitch up now, right? Listen to my voice. I don't sound like a child. I sound wrong. Just give it, like, just hear me out. Listen to this, right?
All right. My pitch has been shifted. But do you see how it just kind of sounds... I like sound like a chipmunk, right? Like, I don't really sound like a child. I sound like a chipmunk. Like, I don't sound... You can tell that my voice is being manipulated, right? Hopefully, if it's working. You can hear it, right? But do you see what I'm saying? You can tell that this is wrong. I don't sound like a child. Yes, children have higher pitches than adults usually. But you can tell that my pitch has been shifted. Now...
What I'm saying is when I pitch shifted that audio, it sounded right. It sounded normal. So I personally believe that Mob have shifted the pitch down to disguise it, to disguise the fact that it is Theodore's voice. Keep it on for the rest of the stream. No, we can't do that. Can't do that. No. People come for the theories. They stay for the mic quality. but do you see what I'm saying? So you can tell when someone's voice has been pitched. It's the same with backwards audio, right? You can very easily and clearly tell when audio is being played in reverse. Like the radio in Home Sweet Home, you can immediately tell it's backwards audio. And so when I pitch shifted that cutout up, it sounded like a kid, very clearly like a kid. So I genuinely believe that Mob have just pitch shifted it down, distorted it a little bit. The Tericho has become a chipmunk. My friend, who shall remain nameless, I don't think she's here. I think she's working. My friend loves that. And occasionally I'll just do it. We'll be in Discord hanging out playing games and I'll just do it. It's her favorite. Caitlin, I've tried to manipulate most of the cardboard cutouts, and a lot of them, there's nothing really there. It's really hard to find. Either I'm not doing the right manipulation, or Shift my pitch down. Right, listen. One time, all right. One time I will shift it down. Hold on.
Does that one do it down? I think that one does it now. This is monster. This is monster code right now. This is what I sound like if I'm a monster. Rawr. Coming to get you. Ah. Yeah? Yeah, so...
There we go. That 100% not the reason why I bought this audio mixer. I bought this audio mixer because it's really good. Scary. There you go. I hope you enjoyed. Mummy Longlegs is for sure dead. She got shredded to death. I'm pretty sure Mummy is dead, yeah. I think we can... Well, we saw it happen, right? We never saw Huggy, though. Why Prototype didn't kill main characters when he had the chance being so close to the main character? Because, again, I don't believe the Prototype is necessarily evil. I think the Prototype is trying to protect all the children. That's what Huggy Wuggy sounded like. You need a different voice in your life. Listen. I could just get in real close to the mic and I can put the voice on. It's fine. Would you want me to speak like this? Speak like Moist Critical all stream. Hi guys, today I want to talk about some video gaming things that's been happening in the video games here. I actually like Moist Critical, by the way. Character supposed to be an angel has changed to Mr. Light. Possibly. What if Ollie is just a prototype this whole time imitating the real Ollie? I don't believe so. I don't believe so because I believe that Ollie and the prototype have exactly the opposite intentions, right? Like the prototype wants us to leave. Ollie wants us to stay with Poppy. Ollie and Poppy are on the same side. The prototype and Ollie seem to be on the complete opposite sides. So why would the prototype convince us to stay and help Poppy? It makes no sense to me. Again, unless it's like a really long con. I don't think so. Think the body found in Elliot's room is because Playtime co-framed him? No, I think he was trying to save the kid. I think he was taking the organs out to put into a doll body. It could even be Poppy, by the way, right? Like, we don't know. Again, you know, gender means nothing. So it could be Poppy because they're using voice boxes and whatnot. So, because I think the body was did it say a child? Did it say a boy? I can't remember. Anyway, the point I'm making is I think Elliot was trying to save that kid by transferring them into a doll. Whether it worked or not, we don't know. My current thoughts on the player. I still think we could be a toy. Otherwise, we could be anybody. It could be Rich. It could be anybody. I think Kissy is dead or alive. I hope she's not dead yet. I hope she's still alive so we can, you know, we can see her again in chapter 4. Maybe she'd be dying or injured or something, but... headcanon deep Tericho's voice as 1006 True Boy. Hey, that's your headcanon. I can neither confirm nor deny. What was that sound? That was weird. Yeah. For anybody that did watch my YouTube playthrough, I don't want to talk about how many times I got stuck on the puzzles and for how long. I will not be taking any questions at this time, unfortunately. But yeah, I cut a lot. I cut a lot out of that playthrough. Oh, God. Why exactly does Poppy want the prototype dead? I believe because Poppy is ex-staff and the prototype killed all her co-workers and she wants to, you know, get revenge, but also maybe continue her work, right? Like continue the factory work. And obviously the prototype wanted to put an end to all of the factory, all of the experiments, and she wants to continue. That's my personal theory. Gender means nothing. Tericho is ally of the year. Well, listen, gender is a construct, but sex is important. But what I'm saying is that in this context, the toys are using voice boxes. So for just as an example, everybody assumes that Poppy is female. But if you were to take a man and transfer a man into a Poppy doll, and the Poppy doll has the voice box of a Poppy doll, that man would sound like Poppy, would they not? So what I'm saying is, in this context, this is not like a political thing. What I'm saying is, in the context, we are only assuming that Poppy was a girl. It's not necessarily true. It could be a massive twist, you know, like, again, like, we know Mommy Longlegs was female, but Huggy could be boy or girl. Kissy could be a boy or a girl. We just don't know. We don't know because the scientific process at this point is hinting towards the fact that voice boxes were used to give the toys voices, which is why Huggy and Kissy don't have a voice box, right? Well, they don't have voices, sorry. It's because they don't have a voice box. How is still electricity? I'm pretty sure the factory is gas powered. I'm pretty sure this is what's powering the factory. That's my guess. Or it's just still connected to the mains grid. I don't know. Basically Poppy is Elliot Ludwig. could be, again, could be. This is what I'm saying. Like, Mob really do have the potential to surprise us because there's a lot of assumptions that could be made, you know, not true later. We don't need to be on this side, do we? I don't think we need to even be here. We just do this. And then we got to do... which one do we need to do first? That one, and then that one. This was also bugged in the pre-release version. It just didn't work properly for a little while. That's why you asked about the living doll date. I was wondering if Elliot is Poppy. Outlandish thought. Again, it's entirely possible. We have so little in terms of information on the timeline and of, you know, characters that honestly, there's a lot of things that could be possible. In Project Playtime, there is a uniform from the Michigan State Police Department. I'm a huge fan. What, you're a huge fan of the Michigan State Police Department? Or you're a huge fan of me? I actually didn't notice that part. I didn't notice the Michigan State Police. I didn't notice that. But that would be interesting because I didn't think that Poppy Playtime took place in Michigan. I had a completely different state in mind. Have you heard the theory about Ollie being the camera security system? I have had a similar theory myself. I don't think I've heard the theory, but I had a similar theory myself that Ollie is like a computer system. Where Poppy is working with the prototype and taking you down until the bodies were hidden. Again, Misty, totally possible. Totally possible that they are working together and it's all just one big lie. But my gut is telling me right now that Poppy's the bad one, 1006 is the good one, and Poppy's trying to get revenge on 1006. How does Huggy and Missy have voices in cutouts but have no voice in their bigger bodies? Well, I don't believe that those experiments necessarily recorded those cutouts, right? Like, remember that Huggy and Kissy were like part of this giant toy factory that had like cartoons and things that were all used for marketing. So somebody could have recorded that for Huggy. You know what I mean? Huge fan of you. I appreciate that, Cindy. Thank you. Again, I really enjoy making theories, which is why I keep doing it. It is obviously my job now, but this has been like the most fun thing I've ever done in my life. Like, this has been my best job by far. Like, by far, not even close. This has been my best job. So the fact that you guys enjoy, or some of you enjoyed the theories, is like, it's really great to hear because it means I can keep doing it, right? If she's ex-staff, would that mean Harley Sawyer is in Poppy? No, I don't think so. I think Harley Sawyer had been removed by 1006. I'm pretty sure, like, the two tapes in this chapter are hinting that Harley Sawyer got murdered or something. Because 1006 basically gave Harley one last chance. He said, like, why are you torturing us? Do you know it hurts? And he went, yeah, I like it. And then he went, okay, thank you. Which sounds like, okay, thank you, now I can kill you. And then also Laith Pierre in another VHS says that Harley was being replaced because he was, like, out of commission or something like that. Meaning, in my opinion, he was either murdered or put into a doll. So, Rich and Leif, because everything seems recorded. I mean, maybe, but they're probably dead though. Or again, in a toy. Would you have liked more of the smiling critters? I personally would have liked. And again, let's just imagine unlimited development time, unlimited budget, blah blah blah. You know, Fantasyland. I would have loved to have seen a bigger body of every single one of the smiling critters. I get that's not realistic. That would have taken probably like double the time to make the game, you know, like a whole of a year of waiting or whatever. It would have been awesome to see like all of the smiling critters in some capacity or another, but it is what it is. We'll have to leave some to our imagination. Maybe, you know, maybe we could see them in a future game or a future chapter could bring one back. You know what I mean? Like there's still potential. You first think Ollie is not the prototype? I also don't think so. You can imagine that the prototype will try and fake him in a future chapter. That also, yeah, that could happen. That could happen. If you were a smiling critter, I'd probably be picky. Not gonna lie. I do like food. Sometimes I eat every day. Okay, what I gotta do this now? I gotta do the button. Restart. Push the button. Try to defend Poppy. No, I think Poppy's evil. Why would I defend her? What do you think of the theory that the player is rich? It's entirely possible. If we are rich, though, that would be very similar to My Friendly Neighborhood. My Friendly Neighborhood, we were like a really grumpy, like, ex-employee. But yeah, it could be true. Absolutely could be true. But then again, why do we never talk? That's the only weird thing about it. Like, why do we never talk? You know what I mean? You'd be Crafty Corn. I love Crafty Corn. I want a Crafty Corn plush. And again, not because I'm a brony. I'm not a brony. I just, like, of all the smiling critters, I think Crafty Corn's my favorite. So your first ad after almost 2.5 hours. Okay, well, that's not so bad. That's not so bad. 2.5 hours. You can tell. Wait, what? You can tell that I think Poppy's evil, or? Do you think white chocolate is gross? No, I like white chocolate. Actually, white chocolate is my guilty pleasure. Like, I like all chocolate. Like, I like dark, I like milk, but I like white chocolate. But like, white chocolate is my guilty pleasure. Like, I love a good bit of white chocolate. Did I just get? Wait, is that new? I don't ever remember getting locked out before. I think that might be new. If you could be any smiling critter, you'd be Dog Day. Dog Day is really cool. I like what they did with Dog Day. Oh, I forgot. I'm gonna put this in a video, by the way. I totally forgot. Do you remember we got that in the trailer? No, it was in the CCTV, in the ARG, in the CCTV. We got the little Bobby Bear Hug crawling down the corridor, and then they turned left. Do you realize what that means now? That means he was going for a little snacky snack. He literally turned left into the Dog Day cell. He was going for a little snack. I don't know how to incorporate it into a video, but I need to put it into a video. The little cute little Bobby was going for his little midnight snack. What if Poppy has taken us down to Huggy, but said he was dead to hide him from the prototype? I think Poppy just assumes that Huggy's dead, honestly. Because, like, again, a lot of people have tried to say in my videos in the comments, be like, oh no, we got confirmation that Huggy's dead. Well, like, did she go down and see the body? Like, can nobody spell in it? I can't spell, so it's fine. Sorry, the chat's going very fast. I'm missing a lot of messages. Why did they show Huggy Wuggy pierced with a stick in the trailer, but nothing really happened in the game? I think some things were just cut from the game. But also, again, there are definitely multiple Huggies and Kissies, all right? And I think there are probably multiples of many of the toys. So just seeing a dead Huggy could mean something, it could mean nothing, because we know that there are multiple. Definitely multiple Kissies. Like, 100% confirmed there are at least 2 big Kissies. So, maybe the player has no voice box. Possible. Maybe we, like, you know, had our throat ripped out, like Thomas Clark did. Oh my god, what if we're Thomas Clark? What if we were retransferred back into a human? Oh my god. Why did they? Okay, I've done that one. Yeah. Why do you think Poppy wanted Kissy to stay up there because she knew that someone would come up and kill her? No, I think Poppy just, like, I think you have to hold the lever to send the lift down. So I think she was just using Kissy just to do the lift, because she seemed genuinely surprised. Which again, maybe she, you know, maybe Poppy's a great actress, actress, whatever. But like, she seemed genuinely surprised. Again, almost like her plans had been foiled, right? Like, she didn't expect Kissy to get attacked or whatever. It's, maybe no one is a good one, just a matter of perspective. I think you're right, honestly. I think you are correct. I think good and evil is a matter of perspective in life. But I also think that, like, I'm sure Poppy thinks that killing the prototype is, you know, the right thing to do. But also at the same time, I think the prototype thought the Hour of the Joy was the right thing to do. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I think they both have their own reasons why they think they're in the right. Right, Home Sweet Home, yeah? Is this Home Sweet Home? This is not Home Sweet Home. Where am I going? This is, no. Where am I going? Over there, there's Home Sweet Home. And the player gets very blurred information because everything we know could be set up by the prototype. Exactly. Everything could be a lie, which is good. It's good for theory crafting because it means, you know, we really don't know what's going on, but it's also kind of bad because every chapter something gets disproven, or like something gets muddier or confusing. So yeah, it's good and bad. Cool if Bron couldn't speak and they complained to him watching us. Yeah, I don't know if Bron is ever going to speak. If we see a Bron, you know. The Smiling Critters and 106 work together to trap Poppy in the case. Yeah, I made a whole theory on that. But yeah, I think that Catnap put the gas in Poppy's case. I really don't remember seeing this before either. This looks different. I don't know if that's a bug. Okay. Also, look at this one. Look at this one. Her face is, the makeup is Bonzo, which is really sad because it meant she probably got put into a Bonzo, and we know that all the Bonzos get murdered. So that's really sad. That's like really sad. Is that also Bonzo makeup or no? It's good little things. But yeah, very, very sad. Very sad. What do you think happens to Dog Day? It probably went to starve to death, to be honest. Or bled to death. You have Catnap and Bobby Bear Hug and maybe Crafty Calm. I like all of them. I like all of them, honestly. Was you like your sister as a kid? Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. What's my favorite toy? Of the whole series, like what's my favorite toy? Oof. That's a tricky question, because do you mean like favorite to fight against, or do you mean like favorite like design? Like as a hard question, because I think most of the designs in this game are pretty good. You know what I mean? Kind of hands you're gonna get in chapter 4. I don't think we're gonna get too many more hands. Like I feel like we've had so many different hands now. I don't think we're gonna get like a, you know, we've got like what, 3 new ones in this chapter? 2 or 3? Happy and fun. Why was it done? Does already like the stream and give it a bit of visibility. I appreciate that, Space. Thank you for reminding people. How many likes have we got actually? So look, how many likes have we got? Can I check? Don't know why I cannot see how many likes. Oh, I can. 479. Thank you guys. I appreciate that. 479 likes. That is crazy. Do you think Mommy even killed PJ? We have like no evidence for or against that. We don't know, because we see a dead PJ on the shrine, but again, that means nothing because the shrine has a kissy missy on it. So also, if you go left, you get teleported. Wait for it. 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 Why didn't I get teleported? Or is it if I go left here? Maybe it's if I go left here.
At this time, an identity for the child awaits official confirmation. Found in an upstairs bedroom in a large
duffel bag. That's messed up, man.
That the remains appear to have been disturbed.
Probably using us to kill a prototype, then kills us once the job is done. Entirely possible. I do think that we're here to extract Poppy, though. Like, I think our job here is was hinted at in Project Playtime. I think we are here to extract Poppy. But obviously, the prototype is not going to let Poppy leave, right? Can I not have the subtitles again? Yeah, so the body was a young boy, which leads me to think that it wasn't Poppy. But again, as I was saying earlier, that doesn't necessarily mean that it isn't. You know what I mean? I seem to really like Bonzo Bunny. I like that Bonzo Bunny has become the like punching bag of the series. Every single chapter from chapter 2, so chapter 2 and chapter 3 has had some sort of like Bonzo. And the in between chapter 2 and 3, we got the comic with Bonzo as well. So Bonzo is the poor one that always seems to, you know, find himself dead. Okay, is the teleport here? I know if yeah, there we go. There we go. There's the teleport. It's funny because if you're supposed to go right, but if you go left, it teleports you right. So if you go back, right, if you go back here, you can see that I actually did go right. It like teleported me to the other side, look. Right, so I was here, yeah? You're supposed to go right, but if you go left, it teleports you. It's a little game dev detail, but I thought it was kind of cool. Oh, it's going to teleport me again, watch. Yep, there we go. There's a teleport. So now if I go back, it's like you will go right, whether you want to or not. Yep. Back here. But if you go right, it's okay. So far, all plot twists were predictable. I mean, Poppy betrayed us, literally. Who was surprised? The lore is cool, but the story isn't very good structured. I disagree. I think people like the story for a reason, right? Like, not every story has to be like shock twist. But I also think that there are potentially a lot of shock twists still to come. Right? Like, I think just because, listen, I think I'm spotting a lot of their like potential twists because I spend hours upon hours upon hours upon hours like overthinking this game, overanalyzing it, looking at every little detail. And I think that most people don't do that. So I think a lot of people probably weren't expecting the Poppy twist at the end of chapter 2. right? But like people who are interested in theories, like people interested in my content, we think about these things more than the average person. So to say that it's bad, I don't think is fair, right? We just overthink it. Also, Kuru, welcome in. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. What if it was Hoggy, the kid that was found in a late state? Could be. Absolutely could be. What if she's the bonzo that Catnap killed later? Also could be. Absolutely could be. Chapter is not that much creepy. I disagree with that too. Listen, I'm getting pretty much immune to a lot of horror because I play so much. I found the atmosphere in this chapter really good. Like I really enjoyed it.
We look forward to clear his good name, both in the public eye and in the eyes of the law.
What would your favorite toy design be? Like if you were a child, which one would you want? When I was a kid, I probably would have gone for Brawn, honestly. I used to have, when I was like a kid, like a real young kid, I used to have a T-Rex from Jurassic Park that used to roar to drive my parents crazy. Also, my first playthrough, I did not realize this was a map pack reference, and now I'm sad. Very sad. Do you think Dog Day died? I think he's gonna die eventually, right? Like I think that the fact that the toys like overtook him, I think when the toys leave his body, like he's probably dead. I think that was his death. You know what I mean? Also, I don't think she's here, but my friend and colleague Pixelicious has a little theory. It's a little missing thing that no one's spotted, which I'm really interested in. Wallpaper here looks like Huggy. Yeah, kind of. I can see the horn sort of shaped head potentially. I've got to be careful though because everything looks like Huggy to me. Somebody in the comments named it Huggy Doilia, and I love that. Huggy Doilia. Absolutely 10 out of 10 Huggy Doilia. What does the thing on the wall say? It says a clap and a half to you, which is a map pack reference, which I didn't know. I didn't know it was a map pack reference because I don't really watch map pack's live content, and honestly, most of the content I watched of map pack was a long time ago. Like I was really into map pack when he did his Portal theory and the beginning of the Five Nights at Freddy's stuff. And then because I didn't really enjoy the Five Nights at Freddy's games, I kind of like fell off with them, you know what I mean? Tiny smiling critters under order prototype mimicking catnaps. I'll just try kissing me at the end. It could be. It could be. Sorry, replying to a friend. How excited would you be if you saw Huggy live in the next chapter? I'm going to lose my mind. And I nearly said a different word. I'm going to lose my crap. So I try not to swear in my YouTube channel just because, you know, I swear a lot. It's really hard not to swear, by the way. And also because we are live, there is a chance I might swear. Please bear that in mind. But yeah, I'm going to lose my shit if we see a Huggy Way living. Also, I love this jump scare. Here's the thing though, right? Watch this, watch this. You can cheese it. You can cheese it. You ready? Oh, did they fix it? Also, why didn't I hit Ollie? So you can sometimes cheese it because the jump scare, it only triggers when you turn. So if you get here and then walk backwards, and let me reload it. I'm going to cheese it. If you walk backwards and then turn around, you can like stare right into his face. It's great. You don't believe that mob games don't watch your vids and change the law based on theories, like especially the early theories. I know that some people who used to work for mob did watch my videos. I'm not saying that has ever influenced their theories, but I know that they did used to watch my videos. I don't know if anybody at mob now watches my videos, but I think they know what they're doing. I don't think that theorists affect them that much. Maybe like a little bit, like maybe they'll shift a little thing around to make it a little bit more confusing because, you know, to like throw us off the scent, but I don't think they're going to change like massive story elements. I think they already pretty much know where they're going with it, you know. Hello, welcome back. Chapter 2 is your favorite because the atmosphere is so creepy. I also definitely think Chapter 3 was my favorite. Like I've liked every chapter, but for me, they're just getting better and better. Like this chapter was what I wanted. Like I want it to go dark and scary, and you know, this was definitely darker. It was definitely scarier. So I was very, very happy. It didn't like ultra scare me, but again, I play a lot of horror, so it's a bit more tricky to scare me, if that makes sense. But I appreciated the atmosphere a lot. I think Ollie's one of the bigger bodies. No, I don't think so. He sounds like too much of a child. Like listen to like Huggy and He like the bigger bodies that we hear don't. Well, again, kind of. I guess kind of sounded like a child, but he sounds more like a. He sounds more like a monster. Okay, you ready? You ready? We're gonna cheese it. We're gonna cheese it. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Wait, did we bug him? Oh, there we go. You're scared of the boss when you're not even close to it. Again, though, I'm used to horror. Like, I'm used to this. And I've also played this chapter like 4 times now. Because there was a Huggy and mini Huggies. What if there's a big version of the toys and a little? Well, we know there were living small toys. We know Thomas Clark and the smaller Huggies. So there could be any number of living toys. That's the hard part. It's like the Iceberg Abyss as a further you play. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I have definitely gone down the rabbit hole.
Despite Playtime's proclamation of Ludwig's innocence, many believe his reclusive and mysterious nature displayed over the previous decades lend suspicion to this claim. When questioned, Ludwig's neighbors indicated that he would often return to his home in strange hours.
Huggy's been possessed by the little fellas. Oh, it could be true. It could be true. I've also had the theory already. I don't know if I've ever talked about it in a video. But I've thought about the idea that the mini Huggies helped the Huggy up, because in chapter 2 we had the barrel of Huggies. And I was like, what if the little Huggies helped him climb up? You know, like maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. I think this is where Pixelicious found the hidden audio. I'm gonna listen to this real quick.
His reclusive and mysterious nature displayed over the previous decades lend suspicion to this claim. When questioned, Ludwig's neighbors indicated that he would often return to his home in strange hours of the night and depart again before sunrise. Some believed he was sick. Others that don't move an inch. Playtime Co., it seems.
Maybe. Yeah, it said don't move, which I think is kind of inspired by PT, playable teaser, because that had a whole mechanic where it said don't turn around, or it said turn around, and if you turned around, you saw the woman, Lisa. So I think that part was kind of inspired by PT, but I've tested it, like I've stayed still, I've moved, it doesn't seem to make any difference. There's definitely like some garbled audio in here that I need to look at as well. For like 5 hours yesterday explaining all the known lore of the 3 chapters to a friend. You get into it, don't you? Very glad you watched the things you might have missed videos. I'm glad you enjoyed them. I hope you enjoyed them. I really enjoy making the things you might have missed videos because they are like it's like a list video, which obviously does very well on YouTube, but it also lets me take a bunch of little theories and sort of like give like a little summary of them, and then I can, you know, deep dive into them later. So it's like a real win-win for me, because those videos do well, but I also really enjoy making them. I've got a couple more theories, like actual theories that I want to work on for chapter 3, but one of them is so big that I don't know how I want to do it yet, because I have a video that could probably be like a half an hour like long theory video, and I'm like, I don't know whether I want to like really deep dive it or try and summarize it, because again, it's hard to try and figure out, you know, like how long you should make your videos. We'll ever see Elliot's phase? I'm sure we will eventually. Do you think Catnap was a bit underused? Yes and no. I don't think Catnap was underused. I think Catnap was in here plenty. I think what people really wanted was to be chased by Catnap. We never got chased by Catnap. And I can understand why that was a little bit disappointing to people, because, you know, the main sort of like fight or whatever in chapter 1 and 2 were chases. I don't know why I went Cornish then. They were chases. We were being chased by these damn bloody toys. But yeah, so I think we didn't really have like we had the Mr. Light, which was basically a chase, but we didn't have like a chase with the main enemy. And I think that's why some people were a little bit disappointed. But what I will say is I'm kind of glad they did something a bit different, right? Like I'm glad that we got a little bit different this chapter. Like not every chapter has to be exactly the same. And as much as I did think, for me personally, that final boss fight, it was a little bit, it wasn't my favorite part of the chapter. It was definitely a little bit overtuned. I think the difficulty was a little bit, but I also think that was bugged also. It wasn't my personal favorite mechanic, but I appreciate that they did something different, and it was memorable. It was very memorable. Like, that fight was, you know, it was a memorable fight. Dog Day chased us too. Yeah. So we got chased by Dog Day. We got chased by Mr. Light. We just never got like what I was kind of hoping for. And again, you know, maybe this is on me. What I was kind of hoping for was the home sweet home. We were going to be like having to avoid catnap, because it kind of seemed to imply that in the trailer. If you remember in the trailer, the last one, we saw in Home Sweet Home, we saw us shoot a flare into a doorway and then catnap moved away. And that never happened in the game. So I was hoping we were going to be like avoiding catnap like the alien in Alien Isolation. And we didn't get that. So I was kind of like, you know, that would have been cool. But at the same time, what we got, I thought was also pretty great. So it was just not, it was different to what I was expecting, but that doesn't make it bad, you know? And if you want to dive into, I've got loads. I've got the lemon theory. I've got the whole story theory explained that I'm struggling to figure out how I want to do yet. In fact, let me ask you that question. Hang on, let me have a quick drink. Oh, I have a leftover drink from yesterday. I got Taco Bell. No, Saturday. Anyway, let me ask you this question, right? So I have a theory that I think could potentially, I kind of said it earlier, like a little bit, but I have a theory that could explain pretty much everything. Why Elliot started this factory, like why it went the way that it went, how the experiment started, why the Bigger Bodies Initiative started, and where we are now, and what Poppy wants, and what 106 wants, right? When I do that theory, whenever I do a theory, I get one of two people. I get somebody who's either, I don't know all the other things about this theory, or I really enjoyed this theory because it's something that I didn't know. Would you prefer if I covered, like, if I recapped the whole story as I went? So, for example, if I were to be like, here's what happened in chapter 1, 2, and 3, and this is what it means. Or would you prefer that I just ignore what happened in chapter 1, 2, and 3 because we already know what happened? Do you see what I'm trying to say? Like, I don't know. I don't know whether to do like a whole recap of the whole story or just bring it up when it's relevant. Like, okay, so this part is important because of what Mummy did in chapter 2. Or would you prefer me to like recap the story? I don't know, because I feel like my theory, and again, it's only a theory, but I feel like my theory really does kind of explain everything. But if you don't know what happened in chapter 1, 2, and 3, do you know what I mean? That's why it's really hard, because I know some of you are going to say ignore it and some of you are going to say recap it. It's really hard to know what to do. So I don't know yet. I don't know. So already you're like 50-50. Some people say ignore it, some people say recap it. Because I had a comment. I'm not going to call this person out, but I had a comment in my 10 things you might have missed video. And it was something along the lines of like, Jenny, welcome in. How you doing, by the way? It was something along the lines of, I don't know half of these things. Like, I don't know the backstory behind them. And in my head, I was like, oh, I didn't even think about that. Like, I assumed that everybody that's watching my video has watched all my other videos or has played all the games and knows all the theories. Like, I've had people say, I had no idea that ARG was a thing. And I was like, oh yeah, that's a good point. Like, there's plenty of people that don't know what the ARG was. So it's hard because I don't want people who already know the story to get bored, but I also don't want people who maybe like find my channel for the first time to have no idea what's going on. So it's really hard. And this is what I'm saying. I don't know yet. I don't know what I'm going to do, which is why that I haven't done the script to that video yet, because it's like, it's going to be a big one. That and the lemon video are going to be big ones. And I'm like, okay, I'll figure it out. But yeah. Recap it. It's like building a tower. See, that's where I'm leaning. I'm leaning on the idea of like recapping it as succinctly as possible, right? Like the very bare bones, like for example, I could sit there and say, in chapter 1, we went back to the factory, we went in, we found Huggy, Huggy gave us a key, Huggy played with us, we escaped Huggy because Huggy started chasing us in the vents, but then we dropped Huggy, then Huggy was dropped, and then we went to the puppy door, we opened the puppy door, and then Puppy was inside, and we opened the case, and there's gas. I can't spell. We opened the case, and there's gas, and then we passed out. I could say all of that, or I could say, we faced off against Huggy in chapter 1, and then freed Poppy. Right? Like, the second one is so much better, but that also assumes that you at least know what happened in chapter 1, right? It's like a hard balance. It's like a hard balance to like, do I give you that like very brief, we faced off against Huggy and freed Poppy, or do I give you the whole fucking thing? Sorry, swearing. That's what I'm saying. It's really hard to like know what is the best one to do. Because some of you have watched like 100 theory videos, and some of you, like, this might be your first stream you've ever watched to Poppy. You know what I mean? It's really, really hard to find that balance. But what I have been doing, and I appreciate all of your input, I appreciate all of your opinions. Again, you're all going to have different opinions, so it's kind of hard. I have been watching MatPat's theories a little bit to try and see what he does, because what he does obviously is like the gold standard, right? And I've noticed that in his videos, he tends to do this really clever thing where he will recap it as he goes along. And I want to kind of do that. Like, I want to kind of replicate that, because I think that makes way much more sense. Rather than like lore dumping or info dumping at the beginning of the video, or, you know, as DJ says, timestamping. I think trying to recap as you go is like the best way, but that is kind of difficult to write. Like, I think that's what I'm going to do, but that is kind of tricky to write. It's kind of hard to do it, but I think that's what I'm going to try and do, because I think that makes more sense, right? Like, I think that makes way more sense. Also, Jenny, I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you, by the way. Sorry, chat's going so fast. Yeah, the catnap. Catnap is just patiently waiting while I'm talking about YouTube and stuff. Just chilling. Just thinking, what is this bald man doing? We've all... Okay. Let me give a perfect example of what I'm talking about. If you've heard this audio is reversed speech, right? If you've heard this reversed audio in chat, type 1. If you haven't heard it reversed, 2. So 1 if you have heard it reversed, 2 if you haven't heard it reversed. I guarantee you some people haven't heard it. I bet most of you have. So we got like a 1 person who hasn't, couple of people have, couple of people haven't. So most of you have, right? Most of you have, but a few of you haven't. So if I make a future video talking about this segment and I go, oh, this was the reversed audio, for the few people that haven't heard it, they'll have no idea what I'm talking about in my video. Do you see why it's a little bit, you got to be careful, because it's like you assume that everyone knows, but there are some people who haven't. And those people who haven't, like, there's nothing wrong with those people. Like chill, like, you know, you're just enjoying a video game. But I assume that all of you know, and that's a problem that I have to try and think about, you know. I think Ollie wrote the letter. I think so, yeah. I think it's the best candidate. Some people think that some of the smiling critics are still alive. I don't know. We did get the line that I'm the last of the smiling critters, but again, you know, how does he know? I don't know. You would have loved to chase through the playhouse. Yeah, I really enjoyed the atmosphere of Home Sweet Home, but there wasn't any enemy in Home Sweet Home, and it kind of made it a little bit... Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like Home Sweet Home would have been perfect, a perfect place for an enemy. And the fact that there wasn't any enemies made it kind of a little bit... It was great for atmosphere. Like, that really sort of built up the tension, but it also kind of felt like I was ready to hide from something, you know? Like, Catnap didn't really care about us at this point. It's hard to give people the same information in the videos. It is, because you don't want to make a video 45 minutes long, right? Like, I think my 10 things you might have missed was over 30. I still think this is our office, by the way. I still think this is where we worked, which is why we're guilty. Do you think Elliot's face was scratched out by someone who didn't like him, or because of the scandal after his death? Either could be true. Could even been him. It could have been the prototype scratching his own face out because he's, you know, guilty. Who knows? There's another hidden lemon in this chapter. There is a hidden lemon that you can find if you go out of bounds, but I don't know if there's any that we can find without hacking the game. I don't personally like hacking the game unless I have to. It's not really my... Oh, there's Catnap again. I just don't like it for the reason of if the devs didn't want me to see it. Like, if the devs wanted me to see it, they would have let me see it. So if it's not there, then they didn't want me to see it. Is the way that I see it, right? Because there's a bunch of stuff like left over in game files or whatever, so... I personally don't like hacking the game. I like other people doing it, but I don't incorporate that into my theories. You can like mention the reverse tape and have an image reverse text. Yeah, you can, but then it means that people who haven't heard it might have to click off the video and go and watch another one to find it, right? Again, it's a delicate balance. The point that I was making with that whole YouTube spiel was, I've been under the assumption that people who watch my videos have always watched my videos, but there are a bunch of people who will find your channel that day and won't know, and it's something that I'm trying to like, I'm trying to improve. I'm trying to get better, and I'm trying to think about the audience and what they want and what is valuable to them. And new viewers are just as valuable as viewers who've been watching for 2 years, right? Like it's just something that I'm trying to improve on, is what I was trying to say. There is no safety here. I don't know. I feel pretty safe. Not gonna lie. I don't feel that much in danger. Also, these are more hospital beds as well, which is another interesting addition to this chapter. The whole sick children. I think we used to be in the factory. I think we worked our way up. I think we were an orphan, and then we worked our way up. Although why we weren't selected to be a toy is a mystery, because we seem to be very, very capable. Or again, were we? Dun dun dun. You just found me like yesterday, and that's what I'm saying, Riley. That's what I'm saying. Like I sometimes forget, right? Because I've been theorizing over Poppy Playtime now for what, 3 years? When did Chapter 1 come out? Was it 2021? I think it was 2021, right? So I've been theorizing over this game for 3 years, and I assume that everybody else has. Like, I assume everybody else who watches my content has been theorizing over this game for so long. But I forget, like, I bet Chapter 3 brought a bunch of new people. In fact, I say I bet. I know that Chapter 3 brought a bunch of new people, because a bunch of my streamer friends started playing it for the first time. Like, a bunch of my streamer friends started Poppy Playtime because of Chapter 3. So I know for a fact that Chapter 3 has brought new people. So I'm trying to be more cognizant of that fact. And again, I've been watching other, successful theorists like MatPat as an example to try and realize what they do. Oh, did my game crash? No, just alt-tabbed for no reason. My game just alt-tabbed for no reason. Okay. Timestamp to easily skip recap. You could do that, but you ideally, and again, none of you care about this. None of you care. But if you ever start doing YouTube, you will. Watch time is super important. So if people are skipping the beginning of your video, that sometimes can harm the video, because YouTube thinks, well, why are people skipping it? It must be boring, right? If they're skipping it. So you got to be careful. You got to be careful with timestamps. They can be good, but you've also got to be careful with them. You could mention the reverse tape and have an image. You could do. Yeah, you could do. Again, I'm not really asking for, like, I appreciate the suggestions. That's not really what I was talking about with this. I was more trying to make the point of that I'm trying to think about how I can make my content better for everybody. Right? Like, how can I make my content great for a brand new viewer, but also have it great for people that have been watching my channel for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, whatever, right? So this year, I really want to try to improve, which okay, hear me out. I always try to improve, but I think that over the last few years, we've made some mistakes on this channel. We've done some great things. We've done some not so great things. We've made plenty of mistakes, and I've done a lot of learning, but I'm really trying to take my channel to that next level. And to go to that next level, I really do have to think about, like, I can't just make content anymore. I've got to think about why I'm making content. How is my audience going to respond to that content? What do my audience want? Because again, last year, I think it was last year or the year before, I made an Elden Ring. Whenever Elden Ring came out, I made an Elden Ring theory, because I'm like, I love Elden Ring. It's a great game. I want to make a theory on it. And I really like that theory, but it didn't resonate with my audience, right? And that was because I was thinking about what I wanted to do, which was make an Elden Ring theory, not necessarily thinking about what my audience wanted, which was clearly not an Elden Ring theory, right? And so a lot of people will tell you, like, oh, just make whatever you want. If it's good, people will like it. And that's true to a degree. But what I'm saying is like, I've got to think about what do you guys want to see? Like, if I make a video, is this a video that you guys want to watch? And if it's not, why am I making it? Do you see what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? And I'm trying to think about that and go up to that next level, so that I don't end up doing what I did last year, which was I got kind of burnt out last year. and took a lot of breaks because I was just like exhausted from you know, it was a combination of really not taking care of myself physically, and then also not having like a main game to create, because last year we didn't have any Poppy Playtime really. There was like bits and bobs, like there was trailers here and there, but we didn't have a chapter, so I didn't really have a game to really get my teeth stuck into. So this year I'm going to try not to take giant breaks, is what I'm saying. So we're working on it. We're working on it. Short recap for new people, or people can skip that part. Again, but potentially. But the way that, but here's the thing, all right? The way that MatPat does it is he makes that recap entertaining. And so because that recap is entertaining, people watch it. It's as simple as that. I need to work on making my content more entertaining, I think is the main thing. So if I'm going to recap a story, it needs to either be entertaining or it needs to have something there that you didn't know, or something that is valuable to you, right? Okay, let's watch the VHS. Let's watch the good old hookers. I'm going to watch it from over here so I can cheese this part a little bit.
Greetings, employees, and welcome to your first day here in Playtime. We're certain that in the days to come, you'll
Glad that you're feeling better. I missed you. Thank you, Emma. I'm looking after myself a little bit better now. Like I'm trying to eat better and trying to get out the house more and stuff like that, which I have failed at this last couple of weeks, but I blame chapter 3. But yeah, I'm just trying to, like, you know, I'm trying to remember that I have other things around YouTube that I need to do and prioritize the right things. Spend my time better as well. Like not sit on Twitter for 2 hours in the morning or something like that. You know what I mean? Like lots of things. Which location do I like more, the Playcare or the game station? Overall, the Playcare, just because it had a lot more to it. But the game station was pretty cool too. Also, this Mountain Dew doesn't... It like tastes like fizzy water. I usually like Mountain Dew.
Your conscience finally getting the better of you. May you descend
No teeth huggy creeps out more than the teethy one.
finding all that awaits you.
The doctor sad failed experiments, so he's not the first one to experiment in the factory. Also, the controller for the gas is getting to every house, so is the orphanage from the beginning. Very true, very true. I appreciate that, Mercer. Thank you. Who would you be in the factory? You'd be the train operator. Who would I be in the factory? I'd be the guy that worked in the store right at the front, so I could just leave. During the hour of joy, I could just leave. Be like, bye, I'm not paid enough for this. See you later. Will they count experiments with the rats? I think many of these experiments probably failed, but they did this for a long time. Remember, Playtime Co. was founded in 1930, right? So that's like 70 years that it was active for. Okay, we're gonna run. So the last time I played this, I managed to get all the way to the end, and it is just a dead end. It is just a complete dead end. Wait, did they change it? No, it's still a dead end. Yep, it's still a dead end. It's great. Just want to say my lemon theory. It's actually funny, Big Wax, because I nearly made the lemon theory before chapter 3, and I'm so glad that I didn't. There was excuse me. There was a time I had it in my head, right? So the lemon theory came from, do you remember when they updated chapter 1 and they added the lemon out of nowhere? And I was like, what the hell? I thought about it, and after a couple of weeks, I had the lemon theory in my head. I was like, I think I know what this is a hint for. So I went and played through another game to try and find hints, and I found a bunch of stuff, and I'm like, oh my god, I didn't realize. And then I was like, right, I'm going to make the lemon theory. And then they dropped a trailer, and I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll do the trailer. And then they dropped something else, and then the ARG got updated, and then something else, and I got another trailer, and I was like, god damn it. And I nearly powered through and made it before chapter 3. And then we got told when chapter 3 was coming out. Remember, Partners in Crime got told like a couple of weeks ahead of time. We got told that chapter 3 was coming, and I was like, I don't want to like burn myself out for chapter 3, so I'll do it after chapter 3. I am so glad I didn't do the lemon theory, because the lemon theory now is even more... There's even more evidence for it. And so for anyone who doesn't know, the lemon theory is basically how Poppy Playtime is in a lot of ways inspired by both Portal and BioShock, and Half-Life as well, because Half-Life and Portal are in the same universe, right? So I went back through Portal and played it, and there's so many little hints and connections, and I mean solid connections, not just like, you know, oh, that's a reach, that's a stretch. actual 100% inspired by Portal connections. I think I put it in my video, my latest one, the Kissy Missy poster, which is like a direct inspiration from a poster found in Portal 2. So I have a theory about how Poppy Playtime is inspired very heavily by Portal, Half-Life, and BioShock, and what that could mean for the future of the series. Essentially, the lemon is the cake from Portal. Remember the cake is a lie? It's the same thing. The lemon is like the cake from Portal 2. It's a simple thing that got turned into this like mystery. Like we were promised it. So for anyone who doesn't know, we were promised a cake in Portal 2. GLaDOS was like, if you do these science, I'll give you a cake. And then halfway through the game, on the wall, it says the cake is a lie. This simple thing that made such a mystery, right? That's what the lemon is. That is what the lemon is in Poppy Playtime. And if you actually start to dig through and look, there are so many little hints to that. I'm convinced. Now, a lot of people, spoilers for my lemon theory. A lot of people think that the lemon is nothing. It's just a joke. It's just a joke, I've heard this many times. Just a joke. And I'm like, I don't think so. I think there's more to it. I think it's a hint. I think it's a hint towards Portal, towards the inspirations. And I think that knowing what the game has been inspired by can tell us the direction that the game is going to go. And I think that Chapter 3 has just basically confirmed it for me. So I will do that video, but it is going to be a long one because I ideally, I do want to play through Half-Life again, because again, Half-Life and Portal are in the same universe. So I ideally do want to play through Half-Life again as well. I've played through Portal, play through Half-Life, and probably BioShock. Maybe I could do that on Twitch. Maybe I could play through BioShock again on Twitch. Maybe. I haven't streamed on Twitch since like October. Oops. Maybe November. So maybe I could play through it on Twitch just to stream over there. We'll see. There's a lemon. There's lemons everywhere. There's lemons. JL, good night. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate being here. I thought when life gives you lemons as a reference from Cave Johnson. It is. It is. So Tobias, that's why I started playing through Portal, because I was like, I swear Portal had this like whole lemon thing. And then you go through Portal and there's two lemon references in Portal, which is why I started to play Portal 2, because I was like, oh, maybe it's just like a joke. Maybe it's like a joke reference to Portal. But when I played through Portal 2, I found so much. I'm not even kidding. There are so many little similarities and hints and things in Portal 2 to Poppy Playtime. It can't be a coincidence. It would be crazy if that was a coincidence. So I need to make that video, but I also need to play through BioShock and I need to play through Half-Life again. I started playing Half-Life 1. I got like 3/4 of the way through it. But I really do think that Poppy Playtime is like an amalgamation of Portal, Half-Life, BioShock, and Five Nights at Freddy's, all jammed into one big glorious game. But I really do. I actually think that Portal and BioShock are more like this game is more inspired by Portal and BioShock than it is FNAF. Like, honestly, I do. I think the only real like connection between this and FNAF is it has mascots. That's pretty much it. Oh, and mascots that, are haunted and come back to life, whatever. Great guys, can't wait for the live stream. Like I said, guys, if you do want to follow me on Twitch, I don't have like a schedule. It's been months since I've streamed on there, but I do stream occasionally. If you have it, feel free to follow me. Maybe I'll stream on there soon. But then they never mastered Portal technology. I even have a crazy theory that I don't know if I'll ever actually make, but Portal had big hints towards like multiple universes. So in my head, I have this fun theory that this is just like this is the aperture science of a different universe, right? Which obviously it's not true, because Mob aren't gonna they're not canonically gonna be like, oh yeah, we're actually in the Portal universe. I think it's more likely just a cheeky little reference. But I do really like the idea of like a fun theory that this is aperture science in a completely different universe, and Black Mesa is another one in a different universe. And all of these universes have the same thing in common, just a company so hell-bent on achieving something that they go crazy doing it, You really enjoyed Portal 1 and 2. Portal is a fantastic series. It was one of the very first game series I ever saw anyone theorize over. Like, does everyone remember the Matt Pat's, like, my favorite Matt Pat theory was the friendship cube. The friendship cube in Portal containing, you know, living people. He honestly thought Poppy Playtime was a joke game until his chapter where I got really interested in it. To be fair, Min, a lot of people had that assumption. And a lot of FNAF fans really didn't like Poppy Playtime because they saw it as like this, you know, like a threat to their game series. And I think a lot of people have realized that, like, it's okay. You can have multiple games that you enjoy. What about Little Nightmares? It boosted your account back then. Little Nightmares was the first game that really, like, you know, did well on my channel. Very, very grateful to Little Nightmares. Can't wait for Little Nightmares 3. Stars? Are they new or could I just not see them before? Can I have my hand back? Black Mesa Toy Company. Portal 2 is your all-time favorite game? Portal 2 is fantastic. What is my favorite grab back hand? I like the finger gun. I like shooting things. Big fan. I thought I've seen that one before. Right, let's go get this. I don't know if I'm actually going to finish the game tonight. I'm taking too long talking. You're a FNAF fan. Yeah, sorry, companion cube, not friendship cube. You know what I meant. I love the lore of FNAF. I don't really enjoy the games that much. Apart from Security Breach, I don't like that type of gameplay. I just don't like being sat in a room. Like, I don't know, man. I get very bored very quickly. And the jump scares are great, but when there are too many of them. And again, it was a solo dev. It was like his first horror game. Like, I'm not like, it's a phenomenal game in terms of its cultural impact, but just mechanically, not for me. Not my game.
Subject is stable. Designated 1322.
There's some bendy stuff too, Tobias, yeah.
Detected in his recent checkup. Though highly irregular, we've pulled him from the home sweet home just before lights out to perform. What are you doing out of bed?
So this is the scientist from chapter 1, the one that says one more breakthrough and I'll be back.
Yes, Kevin is very sick. Very, very sick.
I don't think that Huggy is alive. They outright said that Huggy is dead. Poppy said that Huggy is dead. How does Poppy know? How does Poppy know?
Well, do you really think he will be okay?
I should think so. We're good at what we do.
I don't use hacking. I personally don't like to. I like to see what the devs wanted me to see. If the devs don't show me something, I assume that they didn't want me to see it. I like when people hack the game because sometimes you see some cool things like leftovers or whatever. But if it's not, if you can't see it without hacks, I personally believe it's not canon. Because if it was supposed to be seen, it would have been. So as much as I think that people who hack the game is fun and I like their videos, I don't do it because I like to theorize about what the story is, not what the game was developed to be. You know what I mean? Like, does that make sense? So again, if the devs wanted me to see it, why didn't they put it in there? Like, if they make it so the only people who can find it are the ones that hack the game, then it's not canon. Sorry, that's just my opinion. Devs, if any devs are watching this, if you hide it, like, if it's in the game files where I can find it, that's different. But if I have to use a third-party software to find it, it doesn't exist. In my opinion. Again, it does exist. Like, realistically, it does exist. But in terms of the lore, it doesn't exist. And that's just the way that I do it because it's like, well, again, sometimes developers like leave stuff and they don't think anyone's ever going to see it, so they don't bother to clean it up. Or sometimes things are put in the game to make things work mechanically, or sometimes things are in there as like a joke. Like, again, maybe the lemon is just a joke. So all of those things are great, but if they were supposed to be theorized over, they would have been put in the game. So that's why I don't hack. And I hate when people are like, well, this is clearly not true because I hacked the game and I saw it. I'm like, well, I don't care. I don't care. It's not, again, the developers wanted me to see it. I would have seen it. You won't accept Huggy's death till we see a body. Yeah, for anyone, it's funny because you can tell who the Walking Dead fans are, right? Anyone who has watched The Walking Dead all the way through knows exactly what I'm saying. Sometimes showrunners or developers will put something in a game to confuse you, to make you think something so that later they can twist it and go, it was real all along. And the fact that Poppy said Huggy's dead means Nothing. She didn't see his body. She didn't go down there. She knows that he fell somehow. I don't know if we told her or if she just assumed, but she didn't go and see the body. The blue fur means that that body isn't there anymore. So guaranteed 100% Huggy is somewhere. Whether he's alive or not is another question. But the fact that Poppy said he's dead means nothing. We have not seen his body. Until I see his body, like I saw Mummy's body, he's alive. Schrodinger's Huggy. Look at the wallpaper, you can see Poppy. This actually reminds me of Little Nightmares. Little Nightmares did this with the lady and with Six. You can find Six and the lady in Little Nightmares 1 on the wallpaper, which is really weird that you can see Six in the wallpaper, but you can. I don't know if this is a reference to that or if it's just a coincidence, but I like it. You can also see Huggy and Kissy here. You see Huggy and Kissy in the wallpaper there. But yeah. But anyway, it's entirely possible that Huggy is dead. It's entirely possible that Huggy is dead. I'm wrong all along. I'm just saying that you can't say for definite that he is. And just because Poppy said that he is means nothing. Remember the picture from Little Nightmares book where the huge baby was seen? Is that the same from Little Nightmares 3? It's similar order. So in Little Nightmares 2, the artwork, there was a giant baby, but it's not the exact same. It probably was like a, oh, remember when they did that giant baby? We'll do that in our game. Because remember, it's a completely different studio now. It used to be Tarsier. It's now Supermassive Games. The guys who brought you Until Dawn, The Quarry, and all of those games. So maybe they took all the artwork and went, oh, I like that design. Well, we're going to do that. Or maybe they gave them the notes of what the story's supposed to be. I don't know. But it's got clothes and stuff, which the original baby didn't. I think Huggy might be Ollie tricking you. I don't personally think Ollie and Huggy are connected. I mean, they could be, but I haven't found anything to say that they are. I know. It's weird that it seems like this chapter is setting up the idea that we were close with Huggy, because we seem to have a lot of guilt around Huggy for some reason. If the prototype equips catnap, they'll be able to use the red gas. Quite possibly. Quite possibly. There's a lemon in chapter 3. You can see about hacking. Yeah, I've seen it because again, I'm in the partner program. So people in the partner program have posted it already. So I have seen it. But I was hoping we'd see one somewhere. Run. No, you run. Watch out. So there is a poster somewhere that says like, don't forget to lock up or something. You'd think it would be around here. Like, you'd think it would be around here. And I don't know if that's the developers making a joke or if it's supposed to be to help. Wait, that's new? Catbee's new. That, I swear that wasn't there before. Little winking Catbee. Interesting. Why did they randomly add a Catbee? You are so sweet. You are so sweet. Sweet sheep confirmed. Sheep. Sheep rampage confirmed. Sweet sheep. That is new. You are so sweet. Is this because I made a theory that Catbee was going to be in chapter 3, devs? Is it me or is it sheep? Or is it both? Picture she's looking at is different too. Oh my god, it is. It is different. It used to be the really grumpy looking kid. So is it random now or have they actually changed it? Because it's a girl with like a pink shirt on and then behind there, 2 more girls with pink shirts on. It used to be like the really like, she looks really upset. Should we reload it? Let's reload it, see if it changes. Valentine's is coming up. The devs are getting ready for Valentine's Day. We'll speedrun it. We'll speedrun it. Yeah, what a weird little change. Again, I just want to see if it's randomized or if it's Would you like it was on the wall too? Do I have okay, guys, right, guys. I'm glad you're all enjoying the content. I've done a 10 things you might have missed, and I've also done a 5 more things you might have missed. Do I have to make a 5 more things you might have missed? Because I swear. I swear. That's why you need hacking. Now we see how it is. No. Again, I like that other people do that. It's just not my thing. Because again, I like to see what the devs want me to see. Right? I want to see what they want me to see. I don't want to see anything that they don't want me to see because it might change my theories and could be nothing, right? Again, if they want me to see it, they can put it in the game. But for people, there are plenty of people that hack. Horoscoped, I'm pretty sure. Horoscoped does, hacking the game files, and there are a bunch of channels that do it. But for me, I like to actually... Now, the only time I will break that rule is if I want to get like a closer look at something. So, for example, the shrine... Pixelicious actually helped me out because she had some footage of the shrine. I wanted to get a closer look at the shrine. So she provided me with some footage of that shrine close up that you can't get without hacking, right? But that's different because that was just a closer look at something that the devs already showed us, right? So I don't mind that. That's completely fine. But I don't want to go out of bounds. I don't want to go into any areas you're not supposed to be able to. Other people cover that. That's totally okay, but I'm not going to consider that canon. So, for example, Just Jord found a bunch of portraits in Chapter 1. It was really cool. I really appreciated that he showed that off, right? He showed a bunch of portraits under the floor in Chapter 1. Literally, like, under the floor. I don't consider that canon, though. Because they could just be developers. I don't know. But I'm not considering it canon because if we were supposed to see it, we would have seen it, right? So even though I really enjoyed that, it was really cool. It's just not my style. I don't want to start like, looking at things that we were never supposed to see. Okay, so it's not random. It is just changed. Interesting. Very interesting. So is this a little... You are so sweet. That is like such a random addition. Can you find any notes this chapter? There's notes in the school, yeah. 5 things you missed when looking at the other things you missed. Exactly. As a theory channel, this method is very helpful for us to understand the law accurately and canonically. Are you talking about my method of not hacking? Yeah, again, like listen. Sometimes maybe there is stuff that the developers hide, and that is relevant to the story. Other people can catch that because... I don't know. I'm on the side of that. For me, the developers are creating a story. Imagine, let me give you a better example, right? So imagine I write a story, like a pen and paper story. And when I'm writing the story, I'm like, oh, actually, no, I changed my mind. I'm going to scribble it out and I'm going to replay it. And so, I write the story and I publish a story. Then somebody gets a hold of that original script. It's really useful and interesting to look at the original script. Like to look at all the things that I crossed out and all the things that I changed. But you then can't say, well, hang on a minute. Well, this ending must be different then because on page 12, he scribbled out the word day and changed it to night. So clearly, no, you can't theorize on that, right? Because that was never supposed to make it into the book. Like it was, but it got changed, right? So that's the reason why I don't like to hack things, because often the stuff that's left behind was removed for a reason, right? And that reason might be it's no longer relevant. Maybe they changed their mind. Maybe they, where is this poster telling me to look up? Because I feel like it should be here. I feel like it should be here. But yeah, that's the reason why I don't do it. But plenty of other people do. You still have that cat be toy in the inventory after scanning chapter 1. It says until you open Poppy's case. Exactly. And I don't think that was supposed to be, right? I don't think you were supposed to still have it in your inventory. I think that was just a, leftover game thing. Why would they make a separate model for the lady with different face if they already have the model for it to not be canon? Same with the hangman, isn't that? But that's exactly why I don't do that. Do you see what I'm saying? So I'm so sorry. I don't know how to pronounce your name. But that's why I don't do that, is because and this is totally okay for your theories. I'm not saying that you're wrong, but what you're doing is you're theorizing over a human who created the game. When quite often game development is a lot of corner cutting. It's a lot of like, for example, they will reuse a model rather than creating a new model, right? They'll change a model because it's a lot quicker and easier to reuse a model than to completely make a new one. But that doesn't mean that those two characters are in any way related, right? Like, for example, let's just say that this is just a completely made up example, right? But let's just say that in Little Nightmares, they use the same model for the chef as they did the teacher, and they just shrunk it down, right? That doesn't mean that the chef and the teacher are connected. It's just, that's game development. And the reason why I say, like, if the developers wanted me to see something, it would be in the game, is because sometimes developers, they change their mind. The story changes. Like, halfway through the game, they go, oh, actually, this would be better if we did this. And so it can really confuse you to look at stuff that was left over, or that, you know, was never meant to be seen. And if the developers are going to the point of hiding stuff in their game that is relevant, that you can only find with third-party software, like on Unreal Engine Unlocker or whatever, did they really, you know, mean for it to be in there? Like, I don't know. I don't personally think so. I think if it's hidden in the game files, that's different. Like, if you've got to go into the folder and look, that's different. Because some games use the game folder as part of the story, like Inscription, right? Inscription and games like that use the folder to hide little hints in. That's different, right? That's fine. Did I see Huggy? What, in this chapter? There's no living Huggy that I've seen. There's a Huggy over here. Is it over here? Oh, there's Theodore, by the way. That's Theodore Gramble up there. Yeah, here it is. Here's the Huggy. Huggy Wuggy. The gas mask location is different. Yeah, I noticed that because I watched that trailer. Like, I looked at every little detail in that trailer. And they changed, for some reason they changed the position of the gas mask, which is weird. Also, did any of you guys see this? I didn't really incorporate it into my video. Where is it? There's a line of text on a wall that's really hard to get to. Right, really hard to get to. Which room is it in? Is it in this one? It's behind a bunch of beds. Okay, I think it's a little bit further along. So let's go to the next part. Your name is Stefano Nachev. I'm sorry, I should change it to confuse. No, it's okay. You can have your name however you like. The only language I speak is English, and so I struggle with anything. I believe it's Cyrillic. The characters are Cyrillic, I believe. I struggle because I just don't know how to pronounce it. But that's I will try my best to remember Stefano. I'm also terrible with names, so please don't be offended if I forget. Have you seen the foreshadowing of Huggy killing Kissy? Yeah. There's one in the school. There's another one somewhere else too. You can find Huggy and Kissy. You can also find them separately though, which is why I don't know. Again, I don't know. Is that the one that is now with Kissy? Is that the one that's with Kissy? I can't remember. Yeah, but you can find a Huggy next to like another dead Huggy, or maybe Kissy in the school, which is really interesting. I'm gonna need to go to the bathroom. Oh. Is it done for me? Ask. There's no silly questions. Could you do some screenshot of the Playtime toy race car, the front, top, side, and back view? Oh, if I'd have read that before I did this, maybe. I'm sure that all the models will get put out there eventually. But yeah, anyway, there is a line of text over here in complete darkness, which says, "Don't wake the angels," and I wonder why it's so hard to see it. Like, it's really hard to get to it. But if you get this block over here, you can parkour over to it. Let's see if I can use a small one. I know last time I used the bigger one, but let's see if I can use the small one. Try not to drop it. Oh. Well, I dropped it. I love the commitment. I've come back for a few hours later when we're looking at Ollie shouting for you, taking too long and home to home. I love it. Yeah, I get distracted easily and I chat on stream. This is why I usually don't look for secrets when I'm streaming, because I get distracted far too easily. But some people did ask, before chapter 3 came out, some people did ask if I would stream the game. And I said I will stream it when I get chance. And this is my chance. So, can I like... you saw my first video, Playtime Chapter 3. You really enjoyed it. Thank you. I appreciate that you enjoyed it. I've done a things you might have missed video for every chapter now. I've done 2 for chapter 3, but I've done one for every chapter, and they always seem to do really well, which to me indicates that you guys enjoy that type of content. I wish I could do one on every game. Like, I wish every game had 10 things you might have missed, but some games just don't have, you know, that much hidden stuff. So, like, I will definitely do a 10 things you might have missed for Little Nightmares 3. Again, cannot wait. Cannot wait. I want you to use small block to parkour. I'm going to have to use the big one. You disagree because my logic is, but if they wanted for you to see it, but I understand your opinion as well. Yeah, again, like I'm not saying that my way is the correct way of doing it. I'm not saying that. Why did I come up here? I'm not saying that my way is the correct way. I'm just saying that's the way that I like to do it. And there are other people that do the other way, and that's totally fine. I prefer to do it this way. This is my preferred way. You know, everyone has their ways of doing things, but I don't know, like it would take something really drastic to change my opinion on that. Like if there was something that was like directly related to the story in, you know, like hidden behind a wall, then maybe, but again, I would just ask, why did the developers go to such an extent to hide it? Like, I get hiding things, like I have no problem with them hiding things, but making people use third-party software. Listen, there's nothing else behind it. All it says is don't wake the angels, okay? But I don't understand why it's so hard to find it. But yeah, if you hide it in the game, that's one thing. If you hide it in the game files, that's another. But hiding it behind a third-party software, that's where I'm like, nah, I'm sorry, devs. I'm sorry. If you're hiding it behind third-party software, I think you're making a mistake. Like, I don't think you should expect people to, you know, go to that length to uncover it. But again, just my opinion. But yeah, it says don't wake the angels. That's it. My favorite voice line? I like them all. All the voice acting in Poppy Playtime is great. Like, all the voice actors. I can't pick a singular line. That would be unfair. I think that would be unfair to, like, the other voice actors, honestly. But I really like all of it. Are we allowed to talk about this gentleman? I know who this is. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about it, though. I don't know if it's like a secret. Has anyone else talked about it? Dog Day called us Angel too. Yeah. Which I don't know if that is just a Bendy reference or... Looks like MatPat. It's not MatPat. Guys, I'm going to quickly run to the bathroom. Here, have some music on while I go and, you know... You know what happens in the bathroom. Come on now. Right, yeah. Give me like 2 minutes. Enjoy Little Nightmares. I'll be right back. Okay, I am back. Has everyone stretched legs, got drinks and stuff? Checked for monsters under your bed? What great timing on this song. Let's go to that. I'm back. I'm back. Whew. Okay. Let's resume. So, what were we talking about? We're talking about... Oh, yeah, we're talking about game files. Oh, Picky Picky. Let's go listen. Got drinks in the form of ice. Well, ice will eventually turn into a drink.
There. I'm Piggy Piggy. Let's eat.
Monster on your bed says hi. Hello, Monster. Has my mic been okay? I've realized I've been yelling the whole stream.
Delicious.
Yeah, who's roast beef?
Grilled chicken. Down the hatch.
So my picture of the kid. Yeah, I know who it is. But I don't know if it's like insider info or if I'm allowed to talk about it or not. Flayed, by the way. Flayed? Flaying. You know, you guys know what flaying is, right? Like, flaying's not...
Still hungry. Hey.
It's not me. It's not Matt Pat either.
Hi there. I'm Piggy Piggy. Let's
See, Piggy Piggy's one is not like that crazy. Piggy Piggy sounds okay. Is Piggy okay though because Piggy's eating? Are the others all distressed because they're not eating? Is that why? It's definitely not Matt Pat. Like, I know who it is. It's not Matt Pat. He said that they dropped the I don't know what that is. Bird theme for this chapter. I don't think they necessarily dropped the bird theme. That was only a theory, right? I'm pretty sure that was like just Jord's theory as well. But like they never said they were gonna do birds. That was just a theory. Do you think Picky Picky is actually dead because they do not scream? That's what I'm saying. Like, Picky Picky sounds pretty alright, but then does that mean Picky Picky sided with Catnap? I don't know. Yeah, lol. Picky Picky's gonna eat us. Also, Picky Picky's really hard to say fast. Like, go on, say it 3 times fast. Picky Picky, Picky Picky, Picky Picky. It's really hard. You relive the hunger in the game, such a big deal. It's interesting though because it's not just hunger, right? Like they've been trained to eat flesh and they want the flesh, but they don't need the flesh. I've seen this before, but this looks like a little easier to see now. I wonder if I can zoom in and read that, because this looks like higher definition than they did before. Everyone is a cannibal in this game. Yeah, pretty much. My favorite line is when Poppy during the second hallucination says, "Do you even know what's real?" Yeah, that was interesting. But the weird thing about that is though, is that we were hallucinating that part. So we were hallucinating Poppy asking us if we know what's real, which is kind of deep if you think about it. All right, let's say goodbye to Sam, everybody. That theory annoyed me. Wait, which one? Which one did you?
Well, of course. They'd never miss this.
He tweeted about it? Did he tweet about it?
This week, Dr. White here has selected our very own
Let me check. Let me check if he tweeted about it. Do I even follow him on Twitter?
One last goodbye, shall we? With me. 1, 2, 3. Goodbye,
You had 11 days ago. I have a theory that all the critters cutouts show how they died. Bubba knowing too much about the prototype. I don't hate that theory. I don't hate it. Goodbye, Sam. I don't hate that theory. I mean, it's weird though because let's just say that is how they died, right? Let's just say that is definitely how they all died. Why was that being recorded and played, right? That's still a mystery that we don't know. Where's the thing? Is it not? Oh, it's on the ceiling. That's still something that we don't know. Like, why are they being recorded and placed here like this? Is it somebody in the factory is just still creating toys and such like they're, you know, like programmed to? Because we haven't really talked about this theory for a while that the toys, okay, it's like androids, right? Like apparently the difference between an android and a robot, I don't know if this is true, so if I'm wrong, please tell me. But apparently the difference between an android and a robot is created by humans, but an android is created by robots, right? Like a robot creating a robot is an android. Am I right? Is that correct? But the idea is that like if a robot creates a robot, the chance of that robot messing up is much higher because the robot doesn't know what the robot should do because the robot only has limited knowledge. And so you could transfer that concept to Poppy Playtime. They made these toys to make more toys, but the toys don't really know how the toys are supposed to be made. That's why the catnap gas ended up in the catnaps. You know, like the wrong gas ended up in the catnaps. That's why, like, you know, a bunch of these toys, like the Make a Friend machine was probably used to stuff people into and stuff. There's a lot you could go with that concept of like toys making other toys, right? Especially if they started making living toys. Yeah. An android is specifically humanoid in form. A robot can be any shape. I don't think that's fully true though, because I think like if you have a humanoid shaped robot, it could still be a robot, right? When you said earlier that you thought Poppy Playtime took place in another state, what state were you thinking? There was this was so long ago. We're talking chapter 1 now, but there was a hint to Playtime Co. being in. Oh, where was it? It was. I'd have to go back and like investigate it again, but I remember trying to pinpoint the location of the factory in chapter 1, and there was a small hint that it could be. It was somewhere like. It could actually be Michigan. There was. Where was it? I know there was something in New York, but it was like southwest of St. Louis. I'm on a small block. Yep. I remember there was, again, it could have been absolutely nothing, but there was something that led me to a cemetery. Oh, this is so long ago, but there was something that led me to a cemetery in chapter 1, and I went and followed the coordinates, and it was somewhere. It's got to be in Central Time in the middle part of the USA. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was like southwest of St. Louis, like that general area. Again, I'm trying to remember from a long time ago, but I eventually figured that I was probably wrong anyway, so I didn't really further investigate it. But I can't remember what it was now. I can't remember what it was that led me down that line of thinking anyway. Oh, I forgot I'm supposed to be checking the walls for posters and stuff. I haven't seen the look-up poster yet. Weirdly. Bobbit. It's Bobbit. Are they making a Poppy Playtime movie? Supposedly, they have already signed a deal, yeah. Do you think Ollie is 1006 manipulating his voice? I don't believe so. I don't believe so. I think Ollie's aims are completely opposite to the prototype, so it would be weird for the prototype to do that. Was a tape, I think, in the office of Elliot? Maybe. There was something that I thought may have been coordinates though. And I followed those coordinates and it led me to a cemetery, which I was like, oh, that's weird. But I think that may have just been like me overthinking it. Out of the smiling critters, who would have sided with Catnap? Well, I think Picky Piggy did, by the sounds of things. Bobby. Sorry, I've been watching Supernatural. Please no spoilers for Supernatural because it's my first watch. But I've been watching Supernatural with my friend, like every night for like the last like month or whatever. And every time like Bobby from Supernatural is on the screen, I'm like, Bobby. Listen, it's the little things, okay? It's the little things. Like, what even are these? Like, obviously it's like a little sink, but what's it for? We've got any medical professionals in chat? Is it just for like disposing of bodily fluids, like vomit and stuff? Like, I don't know. Cappy's gonna be really important because of a strangely big presence. I hope so, because we got that cut out in chapter 2 of Cappy, and she seemed to warn us, and we've never really seen anything again until now, apparently. Also, yeah, bug to doors. This is one of my pet peeves in games, and this is not a dig at Mob, right? Like, I hate cupboards that open for no reason. I hate cupboards and drawers that open for no reason. Like, it's okay, it's fine, right? It's fine. It's a cupboard door, but it annoys me. I'm like, if I'm gonna go to the effort of opening all of these, I want something in there. Put something in there. Put like a little Easter egg or a joke or something. You know what I mean? Do you think Little Nightmares 3 is playing after 1 and 2? Because in the trailer at the beginning there was a room in the mirror, like a room in the mall. I also think that no spoilers. I'll ban you. I think that the timeline of Little Nightmares, it's not like normal. I've already made a theory about the broken timeline, and I think it makes even more sense now because that whole place is a dream world. I have a huge Little Nightmares theory that I need to make. I'm waiting for, like, you know, the right time to make it. Maybe the cat bee poster was a hint that Kissing Missy's friend was turned into a cat bee. Possibly. Entirely possible. This place really is falling to bits. Also, I'm pretty sure this is a was this here before, the Theodore poster? But I think this is Theodore's bed, because look, he was shown to be mischievous. He was shown to be I forget how they worded it, but they said he was like delinquent or something. And then there is a plunger stuck to so I'm pretty sure this was Theodore's bed. Not that it seems to have any other relevance. Should I investigate? Eye wash stations? Is that what they are? Eye wash stations? Why are they washing their eyes, though? Just a can. Boogie Bot? What's that? Boogie Bites? Sour candy? I like sour candy. I like sour things. Yeah, that's Theodore. That's Theodore Granbull. But I think this was hinting that this was his bed because, again, the plunger. He was a little mischievous little git. But I don't think there's anything else, like, to find here, you know what I mean? There's a Huggy. Like there is everywhere in this goddamn chapter. Those beds look like medical rooms. Yeah, those beds over here are essentially like, this is where the sick children were kept, right? Like children are they're gonna get sick, yeah. So this is essentially a hospital or like a little you know, sick room. So this is where the sick kids were kept. But it begs the question. I really do think that chapter 3 was hinting that the reason why these experiments started in the first place was for the sick children, right? The children who were like terminally ill, or children that were going to be, you know, maybe they got really super sick, and so they saved them. Like this whole experiment was, the whole transfer process was originally a way to save children, which is why 1006 got so mad that it ended up a way to just create new staff, because that's not what it was meant for. It was meant to save these kids, right? Again, a smile on every child's face, right? I'm like, I don't think there's anything secret here. How long is the stream gonna last? I'm not sure, because it is already like midnight, but the VOD will be kept up on the channel. So if you miss it and you want to go back to it, it'll be there. We've been here since like 2 p.m. Well, I appreciate the commitment. What is that? What is that behind? Is it just the, I think it's just the, is it just the cover? I don't, yeah, it's just the cover, okay. Like I can't. I also find it really coincidental that this is Catnap. Theodore became Catnap. Cheeky, cheeky. But yeah, I don't think there's anything secret here. Anything secret to find, can I? This is what my second playthrough looks like, by the way. Whenever I play a game for the second time looking for secrets, this is all it is. It's just me for 10 hours doing this, looking at every little detail, just... When people are like, oh yeah, I really enjoy your 10 things you might have missed video, I'm like, good, because because I spent 10 hours doing this. Like, oh, what is this red? Does that mean anything? Probably not, but let's look at it anyway. A brick. I wonder what that could mean. Do you know why Harley did the experiments? I think, well, he pitched it as a way to save the company, but I think he was just an evil son of a bitch. To be entirely honest, I think he was actually evil and he had his own agenda. What that agenda was, I don't know. It could be he wanted power. It could be he wanted to see how far he could push these experiments. It could just be that he liked torturing people. I don't know. But he was called the Doctor and he clearly had like some, you know, messed up agenda. Live to serve our angel of salvation. So that's a third angel reference, by the way. It's 2 a.m. It's midnight here for me. It's 1:15 midnight. You think there is a real world in Little Nightmares? Yeah, there is. So if you haven't listened to the Sounds of Nightmares, it's called a podcast. It's not a podcast. It's literally a story. Go listen to it. No spoilers. Go listen to it. It explains so much. It's like, it's crazy, honestly. But yeah, there is a real world. And the children in Little Nightmares are basically dreaming. I want to make the video. I want to make the video on it because I have a whole theory on it. But yeah, basically the children that are there are dreaming, but they also get caught there. Like they get trapped in that world, which I'm fairly certain 6 has been trapped in that world. Did that say? I don't know, it's just a sky's the limit. I thought it said home sweet home. I have not seen this look up poster yet. I saw this one. This isn't new. I've seen this one before. Angels usually used religiously and kind of worships a prototype. Makes sense. It does. I also think it goes more deep than that, though. Again, I think Elliot wanted to create a utopia for children, and people started to worship him, which is why they worship the prototype, right? Who was able to leave the green intruder warning tape in chapter 1? I mean, listen, there could have been people that survived for like days or weeks, you know, by hiding and whatnot. Like, we know that eventually everybody died, but that doesn't mean people didn't survive for a little while, right? Like, there was only so many toys and there was a lot of people, so like, so I think you haven't seen the Little Nightmares 2 interview. The answer for the question is Mono destined to become the Thin Man or the next Thin Man. The answer was both, so it's confirmed time loop. Again, not necessarily. Broken time or time loop. There's a lot of hints that the time in in Little Nightmares 2 doesn't actually work in a linear fashion. Now, you could say yes, loop. But it goes more deep than that, though. And the fact the final area of Little Nightmares 2 heavily implies that physics in that world don't work like they do in our world, which again makes sense from the sounds of Nightmares, because we now know that that world is literally a dream world. It's literally a dream world, and the rules don't work in the dream, right? Like you can dream anything you want. I also think there is an entity that is using our dreams in Little Nightmares. There's a lot of hints to it. So I have a theory. I'm gonna make it. Keep an eye. Make sure you're subbed if you're not already, because Little Nightmares. As we get closer to Little Nightmares 3, I will restart to pick up my Little Nightmares theories, and I have a bunch of ideas. So it just makes no sense to do it while Poppy Playtime is still hot, right? It makes sense to focus on what's working. Speaking of what's working, I gotta do this puzzle. I also have a theory about this too. Take your time and make the choice that feels right for you. Your first toy lasts a lifetime. Also, Catby and Bron. Cheeky. Wait. I need this. Jump scare incoming. Nope. Did I mess it up? No, I did it. Jump scare incoming. You ready? Cheeky.
Hug a day keeps the monsters away.
There'll be a Poppy Playtime Chapter 4 will come out. Yeah, we're definitely going to get Chapter 4, 100%.
2 hugs a day is better in every way.
Hopefully next year. That'd be cool. Ollie's the factory security system? Possibly. It didn't do a very good job, though. You just subscribed? I appreciate that.
Hugging forever.
So, for those, if anybody's new in chat, what I usually do is lore, theories, things you might have missed. Those kind of videos. I like to do a things you might have missed video for every game if I can. If not, I'll do, sort of just theory content on games. I do playthroughs occasionally, but yeah, not all the time. I bet you are in chapter 4. Dude, this is the second cutout we've had of Huggy now as well. It was on the soundtrack of the chapter. I really like the soundtrack in this chapter, yeah. There's a couple of really good songs, honestly. The kid's still alive? I think so. But alive is subjective, right? Like, are they in toy bodies or in human bodies? I don't know at this point, but I definitely think they're alive. Again, the whole point of the Hour of Joy, in my opinion, was to free the children or free them from the scientists. So it would make no sense to kill them after that, but... Do you think Project Playtime is a predecessor to Project Playtime? Yes. So Project Playtime... Project Playtime most likely takes place in 1999. There's the snacks you can find in Project Playtime expire on 1999, and crisps, they're crisps or chips, whatever you want to call them. They don't usually last more than like a year, right? They don't last that long. So you could theorize that Project Playtime takes place anywhere between 1998 or 1999. Maybe 1997, right? 1997, 1998, 1999, that kind of time frame. The downfall of the factory was 95. So if Project Playtime is canon, which again, we don't fully know how canon it is, but if Project Playtime is canon, that means that all that was happening after the Hour of Joy, which means that the company was still active. They were still in some form of control. So either that was a completely different, you know, factory, completely different, facility, or the parts of the facility managed to survive for longer. I actually think that Project Playtime was another facility, and in that whole game, they were trying to find somebody that had the capability to come into the main factory and retrieve something. That's why they were using living toys to kill them, essentially, was because they were trying to find somebody who'd be able to survive. They found that person, and that's who we are. That's my theory. That's my theory. But yeah, in between 1999 and 2005, they found somebody who was able to survive all of the toys, survive all of their trials, and they chose us to be the person who came in to extract something. Again, the whole point of Project Playtime is you've got to extract a toy, right? So I don't think that was just being done for no reason. Those stuffs with the stalls and nothing else are quiet rooms. Yeah, I kind of wish there was more things to find. Like, it would have been nice to find some files in this area or have an enemy to deal with. Because there's like a lot of like this is cool, don't get me wrong. But like, you know what I mean? Like, I find like there's a lot of stuff that doesn't seem to really matter that much. The signal tower is attempt to make the time loop break time. Maybe. But again, that whole world is basically confirmed now to be a dream, by the way. Again, if you haven't, go listen to The Sounds of Nightmares. It explains a lot. Like, a hell of a lot. So I personally just believe that it's all made up in our brains. Which story would you chosen to live the rest of your life in? I don't know, because they all have limitations, right? They all have, like, power but limitations. Like, Project Playtime takes place after... Yes, yeah, it has to, because the snacks in Project Playtime expire in 1999, and you're telling me that these snacks are going to have, like, a 5-year shelf life? I don't think so. So, unless that was, again, just a mistake by the devs, unless it was just they didn't think about it, Project Playtime has to take place after the Hour of Joy. It makes no sense for it to be before. And toys were friends? I'm sure they were. I'm sure. I heard his purring then. This doesn't make sense. There are 484 people watching and 619 likes. No, but people who were watching earlier could have liked and then left, right? So, like, it does make sense. Also, if you guys didn't notice this part, this is like... First of all, this doesn't physically make sense. Bug glitch. This doesn't make sense because how is the wallpaper two-way, like a one-way? That makes no sense. But it is creepy that they were literally watching these kids sleep, like creepy scientists. I heard that the Hour of Joy came in 1999. What's your evidence that it was 1995? My evidence that it was 1995 is the fact that we see it happen in Kissy Missy's VHS that was dated 1995. So, Kissy Missy's VHS, at the end of it, you see the Hour of Joy happen, and that video is dated 1995. And then The reversed audio, the radio also says 8/8/1995. You were demanded to be here. You missed the event. You missed the party. Heavily implied to be the Hour of Joy. 8/8/1995. So it's pretty much all but confirmed that the Hour of Joy happened in 1995. It's a fake wall. Yeah, okay, but like, my point is, right, look, so you can see through it very clearly, yeah? Then if you go back in here, think we're going to get to play the real world of Little Nightmares? No. No, I don't think so. And then look, wallpaper. Like, how did they make the wallpaper? You know what I mean? Like, how is that? I don't think that's possible. How did they make the wallpaper like one way, like a one-way mirror? I personally don't think that's possible. Again, I'm not like an expert in in that. How far do you make it as this character in real life? How far would I make it? Probably not very far. I'd have left. I'd have got into the factory, seen Huggy, and been like, I'm out, mate. I'll see you later. Good luck. Good luck, guys. I'm off. Listen. Listen. I might be a theorist, but I'm not dumb. The wallpaper could work if there's a bunch of small holes in it and light filters through, but surely you'd see a bunch of little holes in it, right? And you wouldn't get crystal clear vision if that were the case. Like, this is crystal clear. I don't think so. How did Poppy and Kissy met? Well, Kissy was free roaming in chapter 2, right? Who we don't want to be transferred into? Huggy, just so I could prove you're all wrong. He's not dead. Catnap. Alright, where's the battery go? If you look at specific details, we are currently playing in the year 2010. I've not seen anything that says 2010. Can you tell me what says that? Because I've not seen anything. It says 2010. Oh, Huggy was forced to stand still and wave high. Yeah, imagine how boring that must be, man. Like, just sitting still all day, just all day like this. So where's this poster that says don't forget to look up? I've not seen it anywhere. Develop new technology in the factory. So I'm not surprised about the two. Yeah, no, you're right. They've like I'm arguing over wallpaper when they've literally transferred human consciousness into a doll. Like, you're right. You're not wrong. I just yeah. I think it was like it would have made more sense if there were mirrors. You know what I mean? Like, they should have done two-way mirrors, but one-way mirrors. You know what I mean? Yeah, two-way mirrors. We found anything yet? We found something little. Yeah, Brentley. So we found this. We found in Kissy Missy's room. The picture's been changed. There's a new poster and the picture's been changed. So if we go in here, the picture that she's looking at is completely different now. And we've also got a cat bee here saying, "You are so sweet." And again, I don't know if, I mean, maybe it is a Valentine's Day reference, but I don't know if that is a reference to Sweet Sheep or if that is, you know, something to do with the story. I don't know. I know a bunch of people were hoping we'd see Sweet Sheep in the chapter, but how did Catnap take control of the phone? He just ringed it, probably, right? Rang it. You know what I mean? Oh, God damn it! I need to get back out. 10 years after 1995 to 2005. Yes, again, so we know that the Hour of Joy was 1995. It's pretty much confirmed. So the game being 10 years later massively implies 2005. Again, not 100% confirmed, but definitely implied. Do you think the world is a dream? Is again an interview that does say that the world the way it is. Yep, okay, but have you, Stefano, have you listened to the Sounds of Nightmares though? Before I debate any more Little Nightmares, have you listened to the Sounds of Nightmares? Because the Sounds of Nightmares basically confirms that it is a dream. If you haven't listened to it, I highly recommend it. It's really good. It's really, really, really good. Like, the story is fantastic. But that basically confirms that it is a dream. Ball of staff died in the Hour of Joy. Why does Letter say that they're still here? Some of them could be in toys, though. Right? Some of them could be in toys. Like Poppy, for an example, I still think is a toy. This puzzle took me too long. Who's my favorite smiling critter? I think if I had to choose, Craftycorn. But wait, hang on. Yeah, if I had to choose, I think Craftycorn. Just because I feel like Craftycorn being the creative one and potentially being one who wrote messages and stuff, I think it's a cool thing. Oh, hang on. Are we ever going to escape the factory? Well, I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like we're going to get buried down here, but we could do. We could do. Sadly leaving as it's late. No worries, thanks so much for hanging out. I appreciate being here. It says it's in the name. Don't know if people are shocked it's not night. It's nightmares. But okay, yeah. But at the same time, just because it's called Nightmares doesn't mean that the game is necessarily a nightmare. Right? Like if I make a game called Terror Factory, that doesn't necessarily mean that the game is in a factory, right? Like it could just be like I understand that was a terrible example. I can't think of a better example. But like a nightmare, it can be something that's just scary, right? Like you could go like, oh, I had such a bad day at work, it was a nightmare, right? So I agree with you, but I also disagree with you because it's I have to do this first, right? And then I do this. Wait. But I also do think it is basically it's a dream world. It's a dream world, basically confirmed. Oh, I didn't set this up right. Gotta put this there. Right, Braun. Hopefully we'll see him in future chapters. So here's Sweet Sheep. So do you know Sweet Rampage? Yeah. Do you know Sheep Rampage? He's a guy who does like a lot of puppy playtime. Like he doesn't do, as far as I'm aware, he doesn't do that many theories. It seems to be a lot more like he kind of does do theories, but it's a lot of like news updates and stuff for puppy playtime. And I can't remember if he made it or if someone made it for him, but somebody made a Smiling Critters version of him called Sweet Sheep. And then there was like a whole thing of like, bring it into the game, like add Sweet Sheep into the game, but it never did. Obviously, you know, it was way too late to add anything like that. Not saying the devs would add it, but even if they would, it was a bit late. But so I don't know if that Sweet is a reference to that or not. I don't know. Maybe I should add him. Maybe I should. That is the third vent gas jump scare that we've had. Fourth, technically fourth. As Poppy said, why she needs your help. I think the implication, Kaylin, is that because she's in that doll body, she can't really do much, right? I think that's the implication. Whether that's true or not, I think that's the reason. She calls us capable, and I think that's because, again, we have a human body, or if we are a doll, we have a better body than hers anyway. What are these here for? Why are these here? It's handprints. So yeah, I think that's the implication. What do you think? What do you think if it isn't a dream and not nightmares? But it basically is, though. Again, if you haven't listened to the Sounds of Nightmares, go listen to it. But it basically confirms that it is a dream. Spoilers for the Sounds of Nightmares. One of the characters in the Sounds of Nightmares goes to sleep and visits that world in her dreams. Even talks about characters that we know for definite come from that world. Eventually, she disappears into that world completely. So that world is 100% a dream world that people travel to. It's massively hinted that something in that world is trying to trap children there. For whatever reason, they're trying to convince those children to stay, and the main character does get convinced to stay by the end. It's a really good series, really, really well voice acted, really interesting, lots of little details in there. They mention the yellow raincoat, they mention potentially other characters. Well worth listening to, but it basically confirms that it is a dream world. You also did a smiling critter? So secret time, secret shh. I have somebody who worked on Poppy Playtime as an artist is making me a character, a toy character. Don't get too excited because I don't know when it's going to be done. It could be like months, I don't know, but I'm having a poster a Poppy Playtime poster with my own character. I'm so excited. It looks so, I've got a sketch already and it looks so good. So yeah, don't like, it could be a while, so don't get too excited, but it looks really, really, really good. I gave them free reign to create the character and they created the perfect character for me, I think. So do you think 1006 is using us or is Poppy? I think Poppy's using us. I think 1006 just wants us to leave. I really do. I think 1006 just wants us gone. I don't think they want us meddling. And Poppy wants revenge, and 1006 doesn't want us to help her. But it's from different devs. I don't think the OG meant to be a dream. The reason the podcast exists doesn't make sense because at this entire time, the whole point was for nothing to be explained. I agree with that point. I do agree with that the Tarsier studio originally didn't really explain anything. Is that the wrong way around, that wallpaper? But at the same time, I'm pretty sure that looking at the trailer for Chapter 3, I'm fairly certain that Tarsier will have given Supermassive their notes of what they wanted the series to be or whatever. I don't think Supermassive just went in blind. The Sounds of Nightmares also, again, go listen to it, please. You don't have to do whatever you want, but I recommend that you go listen to it because The Sounds of Nightmares, it makes so much sense. It has the ferryman. And if you know the ferryman doesn't even appear in the game outside of a picture. So the fact that they know about the ferryman means that they know about the lore of the game. The devs obviously know about the lore of the game because they're referencing lore that most people don't know. Most people don't know who the ferryman is. So I think you're wrong on this one. I think that it is definitely well, yeah, it's kind of now. It is kind of now. So whether you like it or not, that's your decision. But it is kind of now. You love my vids on Chapter 3? Thank you so much. Poppy's manipulating us? Yes. In my humble opinion, yes.
No! Let go! They didn't do anything wrong.
See how she just conveniently pops up?
Here to help.
Very convenient.
This place makes her tense.
You make me tense.
Ollie could help you get this far. He's the reason.
Yeah, see, I was wrong about that. Poppy mentions Ollie, so I don't think that Ollie is a figment of our imagination, but
You've been through so much. You deserve an explanation. Come on.
see, she says this every single time, you deserve an explanation, then never, ever gives us an explanation. Ever. Never. Poppy is Tericho. I'm not Poppy. What the hell? Was this always here? Is this mommy always here? Why do you think Kissy attacked you? And don't you think Poppy saved you just how good she is? But again, Poppy is trying to get us to be on her side. So remember in Chapter 2, the first thing Poppy says is, I'm going to need you to trust me, right? And then she gets grabbed. And then at the end of the game, she's like, you killed mommy, good. And then she betrays us, right? She literally takes away our choice and freedom. Yeah? We're about to escape the factory. And she's like, nope, you're not leaving. And she even starts to talk in an evil way. She's like, sorry, but you can't leave, right? And then she's getting this little rant going off. Then she gets attacked, or we get attacked, or whatever happens. Catnap gets a train or whatever. And now all of a sudden she's our friend again. Okay. Okay. Maybe this is just because I'm old and I've had lots of interpersonal relationships in my life. Every fiber of my being is telling me not to trust Poppy. Poppy is lying. Not necessarily lying, but she's doing what a lot of people do, where she's conveniently not telling us the truth. And in a way, not telling somebody something is like lying, right? For example, if I stole $10 from you and I didn't tell you, well, I didn't lie because I didn't tell you that I didn't steal it. Do you know what I mean? Do you see what I'm saying? Right? She's definitely hiding things from us. She's definitely got two sides to her personality, and one of those sides was just coming out until the train crashed. Now, you could argue that, oh, but she just, you know, she just wants everything to be set right. So then why didn't she give us the choice? Why didn't she ask us? Why didn't she say, hey, there's a bunch of bad stuff happening in this factory. Like, you can leave, or like, help me. She only told us that after she took our choice away. That screams manipulative to me, right? Like, that is not normal, healthy behavior. Like, oh, by the way, I trapped you in this factory, but it's for good reasons, though. No, sod off. Actually, sod off. Poppy, not you. Poppy, sod off. No.
Listen, I'm not your enemy.
I'm not your enemy. Sounds like something that somebody who is your enemy would say.
Down here is bigger than all of
I'm not your enemy, Mr. Bond.
I need you, so we can get revenge on those monsters.
See, she's literally wanting revenge.
Tortured us.
Do I notice that she stands how the little girl stands? Yeah, I put that in my video.
They're disciples of the
I pointed it out in my video already.
prototype. Do the honors.
Getting a toy song. I'm not getting a song. I'm getting a poster. Wait, has this changed? Was this always like this? Am I going crazy, chat? This looks different. Have they made this more obvious? That looks different to me. I think that both Poppy and 106 are fighting for something, and the toys seem to be in both sides fighting for their revenge. Maybe. I do think, though, it seems it's really important, I think, that 1006 has been given us so many chances to leave. We've been given plenty of chances to leave. Huggy didn't attack us straight away. Mommy was giving us the train code to leave, which she seemed like she didn't want to do, but she was doing it. Which we also got some hints in the deleted content that Mommy and 1006 were more close than we thought. And then Catnap gave us plenty of opportunity to leave. So why would 1006 be giving us an opportunity to leave? Like, why? You know what I mean? Whereas Poppy literally took our choice away from us to leave. So again, of the two people, of the ones that I trust, I think I would rather trust 1006 right now. Also, look, her mask is slipping, chat. Her mask is literally slipping. Just saying. And everything, Ollie's not a real person. He's Avatar 1006. Yeah, I really don't think he's 1006, but they could twist, they could twist shock, haha, reveal. But I really don't think he's 1006. I think he's more likely another experiment. Again, definitely on the side of Poppy. What theme song do I prefer? Mummies or Huggies? What do you mean, like, on the cutouts, or? Six wakes up and not nightmares. One with a scared noise. Straight up from another world. We don't know. We don't know if she's stuck there yet or not, because the character in the Sounds of Nightmares eventually gets stuck in that world. So we don't know if she's fully stuck there yet or not. I think she is, but we don't know.
Prototype knows we're coming.
Do we know if your toy character is an animal? It is an animal, yes. If you could and want to, would you save a monster from Poppy Playtime? I don't know, because if they were children and innocent, it's not their fault, right? But they need to be contained.
Let me help you kill him. Let me help you save everyone.
See, again, Poppy's like, kill him. Whereas 1006 has not killed anybody yet. Not a single person.
Mommy, you freed me.
Not a single person.
You are perfect for this. Catnap is coming. He's the final obstacle the prototype has placed against us.
Can still see her teeth.
Keep yourself safe. Ollie will call you.
Yeah, look, she's definitely got the two mouths. Got the two mouths. Big mouth, little mouth. Technically, he killed Catnap. Yes. However, only when he was already about to die. Right? Like, think about it. Think about it. That whole scene at the end of this game is super poignant. It's super ironic, right? Because Theodore Gramble almost died because he got electrocuted. Shut up, Ollie. And probably severely burned. When you get electrocuted, you often get burnt, right? So he got electrocuted and severely burnt. His heart stopped. 1006 went back, took him back to a staff member, gave up his own freedom to save him. Now, at the end of the game, we set him on fire with electricity, right? He's in pain. He's writhing around on the floor, screaming. 1006 knows he's going to die. He puts him out of his misery. He does it to end him faster because he doesn't want him in pain. He doesn't want children sad. That's his whole MO. That's his whole thing, is he wants to bring smiles to children, right? So the fact that he sees Theodore completely burning, he's like, no. So what he does is he kills him so he can bring him back as part of his whatever he's creating. But he's not going to be in pain anymore, right? So again, yes, he kills him, but it's a mercy killing. He only did it once he was already nearly dead. He only took mommy once she was also dead. Before then, she's been left alone, right? She was completely left alone to do whatever she wanted to do. She was left in the game station. And then Huggy, if he did take Huggy, also only got took after he died, right? So I really don't think that 1006 is really, there's no evidence to show that he's even bad, right? Whereas Poppy has shown evidence that she's bad. She took away our choice. She stopped us from escaping. And now she's telling us to kill people. Not stop. Kill. She's saying oh, we've got to save everybody. Yeah, who does she want to save? The staff. All of the ex-staff who are now dolls. She's trying to save... Again, what did the Hour of Joy do? It stopped all the stuff. Yes, the Hour of Joy was terrible. It was senseless murder. But that was the last resort. Remember, 1006 tried to escape first. He tried to escape. He got caught. He asked Harley Sawyer, do you know that what you're doing hurts us? And he said yes. And then he said, okay. He gives people a chance every single time. Every single time he gives the people a chance before he does anything. Whereas Poppy, on the other hand, she gave us no chance. She took our chance away because she's ex-staff. She wants to continue the experiments. She's evil. 1006 just wants to stop it all. He wants the children to be safe. That's it. It's confusing. The devs left Little Nightmares 2 to its last. It's unclear if they gave the notes. They could have saw the comics for Ferryman. New devs said that 6 escaped them all, even though all evidence opposite that. No, all evidence doesn't opposite that. 99% of the evidence says that 6 did escape them all. I don't know where people got this, that 6 stayed in the mall from when you see her literally leaving. She walks up the steps through an open door and then a boat comes. The idea that 6 stays on the moor to become the next lady is really, really stretch. It's such cope. It's such a stretch. She literally left. She went out the door and then you see the boat come. She left the moor. Okay, this is not aimed at you, Stefano. It's not aimed at you. I get this comment so much, but 6 stayed on the moor and became the lady. And it annoys me because that is a theory that somebody made based on no evidence. And it has become this weird canon. But there is no evidence for it. There is no evidence that 6 stayed. And in fact, the devs, if you want to talk about the devs even said 6 is not the lady. They even said it. They said very clearly, we don't know why people think this, but 6 is not the lady. She's left. She got what she wanted and she's now leaving. Whether what she wanted was the power or to kill the lady, I don't know. But she's left. She's gone. She's moving on. So I don't know why you would... Okay, if she's staying in the mall, why would she walk up those loads of steps out into the open and then we hear a new boat coming? Why if she's staying, why is she leaving out the door? What's the point? And you can actually see her on the island at the end. She's the top of the moor. You can see her there. So why would she stay there? So I don't agree. I don't believe that 6. And again, I think if you know the lore, which the devs do, I think you'd know that, right? I think you would know that 6 did leave the mall. You gotta go. Thank you for hanging out, Cloverly. I appreciate you being here. I like how it's about Little Nightmares or playing Poppy Play. Well, because Little Nightmares has a rabid fan base. I am one of them. I'm one of the rabid fans of Little Nightmares. I love it so much. But the unfortunate thing about Little Nightmares, which is not a bad thing. Sorry, what am I doing? I need to go to school, right? Why do I not have a key? Why don't I have a key? I need a key for the school? Do I not? Do I need to do the power? What am I doing? I need... You're back and you still like white chocolate? Yeah, me too. Symbolic for Six waking up from her dream. I don't think so. So it basically, again, the Sounds of Nightmares heavily implies that when they go there, they literally teleport. There is a whole segment in the Sounds of Nightmares where the main character disappears. Like, literally disappears. And the guy who's supposed to be her counselor is all like, what the hell? Again, listen, please go listen to the Sounds of Nightmares. It's so worth it. It's so worth it. This is what we need to do. You don't see a point of getting revenge because everyone is dead. Not true. Poppy's alive. Ollie's alive. Plenty of them could still be alive. What do you think about us looking at Huggy in the dream? I think maybe we knew who Huggy was, which is why we feel guilty for what we did. There we go. Will you talk out to be a mascot or someone of your channel? Well, it's just a character that the artist made. I really like him though. I really like him. It's really cool. Yeah, it's kind of interesting how much Ollie knows about this factory, right? Also interesting that this got broken. Was this to do with the power, or did something just really not like it? Like, I don't... If I had to make a choice, who would I save? Between who? Between who? I imagine two theories and one are true, that the player is rich, who himself been turned into a toy. Could be. Could be. Could be that. Could be true. Bubblegum bar. I like the flavor of bubblegum. I like the flavor of it. Even though like you know, like we have ice cream, you have that like blue sauce, which is like bubblegum flavor, even though it's not. It's like blue raspberry flavor, which blue raspberry doesn't exist. I like the flavor. Any monster from Poppy Playtime? Yeah, probably Kissy. She seems like the least angry. Sorry, I need to reply to this one. Okay, so school, right? We go to school now. Plug the power. I did it. I plugged it. Are we going to talk about Dog Day telling us that we're Poppy's angel? Yeah, that could mean a bunch of things. It could mean that we are the one who's going to save her again. You know, angel. It could be an avenging angel. Remember, a bunch of angels aren't necessarily good. No, you never go into the toy store. Unfortunately, got cut from the game. If Thomas Clark is still alive, I'd save him. Little baby Bron. Save little baby Bron.
Okay, make this quick. Turn on the generator.
He's smart, like an elephant.
Power cord into the center. Be careful in there. I don't think I can connect to you on that side of the dome.
I've already read all the notes and stuff, chat. I'm not gonna read them all again. I did find Catnap's lair. It was a nice little detail, but again, I wish there was something more in there to, like, you know, to find, like a note or something would have been cool. But yeah, big giant bed full of scratches.
Excuse the interruption. Students, remain in your seat until the bell has rung. And no going
The hour of joy. Are you all ready for the second hardest part of the game, chat? Toy Store was cancelled. Just too much time for the chapter or something else. Well, there was... Okay, so I don't know if I'm supposed to talk about this. But somebody found essentially a... Again, in the files, somebody found a thing that said something like, if Toy Store isn't cut, add this or something like that. So it's basically confirmed that it was cut from the game. But again, things get cut from many games, and it's often... There's all different reasons why. It could be that maybe that area just wasn't as fun. Maybe it wasn't finished and they didn't have time. Maybe, you know, they changed their mind on something and it was like, okay, now we don't need this part. There's so many reasons. Also, this is what somebody was talking about earlier with the potential foreshadowing. There's an angry Huggy and a dead Huggy or Kissy there. Where was the gas diverted to? Well, it said it was diverted to the left, but then we go down, so who knows, honestly. Honestly, who knows? Could be anywhere. Mr. Light is far scarier than Catnap. I really like Mr. Light. I love Weeping Angels as a mechanic. I think, I'm going to be honest, I think the best game that ever did Weeping Angels for me was Devotion, which was a game that got like delisted from Steam for a long time. But there was a game called Devotion. It had this segment with these like dolls that really made me jump, and I really liked it. But I generally like Weeping Angel mechanics. When they're done well, I think they add a lot to the horror. So yeah, I like Mr. Light. Mr. Light was a good, I'm glad they kept her a secret because she was a really good surprise. And I know they obviously teased Catnap way before the chapter came out. I hope they have more surprises in chapter 4 that they don't tease. Because as much as I love, the teasers and I love making content on it, it's nice to be surprised.
I recognize you. Yes, I remember. You used to work here.
I remember.
How are you?
Alive. Any monster? I'd save Kissy then. We will see Boxy at all in the game. We've got to. We've got to see Boxy. We've got to see Bron. And Catbee. We've got to see them all eventually, right?
For your own safety.
See also how she's like talking to us like I'm so nice and friendly, and then later she's actually not. It's almost like Poppy, right? So like Huggy Wuggy screen because Kissy Missy can't speak, am I right? Well, we don't know that she can't. Maybe she just doesn't. But it sounds like Huggy scream, but it is slightly higher pitch. But it's also, so it could be Kissy that's screaming. But before the scream, we hear a chomp sound, which sounds exactly like when Huggy grabs you in chapter 1. So it's weird how Ollie sounds like a child, yet seems to know what adults or workers should know. Is that, yeah, exactly. I agree. It's almost like, well, Ollie knows too much. Ollie knows far too much that a child should know. But again, is that because Ollie's just spent a long time in this factory learning, or is Ollie ex-staff and it's just a voice box? There's so many potentials. My evidence is the thanks to play section she is on top of the Moor closed and the boat is leaving because more have closed. There's nothing to say that the boat's leaving. In fact, the boat uses the horn, implying that it's arriving at the Moor because it comes in from off screen. They also said that she's not the lady. Would you save any monster from Poppy Playtime Chapter? I wouldn't actually save any. Oh god. Nope. But yeah, go replay Little Nightmares Chapter 1. And at the end of it, I think the evidence is way more heavily in favor of Six leaves the Moor. Again, if she's staying on the Moor, why did she leave out the open door? Why did she just stay? That's a question. Is this new? Do not overcharge Green Hand. Beware the lethality of high voltage. This is new, right? I'm pretty sure this is new, and also massive foreshadowing, by the way. The chop we hear is just reused audio in the end of chapter. The chomp? It could be. It could be. It could be just reused audio, but it might also not be. Have I seen this one? It's a poster from the old games? No. It's not in chapter 2. It's not in chapter 2. There's a different Green Hand poster in chapter 2. With a person who's aiming towards the right. It says power the future. But it's not this. This is, I've never seen this. This feels more like foreshadowing. Thoughts on seeing more bigger bodies, Wuggies in the future beside Huggy and Kissy? Yeah, sure. Why not? I mean, obviously Huggy and Kissy are the two main ones. The VHS is around there, isn't it? Ollie's just a voice box. He cannot call you. Disagree. He could be there with a similar voice box to 1006. And I mean, Poppy can talk, right? But there would be food left after a year. It depends how much they had stockpiled, because again, most of the staff are dead, only leaving the children. Children eat less. And also, it seems like this was like a bunker. So you would expect they would have like massive food stores down in that basement area.
Can I see them?
They were programmed to eat to keep them more sane. No, I think Harley Sawyer had some evil intentions. I actually think Harley Sawyer potentially had a whole... Well, I don't know if it's Harley or someone else, but I have a theory that the company was starting to go towards making weapons instead of toys. And that's why the Russians are involved, because, you know, Russians hate America, right? Well, no, not all Russians. Hashtag not all Russians. But like, in my last video, I talked about the Cold War and how, you know, as a country, Russia and America are not really friends, right? And it seems weird that an American company had like Russian text on its videos and Russian, especially, you know, going back to the 90s and whatever. Like the Cold War only ended in the 90s, by the way, just to put that out there. Like the Cold War was still going on till the 90s. Arguably it started again. But yeah, the Cold War like went on till the 90s. So it seems weird that this company would have like Russian ties, knowing that America and Russia are not exactly best friends. So yeah. Where did they say that 6 isn't the lady? Because I think I know what interview you're talking about, but I must be sure. I remember the theory that mom and the daughter, and they denied that. Yeah, but in that same interview, they also said, I don't know where people are getting this from. Right? And that theory was that 6 becomes the lady. So they were basically, you got to read between the lines, but they were basically refuting that theory in its totality. And the fact that like they were confused as to where the idea came from means that the idea where it came from is not true. And the idea where it came from is that she grows up to be the lady. Does that make sense? But again, anything is possible, but I've never had that theory myself. I've never had the theory that 6 becomes a lady. I think 6 took the power from the lady. And that is as far as that relationship goes. I think 6 is a monster, like the lady's a monster, but that doesn't necessarily, like not every character has to become the monster that they fight. That's just Mono, right? Like Mono did that. Russia wasn't Russia during the Cold War. Well, Russia was the Soviet Union, right? But was the country still not known as Russia? I don't know. I'm not an expert, but I know it was the Soviet Union, but we all know it as Russia. It's the same. The Soviet Union and Russia are essentially the same, right? Like they are the same. Wait.
Not a good listener, are you?
No.
You're a lot like
What did you say?
humans in that way. I wonder if your screams will sound like theirs too. I look forward to finding out.
Find anything crazy at the 18-minute video of Little Nightmares 3? The latest one, I didn't super heavily watch it. Like I skimmed it. We'll get another ARG between chapters. I'm sure we will. We've had an ARG between every chapter. I just hope that if we do have an ARG, that they don't drag it out quite as long. Which I do think. Obviously, the game was delayed. I don't think they planned that. But yeah, I hope it just doesn't get dragged out quite as long, because I was starting to get a little bit tired of it. So yeah. Mr. Light tried to warn us at first as well. Yeah, because maybe like maybe because, you know, right now she's in like a sane moment because she, you know, she's trying to stay away from us, but maybe the hunger is going to start because she's close to a human. Maybe the hunger is going to start becoming more, it's like, you know, you're really hungry and you're hungry. That's fine. But then someone wafts a burger in front of your face and you're like, well, now I'm really hungry. You know what I mean? And this theory didn't exist then. That theory existed since like basically day one. I remember, I didn't say Siri. I remember basically, as soon as the first game came out, there were theories on YouTube about it. So I don't agree with that. Like I remember seeing the theory from chapter 1. I remember seeing the theory that 6 is the lady. It was weird. It was like the most popular one for a long time. There was 6 is the lady's daughter because of the picture. There was 6 becomes the lady. And then what was the other one? There was another one. But yeah, it was basically from the start. I said not a good listener. I was making a joke. I need Nezed to come speedrun this part for me. Yeah, right here. Stop it. Stop it. You leave me alone. You know who's inside of Huggy? No, we don't have a solid theory yet on who Huggy could be. Which is ironic because he's like the first character and, you know, one of the most popular. We don't really have a solid theory. I have a crazy theory. I have a really crazy out there one, which I don't think is true. But I have had a theory. I have theories that Huggy could be a dog because he's described as having maximum obedience and he doesn't talk. But I don't think it's true. I think that is just a fun theory. What am I doing? The Hour of Joy. Did you open that door? Should be able to slip faster here. So even if you're looking at her, by the way, if you get too close, she will grab you. She cheater. Does she used to only move when the lights were off? I got confused. So in the pre-release version, she didn't stop moving. She just followed you. You had to like just keep running. I don't even, as far as I can remember, I mean, my playthrough is up on the channel if you want to check it, but as far as I remember, she didn't even stop when the lights were off. Which leads me to believe that she was bugged. She was bugged in the pre-release version. Because they patched this in very quickly, which again leads me to believe that she was always supposed to be like this. But then the trailer had it so that when the lights were off, she... Oh, balls. Yeah, the trailer showed her differently. But again, like a lot of things have changed between the trailer. Oh, look, we cheesed it. Give? Hello? A little bit like a velociraptor. I guess so. Why is my grab pack's not being very grabby today? Trying to check the posters. Yeah, this, if you've not checked it, this board's very interesting. It's got a lot of little details on it. It's really hard to check it. I actually had to glitch her so I could check this, by the way. I glitched her into this door over here. But yeah. We cheesed it. I also... Oh, there's a Bron in there, actually. I was going to say, I need to really look... I need to slow down the footage and look in there. Because I don't actually know if there's anything hidden. But yeah, I need to actually, like, slow down the footage and look. Okay, Carmen. It's funny to me that one of your evidence for why 6 isn't ladies that they're polar opposites, as if Mono isn't the opposite of the man. Sorry for being annoying. You're playing a different game. No, it's okay. I quite enjoy talking about Little Nightmares. Obviously, a lot of people in here probably never played Little Nightmares, so I'm trying to be cognizant of them. But I like talking about Little Nightmares. I actually have a lot of evidence that 6 isn't the lady. That's just one of them. But yeah, her personality is complete polar opposite to the ladies, which... Has this been... No, this is always there. Which leads me to believe that... they are different people. Can I read it? Can I read it? How do I read it again? Oh, show. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, they really do have very different personalities. And I do think that if 6 were the lady, there would have been at least some hint to it. And most of the hints that we have are very, very, very tenuous. Oh, wow. Law, Law, are you on the wrong account? Are you on the wrong account? Your name. Are you good? Are you good, bro? How you doing, though? Great. Thank you so much for becoming a member. I appreciate that. It should play a sound eventually, but enjoy the emojis. I don't even know what the emojis are anymore. I probably need to get some new ones. I'm late. I hate the time zones. It's okay. We're just looking through for differences and just chatting rubbish really about Poppy Playtime and Little Nightmares. Favorite breakfast dish? Mine's chicken and waffles. See, I only tried chicken and waffles like for the first time last year. I liked them. I do enjoy like bacon or like, you know, like a full English breakfast, like eggs, sausage, bacon, mushrooms. Yeah. How do you become a member? Becoming a member costs money, so bear that in mind. It's like a monthly cost, but I set it to the minimum that YouTube would allow me, which I think is like $1 a month. But if you want to, it's like, I think it's at the bottom of the chat. I saw that you beat Miss Delight, so now I'm confident to watch it. A lot of people find her scary. This game will be 3+ hours. Tericho, a game for me, is 50+ hours. Do you want to know how much total combined time I have in Poppy Playtime? In Poppy Playtime right now, I have 52.3 hours in this whole game, all chapters. 2.3. I just subbed. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. Also, yeah, Law, let me know if you're on the wrong account or if you're going to come back on the other one. Also, are we hanging out after? We hanging out? We're going to watch some Supernatural. You never had chicken and waffles? I really like sweet and salty. Like, I really like flavor combinations. I like sweet and salty. So chicken and waffles with some syrup is good, man. Good, good, good.
I'm Hoppy Hopscotch. Wanna try hopping to the moon with me? On 3 with me.
I'm trying it. It was 99p. Yeah, I think it's like 99p or 99 cents. I think it's just the same. Which means that you get robbed grapes. You get robbed because... Really like the gluten-free corn dogs that you tried a couple of weeks ago. I've only ever had a corn dog once, and it was very nice. I also try to avoid gluten, though, because I feel a lot better when I don't eat it. Oh, that's better. There we go. Were you on the wrong account, or did you just change the name? I think you were on the wrong account. But how you doing, Law? Good to see you. More of a steak and eggs type of guy. I don't think I've ever had steak and eggs together. Not as much as you thought. Wait, what? What was that, Enigma? What's not as much as you thought? Wish we saw the rest of the critters. Yeah, me too. But you can't have everything, right? Wrong account. Oh, okay. Well, welcome in on the correct account. It's good to see you. I will check your stuff after. I'm guessing mobile users can't get the membership, so they can donate money. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really do all that stuff, so I don't know. Getting robbed, yeah, by like 20p or something. I'm jumping. Rude. Okay. Yeah, I still haven't found this poster. The one poster that I already know is new, and I've not found it yet. Sorry that you're late. That's okay. Don't worry about it. The VOD will be up after stream if you want to like watch it after. But yeah, we're just looking for differences right now. We're looking for changes. Changes. That music was a little bit different, I think. But we're gonna get to the moon that time. Might donate when you're confident it'll be okay. Please do not feel the need to spend any money on my channel. If you're trying to support the channel, just watching the videos with, you know, without ad block helps me. So if you really want to help, you can always just like the videos that you watch, leave a comment. Even if that comment is hi, enjoyed the vid, all helps. Just being here, watching the content really helps out the channel. The paid stuff is purely if you want like the emotes or whatever, which I don't even remember what my emotes are, honestly. But yeah, please don't feel like you need to, is what I'm saying. Oh, my hours are much less. Well, you gotta remember, chapter 1 was like an hour long, and then chapter 2, not that long. Well, it's a few hours long. You're lurking while on Fortnite. You wanna play after, or? I'm getting hungry, so I don't know how long stream's gonna be. But otherwise, enjoy the Fortnite lore. Let me know. I must mob for a video of smiling critters. You will ask Mob Entertainment for a video of the smiling critters. Huh? They already gave you one. What do you mean? CJ, welcome in. These are the emotes. Oh, there you go. Yeah, we've got the 6 from Little Nightmares. I need to change some of those though, because no one knows who Regina is. Man's poor. Don't worry, I get it. I was poor for a lot of my life. I wouldn't say I was not that poor still. But yeah. Think how the smiling critters died? Yeah, maybe. But again, even if that was how they died, it does imply that somebody recorded their death and then put it into a cardboard cutout, which is weird, you know what I mean?
Nothing official yet, but I think there's a decent guy.
The 6-1 is your favorite? Yeah, I like the 6-1.
An honest, hard-working man. You prove me right. I say your chances are pretty good.
Wow,
6 is dreaming about her future like Mono in a time loop. But we also know that's not true as well, because Noon dreams of many characters, and so you know, so does 6 arguably. But the lady shows no hunger, whereas 6 does. So like that's one difference. The differences that you have could be like you know, fine. But a lot of them I don't really think mean anything. Like realistically, the only like, you know, similarity between the two is that they're both female. That's like the only real thing. But then so is the teacher, right? So like I don't know. None of that is really any compelling evidence to me. Back from your playthrough, Little Nightmares 1 and 2. Welcome back. Can't wait for the new game. Looks so cool. Little Nightmares 3. Yeah, I hope so. I think that the first area that they showed off is probably my least favorite because it's very different. But that doesn't mean it's going to be bad. But I'm more excited to go to the factory, I think. And I'm more excited to see, like, do we go back to any of the other areas? Like, again, there's some of the little, like, mirrors look like they could be in the mall. They could be in the hospital. So, I don't know. It'd be cool. It'd be cool to see. But, yeah, the fact that it's called a spiral also, I think, is definitely relevant. I'm going to do my college studies. No worries. Good that you're doing your studies. Poppy is not trustworthy. I agree. I find you found my channel for Little Nightmares. It's weird how every now and again, my old Little Nightmares videos will just get like a bunch of new views. Obviously, they got a bunch of new views when the Little Nightmares 3 trailer was announced, but they'll get these like weird bumps of views out of nowhere. And it's kind of nice because, like, I mean, I think if I was to go back to Little Nightmares now, I think my theories would be a lot better. I really do. Like, I think my theories would be a lot better now. But it's still cool. Like, I still think some of my old theories are cool. Like, I really like the hidden details in the school or whatever it was called. I really like that. I think that's probably my favorite theory I ever did on Little Nightmares, and it was my first one, ironically. But yeah, I feel like I could definitely do better because I've improved in the last like 3 years or whatever. So, but that's why I'm doubly excited for chapter 3. Chapter 3. Little Nightmares 3, because it gives me another, like, an excuse to go back and do better theories this time, right? Like, I'm very excited for that. So, I think this year is going to be the best year I've ever had for theories. I think for all of us, it's going to be a great year. There's a bunch of little other horror games coming out. Jesse, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. This is my first time catching the stream. I really enjoy content. Thank you for the entertainment. Keep it up. No worries. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. Thank you again for the money. It's really... I again thought that music was in the game. I was about to lose my mind. I was like, why am I getting jump scared? I don't often stream anymore. I don't stream a lot on YouTube because YouTube is really tricky. Like, you've got to be careful about what kind of content you do on YouTube. I stream more on Twitch, but I just haven't for the last few months. I've been too busy and too distracted to really stream. But yeah, I do occasionally stream on Twitch. So if you do enjoy the theories, if you do enjoy the streams on YouTube, if you have Twitch, it might be worth going and following me over there for when I do start streaming again. But of course, YouTube is the priority. But anyway, I'm glad you enjoyed the content. So thank you, and thank you again for the support. It really helps. I'd say it all goes back into the stream, but it mainly goes into buying YouTubes and stuff. You know what I mean? Like YouTubes and horror figures and plushies and stuff that I don't need. You know, forehead wax, you know. I don't no wax my forehead. Yeah, my Twitch is Tericho too. So this is also what I'm saying. Like, please don't feel did I mess this puzzle up? Please don't feel obligated to like sub or anything, or like, oh sorry, to be a member or anything like that, because dummy. Why am I so dumb? Because yeah, I stream basically for fun. So if you wanna, feel free, but my streams are here for fun. I like to hang out with you guys and chat and all that jazz. There we go. I discovered you for Dead by Daylight. Do I get a veteran's pass? You do. Do you know what? The fact that you stuck with the channel, Peanut, after my horrendous Dead by Daylight era, you should be commended. I mean, maybe a wellness check too. No, I've actually been. I still play Dead by Daylight, by the way. I still play it regularly. But I had a really good day on it the other day. I was so shocked. I've had like a really good day on Dead by Daylight the other day, and I never have a good day on Dead by Daylight. I have no idea what was going on. Yeah, so I completely missed this this sequence on my first playthrough. I'd heard the music, but I didn't see Catnap. But yeah, you can't really see it, but there is a Kissy Missy on this statue right there. Right behind that, there is a Kissy Missy. You can just about, if you look really closely, you can just see her hand. But there is a Kissy Missy on this statue, which means, like, basically confirms that none of these toys matter. Because if there is a, you know, a Kissy Missy, well, we know that Kissy Missy's still alive. Are you not supposed to despawn? Do I need to look away? Are you not going to despawn, little buddy? You gonna despawn? Are you gonna? Oh no! I nearly died. Is he supposed to stay, or did we break the game? Catnap! Catnap! Oh, okay. Well, I don't know if that's a change or if it broken him, but sure. If you're a public citizen not knowing all the history of Playtime Co., would you want to go on one of their factory tours? I probably would. Like, if I had the time, I probably would do something like that. If I didn't know about the, you know, the horror. Does it look small right there? Is the shrine that big? Yeah, the shrine is pretty big. But yeah, if you look, you can't see it here, but if you go past PJ, there is a Kissy Missy on the statue, because everyone's like, oh look, Huggy's on the statue, therefore Huggy's dead confirmed. And I'm like, no. No, Kissy's on there too. So is Boxy Boo. So I don't believe they mean anything. I think they're just toys that have been put on a statue. Like, I think that's it. I so ugly when he stands up. Yeah, I agree. He's gone. Yeah, we sent him away. Actually, really curious as to why Poppy doesn't want us to kill Kissy. She's wanted to kill everyone involved in the Hour of Joy so far. Why not Kissy too? Kissy could also be ex-staff too. I mean, maybe that's why she is looking at the orphan with longing, because it was the orphan she adopted. I don't know. Maybe Kissy's just working with Poppy because Kissy didn't like what happened. There's many reasons, you know. I think we have to remember that a lot of these people still have free will, right? Like, Poppy clearly has an agenda. She has free will. Kissy probably still has free will. Like, they can still make their choices, right? Dog Day made the choice not to go along with it. He got punished for it. So if Dog Day can make that choice, so can Kissy, right? Med stations are helpful when you're low on health. Some are rare, epic, or legendary. Warning, some may be tricks. Med stations are helpful when you are low in health. Some are rare, epic, or legendary. Warning. Is that a reference to something, Thundershock? Please forgive my ignorance. Is that a reference? Alice, welcome in. How you doing? Love my videos? Thank you. I appreciate that. I really enjoy making them, so I'm glad that some people enjoy them anyway. They did Dog Day dirty? I agree. You never saw that? Can't happen his hinds like it's weird. No, I missed that on my first playthrough, and everyone in my comment section yelled at me like, you missed the catnap. I was like, where? I didn't see him because I was too busy looking at everything else. Like, what they could have done is they could have done like a little noise, like have him make some noise so that it drew your attention to him. I think that would have been a smart little move, but it's fine. I found it in my second playthrough. So Random Nation, thank you also for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Why is there a heart next to it? Does that do anything? Oh, I can heart it. Oh, okay. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, but I hearted it. Anyway, your theory is that Rich is the Bigger Bodies Initiative Dog Day. Biggest reason is his speech. Might be a long shot. When you meet him, listen to very carefully to how he talks. So when I'm gonna, okay, hear me out. I don't agree However, when I first played the game, I that's what I thought too. So when I first played the game and I listened to him, I'm like, he sounds kind of like Rich. But the only reason why I don't think it's Rich, and again, it could be, Rich is a really angry man. Every single VHS we've had of Rich, he's been angry. And I think Dog Day has every reason to be angry, and he's not. So the fact that he's not angry makes me think that it's not him. Because, like, you know, like, I would imagine, and this, I'm going to do an impression of Rich. Bear with me. I would imagine if that Dog Day was Rich, he'd be like, God damn, little critters got me. You know what I mean? Like, he'd be more angry about it, but he's not. So, I don't know. Enjoy to watch your videos at the end of a hard day just to boost my mental health. Thank you. I'm glad that you enjoyed them. I make them for entertainment. So, however you choose to watch them or however you enjoy them, I appreciate that you're watching. They reuse voice actors. Well, the Dog Day is a different voice actor to Rich, though. But that doesn't necessarily mean that he isn't Rich, because voice box. So, of course, Lady isn't hungry. She has powers. Satisfy it. Keep saying Mono is the man in Toad's personality, because I think that's Evil 6, maybe Lady. But then also the Lady is massively vain, and 6 doesn't care. 6 literally eats rats. She's like not vain at all. You know what I mean? Like they have completely different personalities. You gotta go for now. No worries. Thank you for hanging out. You believe Rich is the player? He's going to be relevant in the whole chapters. I mean, yeah, true. We could be Stella. You know what I mean? Like we really don't know. I think we could be Rich. We could be Stella. We could be anybody. It's really hard to know. Until we get some more evidence, it's only speculation at this point. But I do like the theory that we could be Rich. Oh, I'm glad somebody does.
I'm crazy about you.
Just because on how Catnap's voice box broke. Well, it has been, yeah, it is broke, but then I assumed it gets fixed.
I've been lost a long time.
Yeah, me too.
Please, take me with you this time. You won't leave me, will you? Hi, I'm Bobby Bearhug.
See, she doesn't scream or appear to die or anything. That's why it's weird. You're gonna dip for a bit, go get dinner. Yeah, no worries. I am gonna have to go get some food soon. I don't know. I'm gonna try and finish the chapter, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm getting hungry. Is it not in, is the VHS not in there? Oh, it's in this one. In this one. Yeah, this VHS is definitely more important than I think a lot of people realize. Just listen to it.
Okay.
You love me? Oh, thank you.
Catnap, experiment number 1188. What's his real name again?
Off his ears, got caught in a fan? Maybe.
Hey, Theo. How you doing, bud? Normally I'd have Dr. Sawyer do this, but he's, out, let's say.
See, Sawyer's out.
He got me until they find his replacement. First
Dead
off,
or in a
congrats.
toy?
This is officially your 4th year in your new body, and you've made some real progress, pal. I was told that when you and the other smiling critters, you know, Dog Day, Picky Piggy, yada yada yada, were added into play care, that you weren't really getting along too well with the kids like everybody else was. But look at you now. The kids love you. And that red smoke, I mean, that's fantastic, isn't it? Is his, voice thingy still broken? Theo, nobody's gonna save you. This prison is where you belong. We'll let you out here and there to go see the kids in play care, but your home is here.
So,
And as for the
they let him
prototype,
out to go
it's
to
home
play
in the
care,
lab.
so...
This is your life now. Get used to it.
So, it sounds like the prison and the labs are two different places from that VHS. It sounds like they're completely different places. This is a Crafticon. Mine's also a Crafticon. Oh, so it's probably killed by one of the toys. Or 1006. Because again, he kind of warned him, right? He warned him. I'm dying to know what happened to Harley Sawyer. Literally nobody talks about it. Well, he's out, right? Like he says he's out, let's say. So while we look for his replacement. So he's either been murdered or put into a toy. I think that's pretty, like, you know. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if 1006 didn't do it. Why does he say prison? They did nothing wrong. Yeah, but in a way, like, think about where Thomas Clark was being held, right? Like, I think that might be the prison. You know, in the Bron VHS, I think that could be the prison because it looks like a prison. So Like they're being held in chambers, basically, or held in cells. How does Grapex operate? How do they store energy, shoot light, even let you jump high? The power of science. At the same point with different conclusions, Thin Man doesn't care about the kids. He kidnaps me while Mono risks his life to save Six. That's debatable. That's very, very debatable. Mono and Thin Man were hinted throughout the entire game that they're the same person. There's a bunch of hints and clues that Mono becomes a Thin Man. There are no hints and clues that Six becomes a lady. The hints and clues that Mono becomes a Thin Man are super obvious in your face when you know to look for them. And also, the Thin Man, we still don't really know what he's doing. Like, is he trying to save Mono from Six? Is he trying to just stop Six? Is he trying to kidnap children because he knows that Six is bad and he's looking for Six and they're just, you know, casualties of that? Like, we really don't know. So I don't agree. I don't agree. If you look at, I actually did a video on this, and if you look at all the hints that Mono becomes a Thin Man, they're so obvious and plain. Like when he stands in front of the TV, his shadow literally matches the Thin Man. When he gets close to the Thin Man, you hear feedback, like you hear the sound of a feedback loop. You know, if you put a microphone next to the speakers that it's playing out of, it makes that horrible sound. It makes that sound. So there's a bunch of very, very obvious hints that Mono becomes a Thin Man. There are no such obvious hints for Six and the Lady. Again, the links that people have are such stretches, like, oh, again, I'm not saying it's impossible, but I just think it's really not likely. Considering the fact that the devs seem to shut that theory down, on top of the fact that the links are so tenuous. Like, oh, she's a female and she has magic. Yeah, well, she got the magic from the lady. So of course she has magic. But for Six to become the lady, that must also mean time loop. And what? So every single area in Little Nightmares is all a time loop? I don't think so. I think the Pale City is a time loop, but I don't think the Moor is a time loop. I think the Moor is a different type of loop. It's a cycle, right? Fresh meat in, fresh meat out. Let's just say it that way, right? Fresh meat in, more mouths to feed, right? It's a cycle, but it's not a loop. And I think that Little Nightmares 2 is a loop. But that is because the signal tower does warp space and time. The Moor doesn't. From anything else we've seen, like nothing in the Moor warps time, apart from the clocks being broken, but... Oh, look. They put... See, I watched somebody do this, and they managed to grab this with one hand, and it's annoying that I can't. Stop giggling at me. Go away. Yeah, why do I have to use two hands? Sorry, I have to concentrate on this bit because it's kind of tricky. Oh, where am I going? You little git. A lot of people saying Sawyer quit the company, wouldn't let him quit after everything he did. Why would he quit though? Like, what is his motivation for quitting? He had plans here. So why would he quit? And the fact that he said he's out, to me, heavily implies that he was taken out, right? Like, not that he left. He, like, was taken out. And again, does that mean he was fired? Or does that mean he was murdered? Or does that mean he was transferred into a toy? It's the way that Leith Pierre says he's out, let's say. Like, he's out. Like, he's out of the company, but... Again. Sons of... Yeah, actually, leave me alone. I honestly don't like this part that much. I'm like... There's too many of them. Like, it's fine. But there's just too many of them. Like, leave me alone. Go away. I think Chapter 4 will take place. It was either going to be the labs or the prison. Maybe both. I'm kind of hoping we go to the labs, though. I think it's time. I think it's time we, you know, we start to really learn about what happened. Let me in, let me in, let me in. Okay. We got a little secret message. Why have you wandered here yet? Yep, nothing new. This part is fairly annoying. Yeah, no, I agree. Now that I've done it a few times, I've basically like got it down. Like I've got the you know, the strategy down or whatever. My first time, I found it really frustrating because I didn't know like where I needed to go, and there was just too many enemies that I felt rushed, and I don't really like to feel rushed. Like if it's a chase sequence, like fine, whatever. But I don't usually like to feel rushed. So it just wasn't my favorite part of the game. In the same way that the final boss part wasn't my favorite part of the game either, but I don't think they're bad. I don't think they're bad at all. It's just like not my preferred part. I do wonder if this was like, obviously we know the ride was taken out of the game, but I do wonder if this was like an homage to that. Well, yeah. So the catnap layer is down here, like really, really easy to find. It's down here. I'm still watching. I kind of wish there was like a secret, like something to find in here though. You know what I mean? Like I guess you say this is the secret, but wait, 2 more years to chapter 4. Well, apparently again, this is according to one dev, but apparently they made chapter 3 in like 8 months. In the patch they added a missing Ollie call at the end. Yeah, they fixed it. Somebody found it in the files the day before they patched it back in. Like, classic. Yeah, like I wish there was something, like a note or, you know. Like this is cool and all, but... yeah. Like there's nothing really like lore relevant, you know? Do you live in the UK? Yeah, I'm English/British. What do you think about everyone saying we're going to an amusement park? I think an amusement park is more likely to be a different game, like a separate game, like a spin-off game. You know, like how Five Nights at Freddy's had like sister location, something like that. I think makes way more sense than there being a theme park hidden within this factory.
You're Pappy's angel.
That's me.
Come to save us.
Hmm.
Nothing left to save. Not here. Bird kidnaps little angel.
English Ranger is bad. Yeah, it's not great.
Pairs of eyes are on you now. Watching, waiting, hungry. They want nothing more.
You think he wouldn't take it if it was fired? Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. He'd be like, I'm not fired, you're fired. Did you get chased by the mini smiling critters? Yeah, we went through the mini smiling critters part. Yeah, we've got to do the dog day chase. Oh look, dog day with a side of Huggy. Sorry, I know you're chatting away and stuff, but I'm just looking. I'm just exploring.
We try to fight it. The prototype's control. I am the last of the smiling critters.
Yeah, I feel like Rich would be like, God damn these little toys. You know what I mean? He'd be more angry, I think.
You and Poppy could fix this.
You love Dog Day?
The torments. Oh no.
Theme Park should be a VR game. I hope not, only because I don't have VR. I also have looked almost everywhere in this chase sequence to see if there's anything like to spot, but I can never really see anything. Wait, dude, that's new. That's the ride. That's the ride for the ducks. That's new. I've never seen that. Those people keep making TikToks of saving Dog Day and giving his legs back. Yeah, I saw a little clip of one. It's cute and all. Yeah, that's completely new. You could see the duck ride, which you've never been able to see that before. What a weird thing. Now I guess that people found it, they added it in there so you could see it. Kind of cool. Here's what you could have had. Don't make me listen to the whole thing. Okay, good. Good. I am leaving. I'm trying to leave you. I'm trying my hardest. Glizzy, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. Whether we're during the Hour of Joy and after if you're a doll. Well, I think we probably weren't in the factory during the Hour of Joy. I think that's how we survived. Obviously, we came back, implying that we left. That is so cool. Oh. Whoops, nearly died. Get away. Again, looking. Oh, nearly got stuck. We should go left, right, middle. Let's go right. Let's go right. These make no difference, by the way. They literally just mean that Dog Day spawns in a different part. Like, it doesn't really matter. But there isn't really anything to find either. I've done all three. I've done all three slides, and there's nothing really, like, nothing really spectacular to find, you know what I mean? Womp womp. Womp womp. Yeah, the backwards radio says you missed the event, you missed the meeting, you missed the party. I also checked in there, there's nothing. Trust me, I've checked every place that a Huggy could hide. I have not found any.
Go! As far as you can!
Dog never shows his legs in the short film. Yeah. I like the foreshadowing of that one. Dog Day becomes possessed by the smiling critters, or did he mean to chase us? No, he's possessed. The smiling critters, essentially they're piloting his body, which again, his body is like it's not an animatronic, but it's almost like an animatronic, right? Like, there has to be a way for the brain stem and the brain that they implant into the body to make it move. And they're just using that. Right, a bit aggressive. Yeah, they're just using the mechanism of the body, basically, is my best guess. The body's like an empty husk. Yeah, basically. Those blocks say hot run. Huh? What? What? Sad hearing him after he's dead. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of sad stuff in this game. Wow, not brutal at all. 100% kids game. I remember when people said this was a kids game, like from chapter 1, and I was like, okay, like FNAF, right? FNAF's a kids game, yeah? Listen, just because younger people enjoy something doesn't mean it was made for them. I would only know that. Maybe they talked about it, you know, like, well, obviously that happened before the Hour of Joy, by the way. The prototype saving Theodore happened before the Hour of Joy, so. New key! You glad they're upping the gore and violence in the series? Yeah, I'm glad that they're upping the horror in general, because Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 were great. I like them a lot. But you can always go darker, right? Oh, they fixed. Oh, no, they didn't fix this. Status label. Status label. Hello, Complex. How you doing? How are you? Is it not very late for you? But how you doing? Good to see you. Is Dog Day dead? Well, I think Dog Day is, but his body. Also, if you think about it, the fact that they're like piloting his body means they're literally playing with their food. Kind of creepy. So he's like the rip off and drop when he's screaming, in my opinion. Maybe. We don't see it, but maybe. You're fine, and you? Yeah, I'm pretty good, thank you. I'm pretty good. Still kind of like riding the hype of chapter 3. Wait, is this one's new, I think? This poster, wait in line? I think this might be new. Wait in line. Council will see you as soon as they're available. Practice patience. Is that one new? Has anyone seen this one yet? I think this is new. But I came in to say hi. It's very, very late. Yeah, please go to bed if you need to go to bed. But it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. It's kind of suspicious that Ollie calls you right after the chase scene. Also, Stacey doesn't want to lose any more friends. Kind of like Poppy when she doesn't want to lose anyone. Yeah. Again, I think Ollie and Poppy are basically buddies, friends, working together, whatever. That's new. I thought so. I don't remember ever seeing this one. Look at Poppy like staring into our soul as well. Look at her. Wait in line. Wonder if the don't forget to look up posters in here too. Boop. Haven't seen it before. No, I'm fairly convinced I haven't seen it either. They did say they've added a few new posters, so which is good because I love the posters. They're so cheeky. Wait, I want to play the tape. Let me play the tape. Look, 8895 again. Hour of Joy happened on 95. More evidence. Are you going, Saren? Again, happy birthday. Thank you so much for hanging out. I should go. Can't spoil myself. I haven't had time to say anything. Oh, yeah, please, no spoilers. No spoilers. Go play the game. I'll watch it. If you want to play through, I have one. If you want to play it, wait until you can play it. But yeah, thanks so much for hanging out. Good to see you. Wonder how they chose which kids to adopt and which ones to keep. So I'm pretty sure the game station in chapter 2 was their way of determining who would be like physically sufficient and mentally sufficient to be a bigger body, right? Like they were testing A, who was obedient, and B, who would be physically capable. And then they picked like the best ones out of that, and then the ones who didn't do so well probably got adopted, right? That is my theory. Artwork is very cute and awesome. I love it. Yeah, I agree. I love the posters. I love the cutouts. Just a little... I gotta go. No worries, Mercer. Thank you so much for hanging out. I find it interesting that they had this like pre-recorded like safety thing. Or, again, almost like they were planning for somebody to invade. You know what I mean? Like they thought it was possible that someone was going to invade it. Again, Garden of Eden, Bioshock... Paranoia, you know, corporate spies. Okay, like, let me give you an example. This room here, as far as I can tell, has, like, nothing in it. Like, there is nothing in this room to find. Like, yeah, okay, there's a boxy boo, right? But, like, there's nothing in here. It's very dark as well. It's like nothing in here. I want things to find. Give me things. Kind of choosing favorites in Game Station? Yeah, basically. Basically, they're choosing good candidates. Do you really see a bigger body of Cat B? I hope so. I think Cat B was a really interesting character in chapter 2 with the cutout. Oh no, poor Bunzo. Bunzo, no. Dead forever. If the crafting one cut out, she had a knife for her last dialogue? Maybe. The weird thing about the crafty corn is the red obviously is implying blood, right? That's the obvious implication. Like, you're hiding the red from me. Like, you're hiding the food from me, maybe? Like, you know what I mean? Here's the fun box. If you haven't watched my latest video, go watch it, because I think these are potentially more important. But yeah, there's a relevance there, which is cool. Get out of here. Chair's like, no, I want to stay. Bron. Just Bron. Bonzo's become the most dead character, so many dead Bonzos. That's what I'm saying. We had the poor Bonzo in chapter 2 that got killed by Mommy. We have the Bonzo in the comics. We have now Bonzo in chapter 3. Huggy Wuggy dies is in the prototype. Maybe, maybe not. Again, I got... Wait! They've added an effect for when we fall. Ah, that's cool. Remember how at the beginning it says like, oh, you have like a jet to stop you from dying from fall damage? They added it in. I don't believe that was there before. Interesting. If you wanted any YouTuber to be in Pod Playtime, who would you want? Any YouTuber? It's weird because most of the YouTubers that I watch are not really like horror game related anymore. Mostly like Warhammer or oh, I don't know. I don't think I could pick one person. I'll have to think about it. Looks like it chases you. Yeah, in the trailer it looks like it's the Home Sweet Home, and then in the game it's not. Mob Games has confirmed. Hey, Nezed, how you doing? I was just talking about you earlier. I said I needed you to do the school part for me. Guys, if you don't know Nezed's been doing Poppy Playtime speedruns of the school. Do you have like the record? I think you do. Mob Games has confirmed that the Discord server they were working on chapter 4 while chapter 2 is in development, so it could come as early as this year. I kind of hope it doesn't come this year. I think 2 chapters in 1 year would be a mistake because you want people to like, it's like food, right? You don't want to give somebody too much food. You want to keep them hungry. I know it sounds like really like manipulative when I say it, but it's true. You want somebody to be hungry before you sell them more food. And it's true. Like you want somebody to be hungry for the next chapter before you release it. And I think this is one of the reasons why Garten of Banban fell off so much. One, because I don't think Garten of Banban is that great. Sorry, personally. But also, 2, because they released chapters way too fast. Like I literally, I only heard about chapter 2 and then apparently like chapter 4 was out already. I was like, oh god, okay. But you want to wait like long enough that people are like ready for it again, you know? As can you imagine if they release like Avengers and then Avengers 2 in the same year? Like you'd be like, what the hell? Do you know what I mean? Like you gotta let people be ready for it. So I hope it doesn't come this year. Funbox equals pyramid scheme. Go watch my video after stream. You'll get it. So say you came face to Catnap and he allows you to ask one question. What would you ask him? I say, hey Catnap, can you let me leave, please? Can you open the door? I'll go. Bro, gone. See you later. You think you have a record? My friend has like a second faster. You have 113. Ooh. Oh. Can you verify your friend has the faster one? Do not pull a Garten of Banban 6 games in 1 year. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I think that would be a mistake. Also, I don't usually like to I mean, I'll speak badly of games. I don't want to speak badly of developers. I will happily speak badly of games. I think Garten of Banban is not that great. But I also only played the first chapter of it. Did I play the second one? I don't even think I've played the second one. So I'm not really like, listen, maybe it gets better. But chapter 1 really just bored me. I was just not, I don't know, man. Oh, shiitake. Just not for me. Not for me. And here's the thing. I have no problem. I actually have no problem with games being inspired. Like, you know, I have no problem with games being inspired by other games. It's just the fact that I found chapter 1 to be incredibly lackluster. Oh, I messed it up. I messed it up. So, yeah, I just wasn't gripped. As long as games comes out good, you don't mind how fast. That's fine. But for a lot of people, you've got to think about fatigue, right? You've got to think about fatigue. And there was a lot of hype built up for chapter 3. And I think to release chapter 4 in the same year, I think it would fatigue a lot of people. I think it would... Oh, hang on. I'm going to let go. Yeah, I think it would potentially fatigue a lot of people, right? Like, I think you got to think about the whole audience and how many people, like, still haven't even played chapter 3. Like, how many people are theorizing over chapter 3. I think releasing chapter 4 this early would be a mistake. Plus the fact, you know, with how Mob liked to tease us before and whatever, like if they started doing like an ARG next month, I think I would cry. as much as I love Poppy Playtime, if they did like an ARG next month, I'd cry like, give me a little break. Like, give me a little break for a couple of months. Have you ever thought about revisiting your double personality theory? I could. I mean, I don't really have the need to at the moment because I think my theory still basically makes sense, but I could. I only played the first chapter 2 of Garten Banban. I'm not a fan of it. People have asked me about it, and that's what I always say. Yeah, I mean, listen. I understand there are like 2 guys or whatever, you know, it's like a very small studio. They're pretty young, I hear. So like, that's fine. I just didn't really find it that good, so I'm not that bothered about playing anymore. It's as simple as that. Like, I know it's obviously like the memes, right? Like, you know, Garten Banban, like it's so silly, whatever. But for me personally, I'd rather just a good game, and I didn't enjoy it. I even enjoyed Joyville. I enjoyed Joyville more than Garten Banban. And that game was very mediocre. Like, that was a very mediocre little game, and I still enjoyed it. But Garten Banban just frustrated me. Like, some of the like here's 10 hidden things you gotta find, and some of them are hidden in like the most obnoxious places. I'm like, okay, well, fun. So I was already kind of like bored before, and then like nothing really happened, and then it was over, and I was like, oh, okay, well, that's fine. Anything new? Anything new? I'm gonna start going a little bit more quickly, chat, because I'm getting really hungry. Also, this one, does anyone else think this looks like Huggy Wuggy? Like, no, hear me out, right? Hear me out. I know I say this all the time, but hear me out, right? 2 legs and 2 arms being like held up like that, and either no head or like his head like to the side. It looks like Huggy falling, right? And I don't know if that is like just a massive coincidence, or if that's like a cheeky little hint, because it definitely looks like Huggy Wuggy falling down to me. Picasso Huggy. Tericho, no, you gotta go. No, he's dead. I can back it out. Looks like Bron. No, look. Arm, right? That's a hand. That's Huggy's hand. That's his other hand. That's his foot. That's his other foot. And that's his neck / head. Maybe his head fell off. Maybe that's his head. His head fell off. But it definitely looks like someone falling. Like, I'm falling. Come on. I've converted you. I don't know if it's a coincidence or if it's just a cheeky little like mob games being like, haha, it's Huggy falling. But like, what else is it supposed to be? That's clearly leg, arm and hand, body, and then I don't know. Maybe it really is Huggy Doilia, but I don't know. Wait, was this Dude. Remember my last video I talked about Russia being more important? How is the globe basically centered on Russia and China right now? Tell me that's not another hint. You've all seen my latest video, right? Why is it centered on Russia and China? Sorry, I shouldn't do that impression. He's a bad man. We don't like him. However, okay. That's very clearly centered. I mean, you can't even see America. Like, America's not even on here. Like, it's at the back. That's gotta be a hint. Has to be a hint. We've been having chicken tikka masala for dinner. Oh, I love chicken tikka. Playtime Co. of an international location located in Russia. They could, possibly. In my last video, though, I pointed out the weird, like, there's a bunch of weird Russian references in Poppy Playtime. And when I say weird, they just seem to be randomly placed there. In Kissy Missy's VHS, there's Russian and German text. In chapter 2 of Poppy Playtime, there is a box that has Russian text on it. It looks like a weapons box, right? Like an ammo crate. So that's 2 Russian references now. Obviously, the Cold War vibes going on with the Playcare. Now we have Russia, like, smack bang in the middle of... Come on. Hello again, Law. You doing good? How are you? Kissy Missy supposedly died, so what if the toy brick statue is Kissy Missy? It could be. Russia having clear connections to the story for Playtime is crazy. That's definitely a hint. I think so. I think this might be more evidence to my latest theory. Again, I want this has got to have been placed here. This was placed here before my theory too. Factory is in China. Well, the China reference could be the fact that, you know, like, China could have been a massive competitor to Playtime Co., right? Because everything's made in China. And we know that Playtime Co. make their own toys. So maybe, like, you know, that the China thing could be as simple as like, oh, they're a big threat to Playtime Co., right? But Russia being right, obviously I know Russia and China. I know that I know, but I made a bunch of like references. There's a bunch of references to Russia, and now Russia's right here. I don't know. Maybe. You're done with Fortnite. You're not having fun with it tonight, Law. I'm gonna get to editing photos and stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap up shortly. Go get food, and then if you want to hang out, we can. I was talking about you earlier. I was talking about our supernatural because there's Bobby Bear Hug, and I went Bobby. So I had to tell the story. I had to tell the story of my Bobby obsession in Supernatural. That's the full name of Russia. Wait, which one is? That's a Russian Federation. Is that the name they used in 1995? Yeah, but Russia is it still the Russian Federation? Because I know it obviously used to be the Soviet Union, right? But this was in the 90s, so I don't know. Is it still called the Russian Federation? I'm not an expert. Yes, please. You need supernatural time. Do you want to do me a favor, Lord? Do you want to like message me if you're getting to needing it? If I'm not done, I'll wrap up. But otherwise, we're getting closer to the end. Time's running short. Depends how long the boss fight takes me. Would you rather Joyville or Poppy Playtime? Poppy Playtime. Poppy Playtime is my favorite mascot horror. For me. You gotta head to bed? No worries. No problem. Trolled, welcome in. Hi. Is Poppy a popular Russian name, or is my mind playing tricks? I don't know. I have a Russian friend who tells me like little facts and details about Russia and stuff. So I could ask her, but I don't know. What do you think the takes random linear TVs and cutouts? It could be that 1006 is leaving them around for us to watch. Need more red. FNAF, welcome in. How you doing? What makes Crafticon your favorite smiling critter? Okay, so the reason why I like Crafticon is because Crafticon is the creative one, and knowing that like someone is going around the factory like scrolling, messages and things, I think that Crafticon has that potential to be a very interesting character. Like the idea that they went around, like Crafticon could be this game's Ratman. If you know that reference, good. So yeah, I don't know. I just feel like the idea of, and also it fits with the theme of the game really well. Like being creative is like being innovative, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot they could have done with Crafty that they obviously didn't, but I feel like there's a lot they could do with her. Like obviously, Picky eats a lot. Bobby likes the hug, but Craftycon creates things. And I mean, look at that shrine, right? Like the catnap shrine is basically a creation. Like, do you know what I mean? Like it has that real cool theme that I think fits really well. Like I like the designs of all of them. She's just a unicorn, right? Like the design, she's just a unicorn. But the theme I like the most. In 1930, beginning of Playtime Co., IRL Russia was making massive industrialization improvements and focus on heavy industry because how Playtime Co.'s machinery is so advanced. Yep, potentially. But the fact that if they had ties with companies in Russia again, did they have facilities over there, or did they just have allies there? Like again, you message your brother. I'll message him. He's autistic and fixated on geography, so I definitely know. Nice. The Stupendium calls out Garten and Banban's missing chapter 5. Have you checked it out? It's in the official Game Theory song. I haven't, no. Again, I didn't really have much interest in Garten and Banban, so I haven't really looked at anything to do with it, because after playing chapter 1, I just wasn't impressed, so I didn't really feel the need to. Should I? William Afton, come back to jump scare. You like the bear one? I think everyone has their favorite. You still think Crafticon wanted the writing? It's possible, because I need to actually respond to this one, because a lot of people are trying to say it can't have been her because she was against 1006. I'm like, yeah, but everyone has their own agendas, right? Like the fact that so Crafticon could have been against 1006. That doesn't necessarily mean that she's on the side of Poppy, though. Do you know what I mean? Like, just because Poppy and 1006 are opposed, that doesn't mean that everybody that's opposed to him is a Poppy ally, right? Like, again, thinking of like Bioshock, there was a bunch of different like allies and betrayals and whatnot. So, who knows? Oh, that one's already open. Nope, no, not that one, not that one. Get back in there. Did I miss that? Oh well, we did it. I like Catnap is my favorite. You just like cats, and his fight was neat. I just don't like unicorns. That's fair. Everyone has their own favorites. All are valid. You're allowed to like what you want. Oh, your theory, Rain won't be too tired for Supernatural. No, I'm looking forward to the Supernatural. I'm looking forward to it. Don't worry. That's my chill out time. You know that. You know that. It's tedious. The puzzle's not fun, and the story could have been so good if they were executed well. That's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't really enjoy the gameplay of Chapter 1 of Garten Banban, and there wasn't really any story, so I was kind of like, what's the point? Like, if it had, okay, hear me out. Just hear me out. Chapter 1 of Poppy Playtime, the gameplay was meh, right? Like, it was fine. It was fine. It wasn't stellar. It wasn't amazing. It was fine. But the story was great. And because the story was great, it got me invested in the story. I happily put up with the fact that the gameplay wasn't amazing. Chapter 2, the story continued to be great, got better even, and the gameplay improved. Chapter 3, they've improved as well. The problem is if you haven't got, like, if you've got one thing, I can forgive the others. But Garten Banban just had none of them. Like, the story wasn't good. There was no stories. And also wait, has this changed? And also the gameplay was bad. So if the story had been really interesting, I would have been like, oh, okay, cool. I'll deal with the, not great story. But yeah, it just had me wondering what was the point. And a lot of people accuse Garten Banban of being like a, just a cash grab. And Chapter 1 didn't really convince me otherwise. Us partners in crime have to go to the movie's premiere. I'm very curious about that. Listen. I mean, I'm in the UK, and he's so that might be difficult for me. But when they make the movie, if it comes out, I will watch it. I'm excited. I'll watch it. No problem. You know, the potential to see a dragon toy. Listen, there's a potential to see any toy. The fact that every chapter they bring in a completely new character means we could have anything, right? We could have like any design, anything really. Chapter 1 was a good introduction. Chapter 1 made me interested, and that was all it needed to do, right? Chapter 1 made me interested, and I was happy with that. But the gameplay was really improved in Chapter 2, and I'm very grateful for that. And in Chapter 3, I think they've improved it again. Even though, again, not everything is perfect. Not everything is my personal tastes, let's just say. Is that supposed to be on an angle like that? Is it broken? But I still think, just in terms of like quality, I think this chapter is the best one yet. And they keep getting better and better and better. And it's like, that's, again, like, if your game is improving, then that's fine. Like, it's fine that your first chapter wasn't the best thing ever. Like, it doesn't have to be, right? But at the same time, if you're not going to keep fans around if you don't have a reason for them to stick around, right? And for me, Garten Banban gave me no reason to stick around. It's just as simple as that. It gave me no reason to stick around. I wish it did, because there would be more games to theorize over. But, and again, like I say, I get it. It's like a two brothers or whatever. I think they're pretty young. Like, I'm not having a go at them. I didn't really find it that interesting. Planning on making a 2D game, kind of like Sally Face. I never finished Sally Face. I started streaming it on Twitch, and then I never finished it, and I don't know why. Also, this bugged for me last time. I don't know if I can get it to bug again. Nah. I made the battery got really big. I'll fly you guys out. I'll wait for everyone to arrive here in LA. LA. Nice. Yeah, I've never been to America. I've never been. Right, you go there. And then we gotta move you to there. And then boom. Bum, 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 bum. Do you want to know an embarrassing story? Play Sally Face. I want to watch. Oh yeah, I'll replay it. I'll stream it for you. Look, because I was enjoying the game. I just for some reason got busy and then stopped playing it. Was that before I met you? I was playing Sally Face. I was streaming it on Twitch. And it was weird and I liked it. But I just stopped playing it. I've got a bunch of lot of games that I want to play though. It's finding the time. Yeah, it took me an embarrassingly long time to figure out that I needed to go up there. I'm not proud of it. Am I excited for Little Nightmares 3? Absolutely. Cannot wait. Cannot wait for Little Nightmares 3. I think that and Chapter 3 are like the two games I'm most excited for. Obviously, we've got Chapter 3 now, but like it was those are the two games this year that I was most excited for. And yeah. A Little Theorizing is a song about MatPat's history on YouTube and his channels. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's so cool. We've ordered Vixen Law in the chat is one of my closest friends, and we bought the MatPat YouTubes because we both like MatPat. National anthem in Russia is a Eurasian brown bear. So is Bobby is a lot. What? What? Is that what the Russian national anthem is? Our prototype has saved us all. You got a bad feeling about Little Nightmares 3? Don't. If you listen to the sound of Nightmares, they know what they're doing. And also, again, this is just my opinion. Please make your own opinion. But also, Supermassive make great games. They make really great games. They make all the Quarry. They made Until Dawn. They make all of those games, and they're great. I think they're really good. So they also did the remastered version of Little Nightmares 2. So I think they're going to be fine. I think it's fine. Obviously, Bandai Namco are the ones that own the rights to it, so they just found a new dev studio. But after listening to the sounds of Nightmares, I'm very excited. MatPat, do you hope Mono appears in any way? I think, sure. I really want to see Six. Six is my favorite character. If we don't see Mono, I'll be fine. But if we don't see Six, I'm going to be kind of upset. Heard of Sally Face, but didn't really interest me at first. Never got around to checking it out. I really like those types of games. So like that, and Frambo, however you want to say it. Hey. Those types of games I really enjoy. Sally Face, Little Misfortune, and Frambo are great games. Yes. I love Frambo and Little Misfortune. I know everyone gets mad at me because I say Frambo, but no one in the game pronounces her name, so it could be Frambo, it could be Frambo, who knows. I really enjoy those games. Has anyone in the chat played a game called Clem? It came out recently. Please no spoilers if you have. But has anyone played it? Because it kind of looks similar to that type of vibe. And yeah, I want to play it. I haven't played, I don't know how to pronounce it. Is it 1B, IB? I haven't, but I own it. I own it. I need to play it. Hey, there's Bron. So I like to look around in these segments. Never heard of it. It's really new. It came out like a few days ago, a few weeks ago. I gotta go. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for popping in. I appreciate you, man. Enjoy whatever you're up to. You haven't played it, but your stepdad has. Yeah, it looks like it could. Like I'm hoping it's good, but it looks like it's similar in that kind of vein of Frambo and Little Misfortune and Sally Face. Lorelei was another decent one. I liked that. There's a bunch of little indie games I've played that I really like. Again, I really should stream more on Twitch, but time in it. Psycho no Sutoka. I think I've heard of that one.
Do you see why we have to end
did you read my message? Because you haven't sent anything and I keep sending it. Which one? I don't know. It's really hard because there's so many messages. It's really hard to read them all out. It's partially some big clues. Well, it basically just hints that we used to work here, right? Like we went to the school here, which I think massively implies that we grew up here as an orphan and then worked here later. Excited for the new Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie? I don't even think I've seen a trailer. I like the first two, so I'll watch it. It's literally the scariest game I've ever played. Is it really? Maybe I'll play it.
No.
Again, the hockey here. Come on. Like the end of that game, but I think it's more unique. Oh, okay. Well, I liked. I really liked. Oh, what's the game with Monica? Just Monica. What's it called? Doki Doki. That's the one. I like that. That was good. Would you be excited to see a dragon? It's almost a mix of a dinosaur and a unicorn. A dragon could be cool. You play horror games, but do you watch horror movies? Yes, I don't actually watch them as often as I like. Yeah. So you keep saying. I really liked horror movies a lot when I was a kid. Like when I was like in my teen years, I used to watch horrors all the time. I would watch every single horror every like day, every time one wanted to come out, I'd watch it. And then for some reason, the last like, I don't know, 5 to 10 years, I just haven't watched as many. But whenever I do, I enjoy them. My favorite horror movies of all time are Chucky. I like the Child's Play movies or Chucky movies. I like a lot of the old slashers, the old classics. But yeah, I love horror. I just don't watch many movies anymore. I just time. We were at the entrance that day. Maybe. Yes, Doki Doki. Thank you guys. Yeah, I really like Doki Doki. I haven't played the updated version, the Plus, Doki Doki Plus. I bought it just to support the studio, but I didn't. Sorry, the dev. It's supposed to be a prequel to a new game, but that game never came. They were making a there was another game because there was in Doki Doki there was a book that was referenced, right? And I forget what the name of the book was in that game, but apparently that was a game that they were going to make. But again, it's a single guy, right? It's like a single dev. You do like Chucky? Yeah, I love Child's Play Chucky movies. They're my favorite. Favorite horror movie? Have you seen The House? The House? I don't think so. I don't have a specific favorite horror movie, but again, I love the Chucky series. Child's Play 1, great. I love Bride of Chucky 2. That's also great. I like all the Chucky movies, to be honest. I used to really like The Grudge when I was younger. That one used to actually scare me. Like The Grudge actually genuinely used to terrify me when I was a kid. I loved it. But I started like my horror. Okay, so my horror journey started because my sister used to go and she's going to rent horror movies on like VHS, right? That's how old I am. And when she'd finished watching it, she used to give them to me to try and scare me. She thought it was funny, and I used to get less scared than she did. I used to enjoy them. And then also my family friend is massively into horror, and they were an adult back then. So like I used to borrow theirs and watch them. Analog horror and all that lot. Yeah. I like pretty much all types of horror. 100%. Oh. Yeah, I really like the Backrooms, which, I mean, it is horror. Like, I was going to say you could class it as horror. It is horror. I really like the Backrooms. I really like the new one that he's doing. Has anyone watched it? The Longest Day, I think it's called. I have a whole theory about that, which I don't know if I'll ever make because, you know, it won't work on this channel. But yeah, I have like a whole theory about The Longest Day. It's all about the trees, by the way. The trees. Very, very important. I need the one... yeah, from up here. Although it's left about Dog Day was above his torso. Yeah. The Oldest View. Yeah, The Oldest View. So for everyone who doesn't know, Kane Pixels, the person who makes the Backrooms, has started a new series called The Oldest View. And it's so creepy. It's like, it starts off just being weird. Like, what the hell is this? Like episode 1, it's like, what the hell even is this? Like this is nothing. And it slowly gets progressively more like detailed, but it's weird. It's like, it starts off like, I have no idea what's going on. And then it very quickly like ramps up. And I need to check. I don't think he's done like a 4th episode, but the 3rd episode, oh boy, that was so good. That was so good. I've never like even looked at the Walton Files. I don't know what it is. I've heard of it, but the mall in the new one is a real mall in Texas you can go to right now. Yeah, it's being pulled down. I watched a video on a guy who went inside it and looked around, and it's crazy how many details Kane put in that are real. It's crazy. It's But you'd love if you did analog horror. This is the problem though, is I did a backrooms theory and it did so badly. Like it did so badly on the channel that I was just like, I guess if I'm gonna have to do those types of theories, I'd have to do them on a different channel. And I've done a couple of other channels over the years, and I can never manage to get to keep consistent on them. I did a TV channel, which I really enjoyed doing theories on The Last of Us. I did like things you might have missed and The Last of Us. All my videos got copyright claimed. So I was like, great. It's hard. It's hard to like do other stuff. And plus, honestly, last year, I took so many breaks from YouTube. I just didn't have the time. So never say never. But I don't know how I would do it. I don't know if I'd have to do another channel or I don't know. One of the developers is also an animator. Occasionally uploads animated lore videos on his channel. It's quite common these days. It's quite common. We're 100. Yeah. Oh, big battery. Let's go. You ready for the hard part? Walton Files is FNAF, basically. Is it like fan game stuff? I know Theft King does like a bunch of that sort of stuff, but I've never really paid a lot of attention. Best analog horror I've watched is Vita Carnis. Scared the ever-living crap out of me. I'll recommend it. Can you like, are you on Twitter or anything, Grapes? Can you like tweet me so I'll remind it, or can you like, I don't know, message me somewhere so I can remind because I'll forget. But yeah, I love that kind of stuff. Honestly, like the Backrooms and The Longest Day, that kind of stuff, I go down the rabbit hole. I get so invested. I'm like, I'll sometimes just sit there like rewatching them, looking for clues and stuff, and then I don't do anything with it. Mega battery. Favorite horror games? I have hundreds of horror games that I really like. I really like the old Resident Evil and Silent Hill games, like the old ones. I don't like the everything from 4 as much. Like 4 was my least favorite. Well, no, 6 was my least favorite, but I like the old Resident Evils. I like Visage quite a lot. That was a really good one. Oh, hello. Alien Isolation. Love that one. Love Alien Isolation. Loads. Honestly, I could go on all day. You guys like Vita Carnis? Okay, I'll try and check it out. Inscription was a really good horror game too. That had good lore in it. The drama surrounding him is extremely big. Around who? Sorry. Oh, you're talking about Theft King? Yeah, I don't really care. There's a lot of people online that just love drama and they'll jump on things, and I don't really care. I'll be honest, like unless you're like openly being a horrendous person, I don't listen to drama. You know what I mean? Like if someone does something that's obviously like, you know, like racist or something, then fine, that's one thing, but otherwise I don't really care. It used to be a horror space game for Unreal 99. I loved it. I want to recreate it on VR chat. Dead Space, not my favorite. I download it right now. It might take a while, but right now you only have Instagram and Discord. You can either join my Disc or you can message me on Instagram. That's fine. Just so I remember. We're willing to play Tiny Bunny. I don't know if I've heard of Tiny Bunny. Lore. Not talking about you. Not talking about you, Lore. Welcome in. How you doing? The Johan? Sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. Welcome in. It was called Spatial Fear, I guess. Took me a bit to remember the name. You'll do that then? Perfect. Thank you. It's just so I remember, that's all. If you don't follow me on Instagram, I'm Tericho Horror, I think. Yeah, we inhaled the smoke, so that's why it looks scary. That's just a theory. A game theory. Thanks for watching. Do you dedicate full time to content creation? Yeah, this is my job. YouTube is my job. I do Twitch for fun, so that's why I'm not consistent over there, because I just stream when I feel like it. But YouTube is my job now, yeah. And it's much better than working in retail like I used to. So it's a Russian game, so good. Tiny Bunny, it's almost like a comic, Little Nightmares comic. Oh, I'll try and remember to check it out. I'll try and remember. I just found my channel yesterday. Well, welcome. I hope you're enjoying the content. We do a Little Nightmares Revisited. This has been quite a while. Yeah, so the plan is I'm gonna let's just say they say Lot of Nightmares is coming out in July, right? I will start making videos in like June, maybe August, right? No, that's not how months work. May, like a month or two before, I'll start doing videos again, and you know, maybe I'll do like a recap for people that haven't played it or whatever. Probably even stream the games because I love Lot of Nightmares. Again, probably on Twitch. Can Prototype talk in their own voice? I think at the moment, no. I think they're using voice boxes. Revisit the line at 1 and 2 would be fun since I don't remember anything a lot. Yeah, exactly. I think that's my plan. Obviously, right now, Poppy is the priority. We're in February. We're near, well, yeah, we're like halfway through February already. Lot of Nightmares 3 is coming out sometime this year. As soon as I know when it's coming, I will make a plan to start making content again. I mean, I could do it earlier, but I want to see other games as well. Like, if any other games come out, I don't want to, like, exclude them. You know what I mean? Okay, Cannabis coming. Yeah, I know. I've done this part so many times, and honestly, I don't want to do it again. I don't want to do it again. Don't make me do it. You can't make me. You can't. Look, I'm going to put all of these in the wrong ones just to annoy you all. Investment on Instagram. Perfect. I will check it after stream. Thank you. Yeah. I'm going to do this. Fun fact, I watched somebody do this entire fight on Twitch without using the flare. It was impressive. It was honestly impressive. I'm going to play Chapter 3, your computer is trash. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I spent a lot of money on my computer because obviously I edit videos, and editing videos actually takes more computer power than playing most games. But yeah, it's I don't think you need a mega like powerful computer to play Poppy Playtime, but oh, this is the one that I hate because you've got to switch between the hands, which takes so long. And then oh god damn it. Sometimes he spawns so close to you as well. It's annoying. You don't use the flare? Yeah, you don't have to, but like you're supposed to. Like the dude. Dude, I'm getting jibbed. Oh, dude, get out of here. This is why you're supposed to use the flare. That's the real one. That's why you're supposed to use the flare, because I spent time doing the wrong one. We play Control. I haven't played Control. Somebody played it recently. Is it new? No, it's not new. I remember. And other accusations, I think you're ignoring your message. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing your message. I promise you I'm not purposely ignoring anybody's message. I don't see it. Give. Yeah, there's a lot of you in chat, which is I'm grateful for, but there is a lot of you in chat, so it's really hard to, especially in these intense moments, it's real hard to keep up. Controller's old now. Yeah, okay, it was one I was thinking of. If you get the cat up at the top, close the door, but not fully. Keep an eye on him. Oh. I mean, I've done this fight like 6 times, by the way. Well, I've beaten it 5. Because I beat it an extra time, but I didn't realize you had to click. Again, if you've watched my playthrough, you'll know. It was tragic. But yeah, it's not too bad. You just gotta try and get lucky. Yeah, my issue is sometimes he seems to spawn in like really close on this side, which is like the hardest side because it takes so long to cycle through the hands. You play the whole thing with kind of being stuck in the ceiling. That's fine. I had it glitched once where he just stopped spawning. Like completely stopped spawning. It was nice. I liked it. They haven't fixed the roof glitch. Okay, he's real. Why does it keep glitching? So he's fake. I didn't waste the time. Why does this keep stopping? Get out of here. It's got to be ready nearly for another battery, right? Again? He loves this side. As long as I don't get the left side, I'll be good. It's always the left side that gets me. So I am ignoring chat right now because I want to win this fight. Get out of here. No one likes you. Again? Bro's camping. He's camping that side. Okay, 6 seconds. Come on, I think we can just cheese it. I don't think he can kill us in that time, so... Sweet! Get shot. You don't get why it goes crooked? It's either a bug or it's supposed to be to make you feel uncomfortable. I'm really not sure. Unless you mean the door. See, he knows he's like gonna die an agonizing death. He's saving him. That was you tilting it. Oh yeah, I didn't have it on my first few runs, and then it started happening. So I don't know if it's a bug or if it's supposed to make us feel uncomfy. Like, it's you know, we're going high, right? And it's possible Ollie and Poppy are the same. It is possible, but you also see Poppy going up in the lift while Ollie's talking. So I don't think it's possible, but I don't think it's probable. Also, somebody said that this was a laser pointer. Over here, you can see a laser pointer like that. You see that? Somebody said that was a laser pointer, and I got so excited, but it's not. It's literally just like... I don't even know what it is. But it's in the air. Right? Like, I don't know what it is. But yeah, I replayed the whole game because somebody said they saw a laser pointer being pointed on here. So I replayed through the whole game to look up here and was like, nope. It's nothing. It's just dust, I guess. Yeah, that was a waste of a day. He's definitely so sad to me the way he's getting reminded of the first accident, the prototype saving him. So it's happening again because betrayed. I don't think he does get betrayed though. This is the thing. This is where I think a lot of people, I don't agree, right? I'm not saying that they're wrong, but I don't agree. I think 1006 in that moment is killing him for a mercy because he's dead, right? Oh, here's the secret. Here's the secret. So that was supposed to play at the end of the chapter, and it was a bug that stopped it from playing. It was cool. Some people have already started saying like that, oh, like that must feel pretty good is like a hint, right? I don't know. But it's cool regardless. Do you think Ollie's the prototype? No, I don't personally believe Ollie's the prototype. I think they have complete opposite goals. So how is he watching? Maybe through the phone. The phone has eyes. Maybe through cameras. There's cameras everywhere. Could be one or the other. How does that line change theories? Somebody's already said basically that like Ollie there being like, that must feel pretty good is like Ollie egging us on to kill more. I don't know. Maybe. Exactly. Ollie wants you to get near the prototype. The prototype's done the best to keep you away. That's how I feel. You don't trust Ollie and you don't trust Poppy. Yeah, I agree. I don't trust either of them. Would I consider streaming Little Nightmares on YouTube? Maybe. I have streamed the first 2 games on YouTube before. I'll have to see how the theories go and everything. You know what I mean? Like, I'll have to see how it goes. I'm very careful about doing playthroughs and doing streams only because most people watch my channel for theories. They watch them for theories or they watch them for like, you know, like things you might have missed, that kind of stuff. So I'm very careful about anything else that I do. Which is mostly why I stream on Twitch. I stream on Twitch just because it's easy. It doesn't affect anything. But because Poppy is so popular, haha, and a lot of you asked for a Poppy stream, I'm doing a Poppy stream. This is kind of like a one-off, if that makes sense. But if anything I don't stream on YouTube, I am more than happy to consider streaming it on Twitch. Just because Twitch, like, doesn't affect my income. It doesn't affect my, you know, my channel. Give me the tape. Give me the tape. Give me the tape. Give me the tape. Give me the tape.
This is your answer. We called it the Hour of Joy.
Mandy, welcome in. How you doing? Happy to see you live. Thank you. I appreciate that. We're near the end. We're near the end of the game, which is good because I'm really hungry. Oh, let's watch the best VHS tape. See, I said this in my playthrough, I think, but this really reminds me of the back rooms. I really, really like it. Yeah, we've also had almost zero choice. I agree, Enigma. I agree. I don't think anything has changed. What if you click catnap at the end of the game? Nothing changes. See, like at this point, they're not even killing to eat. They're just killing to kill them. Or is this thing that shows up after mommy? Boxy Boo or the small ones? So good. So good.
It went on so long. So agonizingly long.
She's not even looking at us. You liar.
Anything to stay alive.
Sus.
I remember their cries.
You're sus, Poppy. You're sus.
Why is this happening? What are those things?
In the playcare still, do you think those are children on the ground too? No, I don't think the toys killed the children, personally. I think the children were kept safe. Because again, 1006 has been proven to care for the children. So I think they were kept safe. You have a theory that they never ate all the bodies in playcare? What's your theory on that one then? The only thing that I have theorized over is that the dead toys we see in chapter 1 and 2 are actually humans, but we're imagining them as toys because trauma. But Poppy did say that they dragged all the bodies down to eat them, so maybe that's why there's no dead bodies.
Soon as we reach the bottom, we'll send the lift back up. Just hold tight, okay? After you.
Maximum obedience. Poppy gas comes from the poppy flower? Possibly. That's my theory anyway, but possibly. Yeah, this doesn't change. The idea of the trauma things, that's just a good idea. It's only an idea because Poppy's explanation does perfectly explain why there's no bodies in this factory. We do see blood splatters, but no bodies, because the bodies were all eaten. But I like the theory that it could be that we're seeing dead people, but we're imagining toys as like a coping mechanism. While I don't think that theory is true, I think it's a fun one. I might actually make that theory. I might make the whole theory because I think it's a fun one. That's definitely like a Matt Pat, let's make a whole theory about the companion cube, right? Like, yeah. You can see inside the doll. Not in that part though. Hollow doll confirmed. We did go for the gas in the beginning, right? That would be part of my theory. We went through steam, and that steam could have been gas. So, maybe. Even though the gas is supposed to be red, that doesn't mean it's the only type of gas in the factory, but... You know, who knows? Who knows? Maybe I'll delve into that when I make my my theories. Can you teabag on Catnap? I can teabag on this one. She's the worst.
There's something...
Why did we... Oh, yeah, we stopped.
No! We're coming! Just hold on! Come on, go faster! Easy!
Well, there we go. That was the update. That was the update to chapter 3. The screams are very distinct. If you listen real closely, and again, I made a whole video on this, but if you listen real closely, the bite sounds exactly like when Huggy bites something. So either Kissy bit something and then screamed, or something bit Kissy that sounds exactly like Huggy. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm still 100% team it was Huggy that bit Kissy. Huggy's alive. That's why Poppy didn't foresee it, by the way. Right? That's why she didn't foresee it. That's why she's so surprised right now. Because she's like, oh, everything's dead, right? Huggy's dead. Mommy's dead. Now Catnap's dead. That's all of the prototype's toys. Everyone's dead. Wait, what? Something's attacking Kissy, but I planned it. I planned for this. What? She didn't plan for Huggy still being alive. It makes perfect sense to me. Perfect sense. You're taking a long break from Little Nightmares content on my channel. Now starting to get back to Nightmares content. Do good. Get back into it. Go make some content. Are you with me on Huggy attacking Kissy? I mean, it could be anyone. It could be Boxy. It could be Bron. Could be the small smiling critters. I think the only thing that we have a potential theory or evidence for is Huggy. Everything else is, we don't really have any evidence for it. The thing where everyone's like, oh, it could be 1006. It could be. But 1006 has never attacked any toy that we've seen. Like he only takes toys once they're already dead. So why would he change that for Kissy? Even the ones that go against him, he seems to have been left alone. Even Poppy was put in a case, wasn't killed. So why would Dog Day. I read Dog Day. Why would 1006 change his entire MO for no reason? I don't know. Michael Kovac. Yeah, everyone loves Michael Kovac. I don't really know who they are. I don't really know who they are. Can I speed this up? I don't think there's any anything after. I love Little Nightmares theories. Can't wait to see your Little Nightmares 3 theories. I can't wait to make them. I'm so excited. Honestly, okay. Again, Little Nightmares 2 was the first game I ever made theory videos on, and it will always have that little special thing for me. So for me, it's like going home. It's like going back to my home. I'm so excited. I want to recover the first 2 games. I want to, cover the new game, the new content. I can't wait. I really do. I think this year's going to be great. I think it's going to be great for me as a person. I think it's going to be great for the channel. Scroll down to speed up. Oh yeah, you're right. I've already watched the credits. I want to see if there's anything different. No. Okay. Well, there we go. Guys, this was great. Nice to see the little changes. The little changes to Kissy Missy, I think, are the most important. But I am going to go. We've been live for 6 hours. I need some food. Thank you so much, everyone who hung out. Thank you so much for all the super chats. Thank you for all the new... I'm sure we got a bunch of new subs. Like I say, I only stream on YouTube very, very, very rarely. Like, I mean very rarely. The main content on this channel is theory content on Poppy Playtime, Little Nightmares, other games. If you like that kind of stuff, maybe go give it a check. You know, check out, go give it a watch. Plenty of videos on my channel. Also, if you want to, I have a Twitch stream. So if you do like more streams, I do have a Twitch. Let me give you a link. Let me give you a link to my Twitch channel. If you have Twitch and you want to go follow me, again, I haven't streamed for a little while. I've been on a little bit of a break. But if you wanna go follow me over there on Twitch for more streams, it's there. Otherwise, subscribe for more, you know, theories and stuff. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a good rest of your evening, day, night, whatever it is. And I appreciate you all. Have a good one. I'll see you.